What's that? Yeah, I'm gonna show him how to. We got a lot of books. Anyways, we'll get started right here. Thanks everybody for tuning in. We're live. I'm walking around. I'm a lot more wet rest than I was yesterday. I still woke up. I'm kind of zombie mode, but or I was zombie mode last night, but I feel a lot better now. Okay, so great show ahead. I'm looking at right now 2-4 crates of new vinyl. I'm looking at stuff Paul's marked, stuff Laura's marking, etc., etc. So I don't even know really what I'm saying, honestly. But we're in for a great show tonight. Great show last night. And yeah. So here we go. What is in there? We might get some of that later. Okay, let's go ahead and go up front and get that first crate. Get all this off the table. Get some stuff closer. Probably go ahead and knock out those crates from the video, then the new stuff. And then looks like the Rolling Stones lights are in. That's good. The Rolling Stone lights are in. If you don't have one, I should have some extras. I might go ahead and tag those early tonight. And that way we can get it done. I like that my desk over here is pretty clean. That way we can... I like clean and neat. I'm not the best person for it sometimes, but we got a lot to do. So let me go up here and we grab this and this. All right, let me step up there and do that. Welcome. Let's do this. I need somebody to buy this James Bond book is what I need somebody to do. That'd make my night. We started off yesterday with a Napoleon book sold. Now we need to get somebody bought in on this James Bond book. And folks, that's Bond. James Bond. Along the avenue, never met. Alright, here we go. I'll leave that back there for a second. One bad pig. Okay. I'll get these tagged at some point. Laura's got that stuff there. Let me bring the bonus crate a little closer. Was there a Japanese crate? Let me see if there was a Japanese box up front. Let's see. We got Saxon lights, Stones lights. There's a crate here that Ed didn't have prices for. Laura's got a half of a crate here of new stuff. I could have swore I got a shipping delivery from DHL on Japanese. Let me go look one more time, make sure there's not any of that up here so we can blast through it. No, I don't see any, unfortunately. Okay. Yeah, look at this. Here, I'll reduce it to $9.99. This is the Essential James Bond. Look at this. The Essential James Bond, $9.99. Awesome book. The Essential James Bond, $9.99. Look, it was $14, our price, earlier this year. $22 new. $22 back in 2000 and whatever, so that was like $50. First edition. Come on. The Essential James Bond, $9.99. Somebody needs that. If anything, give it to your grandson. Inspire a future spy like me. I was inspired at a young age to be a spy, and look at me now. I sell records every night. Better than spying on foreign governments, I guess. That would be pretty cool, though. That'd be really cool. Dang. Laura got the Gish pre-order up. I said dang because that's a good one. I saw that email earlier, and I'm glad she did so I can show everybody. Okay? Let me go over here, and Oso Venture on James Bond. See, that's the way I like to start. Sell that to Oso for $9.99. So great. That Gish pre-order's up, and then I posted Black Label Society's Greatest Hits. I think Laura posted one other. And then I do have our next lot ready. I might go ahead and schedule it for tonight. I have our next lot box ready, which is Pantera. It's going up for pre-order. Let me find the copy and paste for that post. Yeah, there we go. All right. Make sure you're in our group, Whole Lot of Records. And then let's go over here. And let me open up my messages. Okay, and we're going to get started with the big auction stuff pretty immediately because it is already that time, you know. Boom, 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 boom. Didn't you mean to say police? Yeah, that's coming. Don't worry, I'm chipping away at the list. We're starting to do 3 pretty quickly. We're getting them done. Get her done. Larry the Cable Guy. All right. Yeah, Stones is pretty cool. I'm going to go ahead and tag those sooner than later tonight so we know exactly how many we have in stock. And honestly, one of the first products we might get on our website that's being launched pretty soon is the lights and blankets and stuff like that. But yeah, let me go ahead and schedule. The Pantera light pre-order will post at 8 o'clock tonight. I'm going to go ahead and post it right now. And Pantera. Yeah, we're going to schedule that for 8 o'clock tonight. And don't forget, there is a bonus crate. There is a bonus crate tonight. Let me go over here. One more thing I got to do. I got to share. Chad get his beauty sleep. I did. I went home and slept from about 3 a.m. to about 9 a.m. And then I woke up and ordered vinyl until noon almost, which kind of messed me up because then I tried to go back at noon and then wake up at 5. So I still kind of messed myself up, but I feel a lot better than I did yesterday for sure. Jeff, we're going to do Randy Rhoads. I just need you to be extremely patient. Okay, I told you that's a niche one. So the niche one comes after every 2 other normal ones, okay? Now, I don't want you to have a conniption fit. Jeff Brent, I need you to remain calm. I need you to remain calm. Let's not freak out on me. Let's not pull a Michael Scott like the building's on fire. Let's remain calm. Okay, here we go. I have U2. This is a Japanese pressing, an 83 Japanese OG. The OB is attached as the inner sleeve. Pretty cool Japanese pressing here. And that's a $30 start. $30 start, okay? $30 start. That's U2. That's now up for bid. Let me go ahead and be opening this up. And this up. And this up. Over here. Let's open this up. And then this up. And this. And And then this morning's video. Oh, I was afraid. Anybody else got Pantera stuck in their head all of a sudden? Okay. You too, $30 start. Where's Del Shannon at? He usually bids on those. And then here is Duran. Let's go ahead and do Rio. Hungry Like the Wolf. Unfortunately, though, it is VG minus with some scuffing. Nothing that's going to seriously affect back play, but a good starter one, we'll call it. Duran, a $10 start, okay? $10 start. Let me go grab one of my first empty crates to put sold records into, and we'll do that right now. All right. Here we go. So we're looking for the following: Slayer, Highway of Diamonds Slayer, Metallica Slayer, Pantera Slayer, Slayer Metallica, KMFDM, Dixie Chicks, Alice in Chains, and Alice in Chains. All right, so a lot of this is still available. We'll go through them quickly so we can go into new stuff. The Soul album, Otis Redding, plain and simple, amazing sounding record. You'll ask anybody that's an audiophile that's already got this and been listening to it. It's cut from the original analog master. It's nearly impossible to find an OG in high grade, especially the mono copies. This is brand new and remastered, $38.99. The Otis Redding Soul album, the Soul album, Otis Redding, $38.99. We have two. We sold one yesterday. The high bid on U2, we're looking for a $30 start. No bid yet. Duran's at $15. Ozzy, we've seen these about every night almost for 2 months now. Hopefully you have one. It's Ozzy and Billy Morrison, Gods of Rock and Roll. It's a picture disc. It's a 12-inch picture disc, $24.99. So it's that song, a couple different mixes, and then another track. And these are $24.99. I got two, and I've got about 10 more up front. A lot of different Megadeths coming in lately. This one is United Abominations. I have it in stock, $36.99. Megadeth United Abominations. Nirvana, Bleach. Nirvana is $24.99. That is Bleach. That's remastered. That was their first LP that came out on the Sub Pop label, $24.99. I guess it was their first album in general. That would be Bleach. Over here, this is Highway of Diamonds, Black America sings Bob Dylan. These are artists doing tracks of Bob Dylan's, like Nina Simone doing Just Like the Two Tom Thumb Blues. You got Odetta doing Baby I'm in the Mood for You. Blowing in the Wind by the Caravans. It's all black artists covering Bob Dylan, and most of those, of course, are older recordings, and those are $39.99. That's new. It comes out in a couple of days on Friday. We have them right now. The pre-order's already been filled. We sold about 10 of them. We have Ryan Eaton on Nirvana. Thank you on that one. The Duran's at 20 with Will Smithson. Kristen wants me to put up Ted Nugent. Give me 1 second on that one. But I am going to go ahead and put up Def Leppard, and this is High and Dry. And Def Leppard High and Dry is an 83 repress. Once again, a VG minus record. Just scuffing. The vinyl on this one is okay to play. Just has a little bit more scuffs than we're normal used to seeing. That's a $10 start, okay? $10 start on that. 80% on yes. Is that for the topographic box set, or is that a request? Here's another. Once again, plain and simple. If you want the best listening experience for Otis Redding, here is Pain in My Heart. Mono, analog mastering, $38.99. We still got 3 of those. And we have Destruction. Lots of different ones here. So Destruction is technically on sale, and this is $36.99. Brandon Johnson claimed a Dylan. Did you do that live or in the video? Oh, you did in the video. Highway of Diamonds. My bad. Brandon Johnson. He claimed one on the video this morning. This is sold to Brandon Johnson. Sorry. Every time I look over here, I'll eventually get caught up, but I'm glad you've seen that over there. Thank you, and thank you, Brandon Johnson. Okay, nobody bid on U2. Yes, David Smith did for $30. Final call then. An 83 Japanese, 45 RPM. It has the OBN, the insert, and this is a high bid right now of David Smith for $30. Looks like we're done on Duran. It is a VG minus copy as well. I was going to make sure Joe Steele said out, and Sungi Kim has Def Leppard for 10. So what I was saying about Destruction was these are picture discs, and these were typically like in the $50 range. Our distributor had them on sale, and this is live without cents, $36.99. It's limited edition, and they're numbered. I'm glad they adjusted that price. They're probably having to take a loss on them, but they were a little high to begin with. 36 is much more reasonable for a single LP picture disc. I don't know what the deal. They might be imports, but they've always been kind of high, so I'm glad we have those now. We've sold out of a couple of them. The rest should be here tomorrow. Deicide is $39.99. I have finally figured out this title. It's called Incinerate Him, and it's him like H-Y-M-N. That's $39.99. Do you still have 3 days grace? I do. Yes, 3 days grace is in stock. Allison Chains Dirt, and this one was sold to, no, we sold Facelift and Black Gives Way to Blue. Dirt is still available. Them Bones, $36.99. Is Deicide on colored vinyl. Deicide is on Hellfire Pressing colored vinyl. Deicide, Hellfire Pressing colored vinyl, $39.99. Okay? All right, let's sell that U2 then. David Smith for $30. That is done. That's sold to David Smith for $30 on that. Duran, that is officially sold over here to Will Smithson for $20. And yes, Deicide is sold to Steve Riley. Thank you on that one. And then Sungi Kim has the VG minus Def Leppard for one bid, $10. And that is a final call. Okay, let's make a note. I'll have to go hunting. I'll have to put on my camouflage and get my rifle and go into the jungle to find 3 days grace. It's over here in one of the 9 crates of new vinyl. 3 days grace. I will find that for JetBlue. And maybe tonight when we're going through some other older new vinyl, I'll find even more stuff that somebody might want. But give me a second. I've got it wrote down. I'll try my best to get to that. Here is Dokken Tooth and Nail. Dokken is an 84 US Club, VG++, a $25 star. Dokken does have a little bit of a stain right here, but it is an OG copy. It's an 84 Club, $25 star. Unfortunately, Allison Chains is one of the last ones that hadn't been put in print, Stanley. We all got our fingers crossed, and this is the 30th anniversary of Unplugged. They did that album 30 years ago, and we're hoping that they release it later this year. They've got Facelift, they've got Dirt, they've got Three-Legged Dog. That just leaves Unplugged, and there's that one more with the dinosaur on the cover. It's a red looking. That one's not available, and neither is Unplugged. There's bootlegs out there, but even those demand well over $100. So we're hoping there's a box set coming for Three-Legged Dog, or for a standard release and a box set coming for Unplugged. So that's it should be happening later this year. It is the anniversary of that. KMFDM, this sold to Sean Fairweather. If you look at all the albums that came out in 1976, there should be some great 50th anniversary editions. A lot of great music came out in 1976. If you look at everything that came out in 1966, a lot of important albums came out in 66. Those will be 60-year anniversaries. And then you got all the stuff that came out in 1986. Those are 40-year anniversaries. All the stuff that came out in 1996, those are 30th anniversaries. So there's a lot of anniversary. I always look at first year, I always look at everything that came out 1966, 1976, 86, 96, maybe even 2006. And you can probably look through that list, and if you notice something that's not available on vinyl, they might be doing an anniversary for it. A lot of great music in 66, 76, 86, 96. Our first Japanese, I don't think we have many tonight, but this is a must. It's the OG Japanese pressing. The blue Obi is the OG. You'll see the green because this was a multi-platinum seller. They made a lot of different ones, but the blue is the OG, and this one happens to have the poster, the insert, the Obi, and it's near mint. That is a $55 start on that one. Okay, so there's Dokken. It's already got bids. Tim Rory bid 25. Nick Bargeron bid 25. And now Def Leppard's at 17. I've got one more KMFDM. The first one went to Sean Fairweather, Sean Lee Hooker, Master Ma. There's the other Destruction album, Infernal Overkill, $36.99. Another numbered picture disc from Destruction. I've got 2 copies of Speak of the Devil, Allison Chains, 30th anniversary, highlighter, yellow vinyl, $39.99. Grind, Heaven Beside You, again. And those 2 other songs I mentioned last night, Over Now, Frogs, and Sludge Factory. That's a good one. I've always overlooked that album up until probably this anniversary pressing has come out. I've never gave that one the listening time. I have Dirt and Facelift, but man, it rocks. I love the Jerry Cantrell. We talk about Lane Staley. Let's not forget about how great of a vocalist Jerry Cantrell is. That amazing voice he has. Amazing voice by Jerry Cantrell. And, of course, his guitar work. We have Destruction. This is Infernal Overkill, sold to Jim Cooper. Thank you, Jim Cooper. This is the Eagles. It is a $55 start. This is Hotel California. Beautiful first press, Japanese, near minus, insert, Obi, all that. So Nick Bargeron, you're out on the dock, and Tim bid 25 first. And then Line Stink has Def Leppard for 17. The Cult, that's pure singles. That's a 2 LP compilation, $38.99 for The Cult. And we have Destruction. That's another one. Now, this one's vinyl. This one is Sentence of Death on bone-colored vinyl, $36.99 for Destruction. So that's another one, bone-colored vinyl. Iron Maiden, Peace of Mind, $33.99 for Iron Maiden, Peace of Mind. And we have Roger Waters' The Wall. Roger Waters' The Wall is the 3 LP, $59.99, The Wall. We sold one of the other ones last night. Sting, Ten Summoner's Tale. Sting is $33.99. If I Ever Lose My Faith in You, it's a big hit single from Sting that's on this album. Great stuff there. You got to remember, the Police broke up at their height. Right after Synchronicity, they pretty much split up, and then Sting was still writing some great music. He put out a couple of those great solo albums. That's one of them. King's X Ear Candy, limited edition, $1,500 on purple vinyl. I've still got one of those. Those are numbered and on purple vinyl. And then Roger Waters is live, unofficial, 1987, $29.99 for Roger Waters of Pink Floyd, of course. And then these Slayers. So these came in yesterday. This is new for this week, and I had 3 copies left that were nice, and I had 2 copies with corner dings, okay? Now, Brandon Johnson wanted a nice copy. John LeBeatty wanted a nice copy, and Paul Richards wanted a nice copy. And then for $5 cheaper, Brett Mylin got a ding corner. So give Brett Mylin the ding corner for $24. Make sure he gets that for $24. And then there's one more ding copy if anybody wants Slayer for $24.99. It does have a ding corner, or you can go on a waiting list for a perfect one, okay? Lewis, I'm going to make sure you're done on Def Leppard. Lion Stink has it for $17. Sunggi Kim's out. It's up to you. Dawkins at $30. Nick Bargeron's out. And Michael Salazar bid $50 on the Eagles. It was supposed to be $55, but I'll take $50, and we'll say final call to Michael Salazar. Final call to Michael Salazar, okay? And then Jerry Torrey's on the Ding Slayer. Now, unfortunately, I can't do a waiting list, Gary. You were next, Gary Samuels. Unfortunately, I can't do a waiting list on a Ding corner unless somebody puts one back. So, if anybody wants on the wait list for a good one, let me know, okay? Now the Eagles have bids for 55. Okay, so now the Eagles have taken flight. The Eagles are flying. It's at 55, okay? And then Def Leppard 18. The new Eagles Greatest Hits Clear Vinyl comes out. I don't know about that one. We have Jeremiah starting tomorrow. He is going to be heading up our new vinyl division. I'm sure I'm still going to be doing stuff, especially early on. And I'm sure Laura's still going to be posting pre-orders too. We'll just have to coordinate with him. But fortunately, we've got somebody starting here at Collectco tomorrow. I'm meeting him at 6 a.m. And then all of our wants and needs for new vinyl will be covered. Week to week, there should never be a pre-order we don't miss. Or if y'all want something ordered, especially immediately, that he will be available, whether through Messenger, through a Facebook post, through the comments. And I look forward to that because it's going to take so much off my plate because I missed so many great pre-orders. I'm meeting him at 6 a.m. in the morning, and he's officially starting here, Jeremiah Lewis. So he's been a customer of ours, and he's been in the new vinyl business before, so he's very familiar with how everything works. So look forward to that 100%. And that way, throughout the night, we can take notes on new releases. I'm probably going to talk to him every morning, coordinate what pre-orders to post, coordinate what stuff to order. He'll be taking everybody's waiting list after they get in watching a sale. He'll be reordering that, etc., etc. So hopefully that's going to be huge for us because that way we can I feel like every week we have about 5 or 10 pre-orders for almost 300 new SKUs every week. So y'all probably going to get access to pre-order a lot more stuff that either I skip or I don't know what it is. Because I only post stuff that I kind of know what it is. And there's a lot of stuff, especially metal and maybe modern pop and rock. I just don't know what it is. So well, I'm glad we have somebody handling that for us now. And it should go very well. Okay, so Dawkins at 40. The Def Leppard, Lewis did bid 18. That means that somebody got outbid. Lion Stink, you're outbid on Def Leppard. Lewis Kulik has it, and then Dawkins. And now the Eagles. Kathy Hodges has it for $60. Everybody else is out. Okay, anybody else on here? We have not ran Dracula yet. No, we have not read Dracula. We have Otis Redding's Soul album. We have Ozzy, and it's also going to be for like new products. I mean, these blankets, these lights, everything we can get new, supplies, all this stuff could be also added to a website. Basically, everything I've been wanting to do after I stopped the sales, and I'm like, okay, I've got 3,000 things to do. Build a website, post pre-orders, order products. This person can be doing it during the day while I'm sleeping. We could be getting stuff sold and structured, etc. Megadeth 36, Bob Dylan 39, Otis Redding 38, Alice in Chains 36, KMFDM 39, Destruction 36, Destruction 36, Alice in Chains 39, The Cult 38, Peace of Mind 33, Roger Waters 59, Sting 33, Ear Candy 39, and Roger Waters 29. Okay? All right, Def Leppard has a new bid. Louis Kulik's out. Def Leppard sold a Lion Stink for $19. Dawkins at $45. Kathy has the Eagles at $60. And that's a final call. Let's get new auctions going. And let's do the second of the 2 flip crates from this morning. I haven't done a single, quote, hot picture auction yet, but I'm about to. I haven't done a single, quote, hot picture auction yet, but I am about to. All right, and I'm grabbing my laptop because I'm up here and I'm going to need that for waiting list here in just a second. It's I forgot to, I was reading off all those Alice in Chains. Let's not forget about Jar of Flies. It was out of print forever. That was also one of our biggest pre-orders ever. Jar of Flies. If y'all remember, that used to be just like discovering the Ark of the Covenant when you found a copy of that somewhere. And right now, that's a story for Unplugged, because it is probably one of, if not the best of the MTV Unplugged. I would say them, Pearl Jam, and then, I don't know. I like some of those other ones, like 10,000 Maniacs and Cranberries, right? Okay, you missed my Otis Roll Soul. I did. Do you still have Otis album? If so, I'll take it. Otis, the Soul album. Yeah, I do. I do. Sorry, I didn't mean to. I still got Pain in My Heart, too. Yes, these are mono. These are must-haves. Okay? Oh, yeah, I forgot about Clapton. Clapton, for sure. Yeah, that's the best-selling live album of all time. Was that on MTV, though? Was that an MTV broadcast? The Eagles is a final call. The Eagles is Kathy Hodges at $60. This is the OG first label. Near Mint Minus and Pristine. With poster, Obi, it's at $60 right now. And then Dawkins is up to Nick Bargeron. Tim Rory has it for $45, okay? Clapton was MTV, okay. There you have it. So, yeah. Some of those I've seen, they'll say Unplugged, but they're not actually broadcast on MTV. Or were broadcast. That was all before my time, so. VH1 Storytellers. Yeah, that was another one, too. We have The Cult, Firewoman. The Cult is 89 USOG maxi single. EX Firewoman by The Cult. That's up for bid at $15 start. I like Kisses. I like the Rock and Roll All Night. That's a good one. Rock and Roll All Night, the live version of that, unplugged version. Megadeth, The World Needs a Hero. Megadeth is $39.99. The World Needs a Hero. Also, Metallica Load. That's a 2 LP remastered, $44.99 on Metallica Load. We have Meatloaf. That's Bat Out of Hell, $29.99 for Meatloaf Bat Out of Hell. The Fray, How to Save a Life, $29.99. The Fray and the Forrest Gump soundtrack, a must-have, $39.99. All right, Dawkins out, and this is sold to Tim Rory for $45. That is sold, and then Kathy Hodges gets the Eagles for $60. Thank you. I would have sold that sooner, but there was a couple questions. Looks like everybody is passing on that. The Rolling Stones is $59.99. As of right now, I don't know how many extras I have. Let me tag them. As soon as I finish this here, let me tag them. The Metallica is $44.99. That's the newest remaster. It's a 2 LP, and it's a gatefold. All right, let's go ahead and pull some of the stuff from the advertised. A lot of interesting jazz titles tonight, as y'all may have seen. We got a lot of cool jazz and some soul stuff. I think this one's a cool one to start with. This is Nina Simone sings Duke Ellington. This is a 64 US stereo. Technically a reissue. It has an alternate cover. And I love what Paul wrote here. A stunningly nice copy. This is a stunner. A stunningly nice copy. Boy, that is. I don't think I've had that before. Nina Simone sings Duke Ellington. $25 start on that. Mike Ospaw on Megadeth. Sold. And then Brandon Jones on Metallica. Sold. And then over here we have Pantera Cowboys from Hell, $29.99. Pantera Cowboys from Hell, $29.99. Sorry about that, Chad. Don't worry. The Eagles Greatest Hits is one that comes through, or Eagles Hotel. I promise we'll have another one. Let's go ahead and put up another auction, and let's go ahead and do. Let's see what's up with this. Let's see what's up with this. Gosh, we got some cool stuff over here. Let's see what's up with this. Let's see what's up with this other Duran Duran record real quick. Duran Duran, once again, a VG minus copy. It's going to have a little bit of noise, and it is, okay, just some scuffing. And Duran Duran, great album here. Planet Earth, Girls on Film. That's a good one. $10 start on that. There it is. We have not sold Tesla yet. So here's Metallica live, the Market Square Heroes. This comes as a Volume 1, Volume 2, live show 1988. It's a 4 LP total, 44 and 44. So $89.98 on that one. Metallica Hardwired. That's a double LP, $33.99 on Metallica Hardwired. And then Metallica live in Japan, Damage in Japan. Both of these are sold. Both of these are sold. Brett Mowlin got one. No. He put, I'm okay with the corner damaged. No, then he put Metallica damaged. Okay, so Brett Mowlin got a Metallica damaged in Japan. And then we also have one here for John LaBeatty. So both of those Metallica bootlegs are sold. That's Metallica Damage and Patch Nagoya 1986. If anybody else wants one, that will be a waiting list. The last bit on the Colt was Matt Nichols. He opened that one up early. So Brad Bolin bid 15, Matt Nichols bid 30, Will Smithson bid 16, and then Nina Simone 27.25, Nina Simone 30, the Colt 15, but there was already a $30 bid, and then Duran Duran 10, Duran Duran 12, and Duran Duran 15. So Matt Nichols still leading on the Colt here at $30. Nina Simone just hit 30, and Duran Duran's at 15. So those are 30, 30, 15. That's where we're at right now at this moment on those. Next is Iron Maiden, Somewhere in Time. Iron Maiden is $34.99. We have Deicide, The Stench of Redemption. Deicide is $29. And then Alice in Chains Facelift. This is sold to Amanda Davis. Thank you, Amanda Davis. That's sold to you. Put down Autumn on the Metallica Damage in Japan, unofficial. First person. Anybody else? Those could be in by Friday. If not, they'll be here Monday, and then you'll be billed on another invoice. There's another Destruction. This one's Mad Butcher. Numbered picture disc, $36.99. And those are not available on vinyl. If these Destruction albums I'm showing are on picture disc, that's the only way they're in print. Iron Maiden, this is Number of the Beast. That's $29.99. And then Power Slave is $29.99. Led Zeppelin Coda is $38. And then the Ramones Greatest Hits. The Ramones Greatest Hits is $29.99. Also, we have Deicide Scars of the Crucifix, $29 on that one. And then Zach Sabbath Vertigo, $29.99. Purple vinyl, Zach Sabbath Vertigo. Also, we have Alice in Chains Black Gives Way to Blue. This is also sold to Amanda Davis. Lion Stink on Iron Maiden Power Slave. And I'm assuming Matt Nichols is going to get the Colt. Not many people went out, but they probably went, holy moly, okay, we're done, even though they didn't say out. So that's sold to Matt Nichols for $30. But I do need one confirmation on Nina Simone, and that's with Will Smithson. Will, let me know if you're done on that one. If not, I got to go ahead and sell it. And Duran Duran's at 15 with Tim Rory. Joe DeGato, let me know if you're done. And then if not, I got to go ahead and sell it. Nathan Bishop on Destruction. That's sold to Nathan Bishop, if I can get it out of here. There we go. And then Alex Miller on the wait list for Metallica Japan. We have Slayer Christ Illusion, and this is sold to Brett Mowlin. That completes his comment. He got a Slayer, and he got a Metallica. I wonder if he likes metal. That's sold to Brett Mowlin. Melvin's Houdini, $39.99. $39.99. That's Melvin's. And Dixie Chicks, Wide Open Spaces. This is sold to Amanda Davis. Thank you, Amanda. If anybody else wants one, let me know. DJ Jazzy Jeff, he's the DJ. I'm the Fresh Prince. That's $33.99 for that one. Life is Too Short. That's Too Short, $29.99. And then Dave Matthews Band, Remember Two Things, $39.99. Paul Cruz, I forgot about him on Pantera. Paul Cruz got Pantera, Cowboys from Hell. That was my last copy of that. If anybody wants on a wait list, let me know. And Stranger Things Season 3, $36.99. All right, Joe DeGato says he's done. No problem. This is sold to Tim Rory for $15. And Nina is sold for $30 to Blaine Zappick. Unfortunately, I lost Will Smithson on that one. So that's sold for $30, and let's put that away. Okay, done and done. Let me go over here and grab another one. So let's go ahead and put up, ooh, this looks pretty cool. Oh, man. So they reissue this one. This is pretty cool. John Williams, The Empire Strikes Back, Symphonic Suite for the original motion picture score. Wow. This is a 1980 USOG, not DBX encoded, sealed, a $25 star. Awesome artwork on that one. I love how it has a hype sticker. Pressed in Japan by JVC. $25 start on that. It's still sealed. John Williams, The Empire Strikes Back. Jason Thomas on Too Short. And yes, Matt, you were tagged for a Ramones yesterday. You were tagged for Ramones yesterday, okay? Next thing is this. We have Dockin. Let's do another Dockin. Dockin is under lock and key, an 85 USOG specialty press, VG++, and Dockin under lock and key is a $25 start. $25 start. And next is Roger Waters. Yeah, that was Chaos FM. Yes, I'll show it to you. It was in the last crate. Let me do that one. Over here, we have Megadeth for $39, Meatloaf for $29, The Fray for $29, Forrest Gump soundtrack was $39, the Metallicas Volume 1 and 2 $44, another Metallica $33, Somewhere in Time $34, Deicide $29, Destruction, Mad Butcher $36, Coda $38, Ramones Greatest Hits, and then Deicide, Zach Sabbath, Melvins, Dave Matthews Band DJ, and Stranger Things, okay? And then next thing we have is Empire, which is at 27, and now 25, now 27, now 25, and then Brandon Jones wants Metallica Hardwire, okay? Dockin just got laid down. It's our next auction, and it is a 1985 USOG specialty press with the original inner sleeve, VG++ condition, okay? Awesome. Those are the two crates that were posted this morning in Whole Lot of Records. So if you're relatively new, we sell here live on Facebook. We really don't have a website, never have. That could change soon, but we also sell in our group, and the way I sell sometimes during the morning while technically I should be asleep, but I'm usually awake, I upload videos and I schedule them, and then those videos get posted automatically, and when they get posted automatically, people know when to go watch them, 6 a.m. and 9, and sometimes I post stuff at 7 and 8. Probably do a jazz crate tomorrow because Paul's marked new stuff. We've been doing that, and I've been keeping the jazz crates I've shown a little separate, and that way we can maybe go through those best offer tonight because we got jazz auctions, we got jazz crates, and we got some that have never been shown best offer that are the better titles I've kind of filtered through. So be on the lookout for those. First thing I have over here is an 82 US MoFi pressing. Conservatively graded VG minus. Let me see what this looks like. Unusual to see a MoFi record with VG minus. Yeah, it does have unusual scuffing on it. It has marks that you typically don't see on a MoFi disc. So this has always been a good one, but it's nothing feelable. Probably will have a little noise, but it's not a mint copy like you would expect from MoFi. $25 start on that one, okay? Let's go back to the top. And yeah, I got a tag to Rolling Stone. So everybody in the video got what they wanted. Awesome, no waiting list. I'll monitor that for the rest of the week. Make sure nobody accidentally watches it later and claims something. Looks like there's a great pre-order. So the next Record Store Day Essential they've done is Gish on the colored vinyl. If y'all remember, they did Melancholy, so that's their debut. Laura's got that up for pre-order. Make sure you go reserve that. That's Smashing Pumpkins Gish. And then we had the Rolling Stones Lights and Saxons in two. Saxons in two. But first, let me pull up Rolling Stones pre-order. And I'm going to go ahead and do those earlier than later so we know how many extras we have, okay? Now, the last thing was Star Wars 27, Star Wars 25, and then Hardwire, Star Wars 30. Meatloaf was Bat Out Hell 29, and then Sung-Gi Kim wants that other Ramones Greatest Hits. Okay, and then let me show RM Lazelle, the Roger Waters Radio Chaos. RM, I hadn't forgot about you. Just trying to get things chipped away here. Let me grab these two right here. And this is Roger Waters, Chaos FM 1987. Yeah, Quebec City, November 7th, 29. Ramon Soda Sung-Gi Kim. MG Sanchez, if you want on a waiting list, they're $29.99. Star Wars 31, Star Wars 35. Dockin has a bid for 25. Star Wars 36, Star Wars 40. Hall & Oates 25. Dockin 30. And then RM wants both Roger Waters. Okay, great. These are sold to RM Lazelle. Thank you and thank you. All right, those are done. He took two copies for RM Lazelle. Okay, let me jump over here and newest first. Okay, so first thing is this. Now we have Dockin is at $40. The Star Wars is at $40 and Hall & Oates is at $25. And do you have Bad Hell 2? No, but I can get it. And yes, whoever asked about Meatloaf, it is still available. MG Sanchez, if you decide you want to waitlist for Ramones, let me know. This is Meatloaf Bat Out of Hell. So this is $29.99. Classic album, one of the biggest of all time, actually. Where's my Monster at? Ah, Monster on Ice. Correction. He wants not 2 copies of this. He wants that and The Wall. My bad. Okay, so let's put that one. So if anybody wants Chaos FM, he wants that and The Wall. I'm glad I ordered those. Sometimes I look at stuff, I'm like, should I order these? And then I'm glad I do, because we end up selling them. I ordered a lot of stuff last night. Some stuff I don't even know what it is, but it looked very metal. And I'm like, okay, I'm going to go ahead and order a copy and see what happens, okay? Empire Strikes Back's at $45. And then Dawkins is still at $40. And Hall & Oates is still at $25. Brand new stuff. Let's go ahead and get started. I have Roxy Music. This is a live unofficial from 1974 from Dear Boss. It's on colored vinyl. A live Roxy Music, $34.99. Should be some cool stuff in here. Not necessarily new releases, but maybe some stuff we've never had before or haven't had in a while. Like Dio, Killing the Dragon, a 20th anniversary, red and orange swirl, $34.99. If we sell out of something, because there is a lot of just onesies in here. A lot of onesies in here. I love waiting list. A waiting list is a commitment to buy, but no guarantee when it will necessarily come in. It should be in by this week. If not, it'll be on next week's invoice, which you won't be billed for until Monday. Not this upcoming Monday. That's only what comes in this week. If you get on a waiting list and they come in from, let's say this comes in Tuesday next week, then you won't get billed obviously till that next Monday. So that's how that works. This is sold to Michael Butler, DO's 36. I have a special request for TSO Houston. Judas Priest, Sad Wings of Destiny. That is sold to TSO Houston. Thank you, TSO Houston. That was a single order for him. If anybody else wants one, let me know. And then Tool, Live Dynamite. This is Tool, $39.99. Now, while it only has 6 tracks on it, I think y'all know Tool music. Those average probably, what, 10 minutes apiece? Parabola, Sober the Grunge, Stinkfist, H, and Schism. That's a pretty good set list for Tool there. $39.99. Live Dynamite 2002. All right, Hall & Oates is sold to David Johnson. One bid, $25. Dawkins did not get another bid. This is sold for $40 to Alex Miller. And then Star Wars. I hope we're done on this. Let's look at it one more time because some people have asked. Star Wars is Empire Strikes Back. It's Symphonic Suite from the original motion picture. It is sealed, pressed in Japan by JVC. And this is at 45 of Kelly Vladorchek. X-Wings out, final call. Amenities gets a Tool. Alex Miller gets a Tool. MG Sanchez, I'll put you first on the wait list unless you don't want one. Also, we have Avicii. Avicii Forever. This was a waiting list, and the waiting list was for Amenities. I know that one from memory, but I'm going to go ahead and get my laptop out and make sure we scratch him off properly. We got to make sure we don't accidentally tag it again or reorder it again. And if anybody else wants one, I only had one of these because it's a little bit pricier record at $59.99. The last one was a special request. This one's a special request. And if anybody else wants one, let me know. Oh, no, low battery. 8% on my laptop. I think that'll work. I'll just keep my screen closed. So Avicii for Avicii. I think I'm saying that for correct. That's sold to Amenities. Let me take him off the wait list. If anybody else wants one, let me know. I'll get Kelly Vladorchek on the wait list, okay? I'll get Kelly Vladorchek on the wait list for Avicii, all right? There's that. And then over here, how about Sad Wings of an OG? We get those sometimes. Tool is an unofficial, yes. Tool was an unofficial. MG Sanchez or anybody else, if you want on the waiting list, let me know. $39.99. $39.99. We got 2 requests for Fastball. Matthew has requested it and Kelly. Let's go ahead and run that. If anybody else is looking for something, let me know. Let's go ahead and knock out one of these cool soundtracks like Dracula, okay? Dracula and Fastball. First, Dracula is a 79 OG with the original company sleeve, and this is nice, a $15 start, a gold stamp promo, Dracula, $15 start. Auction number 2 over here is Fastball, All the Pain Money Can Buy, a 20th anniversary. This is a sealed with hop sticker, $125 start, $125 on that one, okay? And then Kelly gets the Star Wars for $45, okay? Put down Autumn Bets. Put down Autumn Bets on the put down Autumn Bets for the waiting list on Tool. That's the only official one. Only person on the Tool waiting list right now I have officially is Autumn. Now, some people, they put down automatically. Like, so if you decide you don't want on a wait list, you might want to let us know, because sometimes they put you down auto on that one. That's automatically. Let me find my invoice for the Stones lights over here. And as soon as I do that, I will tell y'all how many extras I have, okay? Rolling Stones lights, I got 20. I got 20 Rolling Stones lights. They're $59.99. $59.99. I've got 20, but let me read off the pre-order. Stacy Metternich, George Jones. Brent Robley wants 2. Jen Cast, Sherry Darnell. Blaine Zapnick, Cynthia Herdren, Jerry Stone, Glenn Kesey, Tony McDaniel. Rob Fordham, Tommy Call, Gerald Whitworth, okay? So $59.99 for the Stones lights. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. I got 6 extras in stock. Right now, I've got 6 I can sell you tonight. $59.99 for the Rolling Stones. Very cool. $59.99. And the pre-order, once again, here's the people already down. Stacy Metternich, George Jones, Brent Robley with 2, Jen Cash, Sherry Darnell, Blaine Zabney, Cynthia Hurden, Jerry Stone, Glenn Kesey, Tony McDaniel, Rob Fordham, Tommy Call, Gerald Whitworth. I've got 6 extra copies left. 6 Rolling Stones lights, $59.99. Grab them while you can, okay? So there should be 20 over here, so I got 6 extras. 6 extra of the Stone lights. So there's 1 plugged up. So let me go ahead and pull out 2, 4, 5 right here. Yep, here they are. 2, 4, and then 5. That way we can tag these live, and I'll leave the pre-orders in the box like I normally do. Let me stack these up right over here. I'll put them right here very safely, okay? All right, now let me figure out what happened. Let me put Meatloaf right down in there. If anybody wants that, it's $29.99. Sorry for the timeout. This is Dio, and this is $34.99. Dio, $34.99. Blaine Zapnick also on Tool. Okay, so 2 people on the Tool wait list. That was Autumn Betts and then Willie Woodard. And then next is Fastball 125, 125, 135, 145, 155. Blaine on the Tool list. Fastball 165. Paul Brothers wants a Rolling Stones light. Now there's 5 extras, okay? Let's go ahead and tag 1 for Paul Brothers. Rolling Stones light, so to Paul Brothers, okay? We'll lay that right over there. 5 in stock, including the 1 plugged up right there. Awesome. Moving on. Next thing is Fastballs at 215. We have Eagles of Death Metal Hard On. Eagles of Death Metal is $36.99. $36.99 for Eagles of Death Metal. There was a waiting list for that. Eagles of Death Metal was, I think, Matt Nichols. Let me find that over here. Eagles of Death Metal. Matt Nichols. Matt, I got you down for an Eagles of Death Metal, okay? This was the only copy that came in. It was the only one left in stock. That's sold to Matt Nichols. Thank you on that. And then this was a special request for Sarah Wyberdink. And this is who? Vapor Translation. LP debut of who? What does this say? I don't know who this is, but it was a special request for Sarah. $44.99 on that one. Also, we have AC/DC Live Classics with Bon Scott, and that is $34.99. So this is a live compilation, $34.99. It's Orgy, O-R-G-Y, Vapor Transmissions. Okay, thank you. If anybody else wants one, let me know. This was a special request. I want a Peace, Love, and Death Metal. I have Hard On, okay? So never mind. So this one's available if somebody wants it. Eagles of Death Metal, Hard On. This is $36.99. $36.99, okay? Orgy, 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 Orgy. Orgy, 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 Orgy. I guess it could go either way. We have Dracula over here. Dracula is a no bid. Nobody bid on Dracula. I don't see a bid. Mega Blast bid 15 maybe. Yes, Mega Blast bid $15. This is sold to Mega Blast for $15. Sold to Mega Blast for $15. 1-5. That is sold for $15. Orgy. Ah, gotcha. Okay, there we have. Now, first thing is Pink Floyd Light, 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 And we have Avenged Sevenfold, Avenged Sevenfold, Orgy, Yes, Yes, Fastball, Eagles, Pink Floyd Light, Fastball, Tool. Willie Woodard did not want on the Tool waiting list. That was Autumn and Blaine. No Willie Woodard. He wants me to put up Tesla. No Willie Woodard on Tool, okay? No Willie Woodard on Tool. Orgy, Pink Floyd, Orgy, okay? And then we have Fastball as a final call. Let me update who has that in just a second. Next auction is going to go up in just a second. First thing is first. That's not for sale. This is our next auction, and our next auction is Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory is a 1971 or 73 press. Looks like a sticker was removed that tore the shrink. There was a sticker here, they cut it off, it removed the shrink, and that is a 75. This is a tough one to get. This is a real Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. Sealed, a $75 start, okay? So, Eagles of Death Metal, Hard On, is still available for $36.99. AC/DC's $34.99. This is a live, unofficial Bon Scott, Livewire, The Jack, Hell Ain't a Bad Place to Be, Let There Be Rock, Whole Lotta Rosie, Highway to Hell, Rock and Roll Damnation, TNT, Jailbreak, good stuff, $34.99. And then Dio is still available, $34.99. Train, their debut album, first time on vinyl, Meet Virginia, $29.99 for Train. The Ramones, a live unofficial, as seen on TV. The Ramones is $29.99. This is available. The Ramones is $33.99, excuse me, $33.99. $33.99, okay? Fastball, it was up to one person. It was up to two people. And the last bid, Kelly's out, so did Matthew Hendon for $225. Now, there's a question on the lights. Does the Rolling Stones light plug into 120 power, or can you hang it? All of the light boxes have the same power adapter. They're USB ports. They're USB ports. The Rolling Stones cannot be hung. No, it just freely stands. It's a freestanding light. All the light boxes power the exact same way. You got to have, sold separately, a USB to power block. You got to have a USB to power block. Right, Paul? Master on the Ramones, George Jones on the Ramones. Ramones sold. Matthew on Train, okay? Willy Wonka, $75 start. Paul said now, thank you, Paul. I'm going to price more stuff. Sell more auctions. Paul's got some stuff priced here for us. I'm talking in circles. I barely know who I am. Here's our next auction. This is the Cult Dreamtime. The Cult Dreamtime is VG++, an 84 Canadian OG, a $30 start for the Cult Dreamtime. That's now up for bid. Also, Megadeth, So Far So Good So What. Megadeth is $33.99. Willy Wonka has a bid for $75. And we have the Cult Dreamtime. The Cult, wow, that's great timing. Here's a new sealed copy for $29.99 on red vinyl. Here's a new sealed copy. That's unbelievable timing. I did not plan that. Here is a new sealed copy, and here's an OG copy. The new copy is $29.99. The OG copy starts for the same price, VG++ condition. And then Dio, live, Philadelphia Freedom, live in Philadelphia, 1984, colored vinyl, $39.99. Tim Rory wants the Cult out of the bin. And then Mike Ospaw on Megadeth, okay? So those are sold and sold. Matt Nichols, if you want to wait list for the Cult, let me know. Next auction is going to go up right now. And that is the following. And that is going to be Blue Mitchell, Blues Moods. Blue Mitchell's a 1960 USOG Deep Groove Stereo, EX Plus condition. Some of these have sold for as much as $425. The best copy available is VG Plus in the UK for $378. Ours is better, and it's a lot cheaper. Blues Moods, Blue Mitchell, a $225 start. That is now up for bid. Put down Matt Nichols for the Cult Dreamtime on red vinyl waiting list. Paul Cruz gets the other Megadeth. That's sold to Paul Cruz. And the Cult back here for auction is OG. Yes, it's a 1984 Canadian OG VG++ EX. No bid. We're looking for a $30 start. Joy Division live. April 3rd, 1980, Deer Boss Records, $33.99. It will be red vinyl. If you go on a waiting list for colored vinyl, I only order one if I can get it on colored. If it's for sale on black vinyl, I never order it unless I confirm with you. Sungi Kim wants Dio Philadelphia sold. We got a request for Ted Nugent, Master Ma on Joy Division. Those are all sold. We also have another tool. This one, I've got 2 copies. Lollapalooza 1993, $33.99. $33.99. Kathy was the only bidder on Willy Wonka, sold for $75. The Colt's a final chance to get a bid in for $30, and Blues Mood is a $225 start. 2 tools, and then Death Angel. Should be a wait list for this. Death Angel is $39.99. And Death Angel, give me 1 second. Act 3 was Paul Cruz. Paul, you're also buying a Death Angel because I got you on a wait list. Music on vinyl pressing, $39.99. Okay, now the Colt has a bid for $30, and then Alex Miller on a tool, and Tool Lollapalooza is Dallas, 1993. Dallas, 1993. Put down Eric Hernandez for a Death Angel waiting list, and then over here, there was a request for Ted Nugent. Let me figure out what this is. I have not seen a Ted Nugent with my own eyes since I've been live. So let me go over here and try to hunt this down. Kristen Stark said, Chad, at this point, I'll do anything possible to bid on Ted Nugent. Anything. You name it, and I will do it if I can get a chance to bid on this Ted Nugent record. Well, I've got bad news. I haven't seen one yet. So I'm looking. Can maybe somebody fill me in on the Ted Nugent he's seen in the hot picture or video? Because I just flipped through every advertised auction, and I do not see Ted Nugent. Let me look through again. Did you see that in a video? Did you see that on a post? I've got Mother Love Bone, Talking Heads, The Cult, The Rat, Def Leppard, Triumph, Talking Heads, Grateful Dead, Cinderella, Steve Earle, Guns N' Roses, Triumph, Soul Asylum, Europe, Guns N' Roses, The Cure, The Cult, Fleetwood Mac, Hellstorm, Def Leppard, Steve Earle, Terry Reid, Cheap Trick, Tesla, Sheryl Crow, Alice Cooper, and Tesla. Now, the rest of the advertised stuff is all jazz. I don't think there was a Ted Nugent in there. So, we have Alice Cooper, Alone in His Nightmare. Alice Cooper is a 2013 UK limited edition back on black red vinyl in shrink, near minus a $95 start. $95 start. It's a test pressing. Okay. I bet I can find that then. Eric Hernandez on Death Angel waiting list. Amenities got Tool. That's sold to Amenities. Tool sold out unless Mega Blast decided he wanted. It's a test pressing. It's a test pressing. It's a test pressing. And the Colts 33, Alice Cooper 95. The Colts still getting bid. Blue Mitchell is a buy it now. So if you're looking for this album, we got the best copy at the best price available on earth right now. This is the best copy for the best price on earth right now. $225. You can't beat it. $225, Blue Mitchell's Blues Mood. Let me go ahead and set this empty crate over here. That one's now officially full. And let me go get a new empty crate to start filling up with brand new records. Look at all these wait lists from last night. Great. I got a lot of stuff to order. I love it. We love ordering stuff. All right, we already got a crate up here from Paul. From Laura, we got 2 crates up here from Paul. And the first thing we have is the Cure question. Blue Mitchell sold to Ray Red. He knows what this is. It sold to him for $225. $225. All right, let's go over the Colt one more time. The Colt Dreamtime is an 84 Canadian OG Vertigo Beggar's Banquet VG++, and Michael Snared has that for $35. Michael Snared has that for $35, okay? And then over here, we have Alice Cooper, Sarah Wyberdink, only bidder at $95. I know what the Ted Nugent is now. Here we go. Right here. See? Very white in front of me. Self-titled. The reason I started doing Stranglehold is because I knew this was going to be self-titled. A 1975 USOG advanced promo copy, never sold on Discogs. Folks, this is rare. This is more rare than the Holy Grail. We know it exists. A lot of people didn't even know this existed until tonight. Ted Nugent test pressing, self-titled, EX edition, never sold. $45 start. $45 start. Next, Overkill, Under the Influence, $29.99. Should be what we call an old-fashioned waiting list on that one, okay? Overkill. Overkill, and that's Under the Influence. Steve Weaver. Steve Weaver. Ooh, Dream Weaver. That is $29.99. Ted Nugent has a bid for $45. And AC/DC Live, $36.99. Ted Nugent 45, Ted Nugent 100. Boy, I like that kind of bidding. Maybe the next bid 150. 100, do I hear 150? Sarah Wyberding gets Alice Cooper for $95. Sarah, $95 on that one. What about the Colt? Did it get another bid after that 37? It did, and Sungi Kim's out. Michael Snared, $37. Final call. Final call, $37. Ted Nugent's at 100. And Metallica, Hammersmith Odeon, $39.99 for Metallica. Metallica, Hammersmith Odeon. And this is going to be sold to Sean Miller, Todd Kilgore, and Chad Snyder. Sean Miller, Todd Kilgore, and Chad Snyder. Unfortunately, fortunately, and unfortunately, I have 1, 2, 3. And now I have 0 left. So I have the perfect number for the wait list, but no extras. Next is Tool Opiate. This one's only $29.24. We can do Tool Opiate for $24. I might have wrote down the wrong price. I try to keep this one a little cheaper. Well, I remember when these used to be really cheap. I remember the wholesale cost on these used to be like $7 or something crazy, something stupid. $24.99 on Tool Opiate. There's 3 of those. There should be a wait list. Plus, that was the price for the waiting list. So Tool Opiate, that just went on sale. See how easy that was? Bill Faber was on a wait list. I have him down as Faber. There's 2 extra copies, $24.99. Amenities wants 1. Now there's 1 left, okay? Now, the Colt is sold, and we need new auctions. Michael Snared, $37. Ted Nugent's at $150. And we have an advanced promo copy. That sounds very interesting. Okay, let's move over here, and our next auction is going to be going up for bid right now, and that is going to be, let's knock out some more of this crazy cool jazz stuff. Chet Baker, Chet Baker, Royal Pacific Records. Ray Red is drooling. He's drooling. He's going, golly. This is a 1958 U.S. reissue Deep Groove Mono. The vinyl is a strong VG+. Some of these in the highest grade have sold for as much as $235. There's your stats. 85 sounds very fair to me. I would agree with Paul for a starting bid, an $85 start. It does have some cover wear up here. We'd have to call the cover VG. A strong VG+, and of course, we try to be conservative with these. $85 start on that. So Tool is sold to Blaine Zapnick. Joe DeGaldo, you'll be on a waiting list, okay? I'll go 1 for 7. Yeah, some vinyl, when I first started doing this back in 2020, when we first got signed up for wholesale, some of these LPs were half the cost of what they are now. Just unfortunate thing with rising cost, of course. Megadeth Euthanasia, $39.99. Megadeth Euthanasia. I've only got 1 of those, and there's something else. Oh, yeah, another AC/DC. This is pretty cool. High Voltage USA with Bon Scott. It's a 10-inch double LP, or I should say double 10-inch, $29.99 for AC/DC. I've got 2 of those. J Neutral on the Megadeth. And then over here, what was the LP I just got? You got Megadeth Hammersmith Odeon. You was on a wait list for this. It's a live, unofficial, numbered. Does anybody else want to go on a waiting list for that? Okay. And then Ted Nugent's at 175. And George Jones on AC/DC. And then over here, we have, yeah, that used to be about right, B. Stillman. When I first started ordering vinyl, Tool Opiate, the wholesale cost was like $7. I think it was like $7 and a penny, and the MSRP was $9.99. So you could buy them for $7, and they suggested the retail price to be $10, which in my opinion, honestly, if we're selling something for $3 here, profit, we're not making any money unless we're doing a huge volume of it on something, and we can easily knock it out. But the cost we have, some of the stuff, if it's where the markup is only like $3, I can't even order it. We just have to pass on it because all things included, we don't make any money on it. We have Europe, the Final Countdown. This is an 86 USOG EX Plus condition, a $30 start. $30 start. The Final Countdown, Europe, OG, $30 start on that one. $30 start on that one. Okay, so the other AC/DC is sold to Todd Kilgore. The double 10-inch is gone. And then Ted Nugent, the last bid, we're talking about Stranglehold, 175. The bidder before him, Tom Kelly. Tom Kelly out. Chris and Start, I'm assuming you're done. Chet Baker doesn't have a bid. $85 start, final call, and Europe's up for bid. Here's what's left. Another AC/DC with Bon Scott. So this, I think, is what they've done. They've taken a live compilation. All tracks from live various venues. Yeah, all during the Bon Scott era. That should be on silver vinyl, $34.99. We have Eagles of Death Metal, Heart On. Heart On. That is $36.99. $36.99 for Eagles of Death Metal. Dio, Killing the Dragon, 20th Anniversary Red and Orange Swirl. That is $34.99. Overkill, Under the Influence, $29.99. I've got one of those. That is on yellow vinyl, a half-speed master. And then this is official. This is an official AC/DC. This one came out originally in 1992. There is OG pressings of this. There are OG pressings of this. $36.99. This is a new copy. Patty, this is an official. That's an official release from AC/DC. Eagles of Death Metal sold to Patty K. All right, let's go ahead and swap out crates. If you change your mind, you're like, you know what, Chad? I have changed my mind, buddy. I have, in fact, changed my mind. I want everything in there, even all the duplicates. I'll go, well, slap me and call me silly. Thank you. And then we'll tag you for them. And then you'll pay them. Then we'll ship them. And then you'll get them. And you'll open them up. And then you'll crank them up. And then you'll start playing your air guitar in your living room in your underwear. Ted Nugent is sold. And Ted Nugent is sold over here to Carol Puckett for $175. That's done. No bid on Chet Baker. Let's see who grabs this one. $85. World Pacific Records, $85. And yes, we need a pack of outer sleeves for somebody. Outer sleeves for somebody. That was for Jay Nutria. I think you're the one who asked earlier, right? Pack of outer sleeves for Jay Nutria. Where did I lay that pack earlier? Right over here. Europe does have a bid, folks. We're talking about the final countdown. Biddy bop bump. Shoobity bop bump. Da 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 da. It's the final countdown. Da da dee dee. Shida ding ding ding. Okay, over here. This is a 100 pack. 100 pack of outer sleeves, $29.99. I've got inners over here from MoFi. MoFi inner sleeves, packs of 50, $26.99. And we're running low. I've got to put in a big order. And then MoFi here, or vinyl style. These are the same ones we use for our vintage records. Any record you've ever got a sleeve, I like these. There's a lot of space. You can put thicker jackets. You can put gatefolds in here. They do not split. The only way these are going to split is if you try to cram a box set into it that shouldn't be put into one to begin with. So those are good. Packs of 100, $29.99. Europe 30. Amenities gets to Chet Baker for $85. And over here we have a new auction going up. And let's do something from the advertised Hot Pictures. And that is going to be Booker Irvin. And this is called The In-Between. Booker Irvin has sold for as much as $200 before. It's a 68 US, and this is a top copy. It is. It's in shrink, and it's near mint minus. We're going to start ours at $75. Booker Irvin, The In-Between. Van Gelder stamped in the dead wax. It's in shrink, a top copy. Very, very nice. Has the Blue Note Liberty inner sleeve. $75 start on that one, okay? Next thing over here, do you have any 3 Doors Down? No. I went to order 3 Doors Down after I realized he had passed away, and everything was sold out everywhere. Usually when somebody huge like that passes away, there's a rush, or sometimes those websites will just take it down because they probably don't want to oversell them because there's so many being bought. The Hammersmith is an unofficial. They're numbered $39.99. I don't know. They've made them on like 5 different colors. That's why I've kept getting them. I feel like I've sold 300 myself, but that's on different colors. So $39.99 on that one, okay? And then Sheryl Crow and Booker Irvin, Europe's the final call. Next, Nirvana. There's a wait list for this one. Feels Like the First Time. Nirvana's a 2 LP. It's an unofficial. It's a compilation. And I think there was a claim for AC/DC in the last crate. I don't know if I pulled it. But right now, Sean Fairweather and Scentless Apprentice got these. Sean Fairweather and Scentless Apprentice. So there's 1, there's 2, and there's 1 Nirvana left. Did I pull whoever wanted an AC/DC? Joe DeGaldo wanted the live AC/DC compilation. Yeah, I knew I was missing something. So I still got the AC/DC live official, Overkill Dio, and there's 1 more of these left now. And that's the live classics with Bon Scott. There's 1 of these left. The Booker Irvin, the In-Between, is a 68 USOG Best Way press. Top copy. Near mint minus and shrink. Willie, you get Europe for $30. And what I'll do is I'll go ahead and put up your Tesla request, and I'll go ahead and put up Sheryl Crow request. All right, so let's get that Tesla request up. It's back here in the back. It's actually right in front of Sheryl Crow. Now, I'll go ahead and give everybody a heads up, and I wouldn't be surprised if they sell for about the same amount. You probably noticed 2 different Teslas in the crate. They're both, one's OG and one's the new record store day. They're probably going to sell for about the same. We'll run the OG first. This is OG Tesla, the Great Radio Controversy. an 89 USOG inner sleeve and hop. It does have the correct original inner sleeve. It does have the hop sticker. It's EX, a $75 start. And then over here, Sheryl Crow, Tuesday Night Music Club, blue vinyl, 2LP. This is $85 start. $85. All I want to do is have some fun. Boy, that's one of the greatest songs ever. Sheryl Crow, an $85 start. That's now up for bid. Next is Hootie and the Blowfish on clear vinyl. Let me make sure there wasn't a wait list for this. Booker is in stereo. Hootie is $29.99, and that's on clear vinyl. All I want to do. Hootie, $29.99, and that is Hootie and the Blowfish cracked review. That's on clear vinyl, $29.99. Tesla's at 75 of Willie Woodard. Now it's at 100. That took off fast. Nickelback, The Long Road. Nickelback, $29.99. And we have Train, My Private Nation. Train is $29.99. So over here, we have Hootie and the Blowfish, no wait list, 21-time platinum album, clear vinyl, $29.99 on that one, okay? Booker Irvin, let's go over here. Booker Irvin is a 68 USOG Best Way press, top copy, near mint minus and shrink, a $75 start. No bid, $75 start. Tesla's already at 100, and Sheryl Crow is sealed, $85 start. Let's put that right there. Final call on those, okay? That's our 3 auctions. Booker Irvin. It's on its last lap because a few people's already asked what it is, details and condition, and then I almost made it a buy it now. Then somebody else also asked condition, details, and then I almost made it a buy it now again, and then somebody else. That's good, though. That means it is highly desirable, and somebody's either going to bid on it and win it, or somebody's not going to bid on it, somebody's going to snipe it, and then a bunch of people's going to lose it. If you definitely want it, I would say this is the last chance. None of the Tesla catalog is in print, no. How much of the Hootie? All of it. But, Nick, it's only available through a box set. Hootie has a box set with almost all their stuff in print. Dio! Holy Diver. Holy Diver. What did I just say? Daver? Holy Daver. Holy Diver. The Joe Barresi remix. Sometimes I get ahead in my words. I'm trying to say the next word before I can finish the next one. Dio, Holy Diver, $46.99. And over here, we have Nirvana Unplugged. This is $39.99. That's a Gatefold 2LP. That is $46.99. Oh, no, we're on the top cam. There we go. $46.99 for Dio. Let me show that again. But first, let me make sure there wasn't a wait list for Nirvana, or as some people say, Nirvana. Nirvana is no waiting list. So we got 2 of those. That's unplugged, okay? Thank y'all for letting me know that. Usually, I don't even see what y'all see. I kind of know where the camera cuts off, like what? About right here. The camera cuts off because of the chat, and then about right here. So I kind of know what y'all can see, but I'm usually not paying attention. So there's that. And then let's go back to the top. Paul Peterson wants to know what's the Nirvana. Paul Peterson, this is Nirvana, Feels Like the First Time. It's a 2LP compilation. Live Triple J, Live Saturday Night Live, and others. That's $39.99, 2LP, okay? Then Tesla 85, and then the next question is Tesla 105, and then over here, Booker does have a bid for 75. What is the Sheryl Crow? And then Tesla 115, Top Cam, God View, Cam Mode, Cam View, SC75 for Sheryl Crow, G-Mac on Nirvana. Let me make sure the other person doesn't want it, who asked about it. If not, then it's sold to G-Mac. Let's put that right over there. Tesla 120, not a claim. Okay, so we need to do this. Over here, Booker Irvin's now a final call. It has 1 bid with amenities for $75. I'm going to go ahead and put it in the sleeve. It's a final call. I'm going to lay it right over here. Tesla just got up to $150. $150. Alex Miller, Tesla, $150. The Great Radio Controversy, $150. OG with hop sticker, gold stamp promo. Sheryl Crow is Tuesday Night Music Club, 2LP Blue Vinyl Record Store Day. 2LP Blue Vinyl Record Store Day. And Matthew Hendon, this is an $85 start. $85 start. We are technically not at the minimum bid yet. It's an $85 start. Line Stink wants Hootie and the Blowfish. Inner and outer sleeve details. Pack of outer sleeves, $29.99. Vinyl style pack of 100 outer sleeves, $29.99. That's the first option. Nirvana is sold to G-Mac. Let me make sure the first person who asked about this earlier. It was asked about Paul Peterson. Paul, I'm assuming you're passing. This is sold to G-Mac. G-Mac also gets Nirvana Unplugged. Those are done and done. And we have Easy E. Easy does it. Easy E is $33.99. Now Sheryl Crow's at $85. Now Booker Irvin's at $75. Amenities, you're out on Booker Irvin. Everybody's out on Sheryl Crow. And then Tesla. The last bid on Tesla is Alex Miller at $150. It's a final call. Willie Woodard's done. I've got 2 copies of Nirvana. This is a live unofficial. Nirvana is a live unofficial. Madrid, 1992. This is on red vinyl. Live in Spain, 1992, $39.99. I've got those. Now, G-Mac also wants Easy E. Sheryl Crow all of a sudden get new bids. Booker Irvin all of a sudden get new bids. Amenities, you've been outbid. And now, we had an older waiting list for this Led Zeppelin. $29.99, last train to Vancouver. Vancouver, March 21st, 1970. A heck of a wait list on this one. That's why I have almost a whole crate full of them. Let me pull up Led Zeppelin right quick. And Led Zeppelin, Vancouver waiting list. Stand by. Stand by. Let me see if I can find it over here. Southampton, Vancouver. Here it is. Chris Gornsey, Stephen A. Young, Jackie Reynolds, and Rick Hall. Hopefully most of these people are watching and they have remembered and they now remember and understand that they was on a waiting list. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4. And this is Vancouver, 29. I'm also got a big one for Southampton. That one never did come back in later. Well, those are awaiting repress. Led Zeppelin, last train to Vancouver. I would say some of these, while they're new and in print, you grab them. Because last night we sold an out-of-print 3 LP Zeppelin bootleg for what? $300? 10 times as much? So Chris Gornsey, Stephen A. Young, Jackie Reynolds, and Rick Hall, y'all were all on a waiting list, and I still got this many. And I mean, y'all know when some of these Zeppelin bootlegs are not relatively available, they get very pricey. So I have a bunch of them. Vancouver, $29.99. Now, moving on. Booker, 79 with amenities. That means Ray Red bid 80. Now we got 3 bidders. Sheryl Crow's at 100, and Tesla is sold for 150. We'll do the sealed record store day version in just a second. This sold to Alex Miller for 150. The other inner sleeves we have, I showed outers. Here's the inner sleeves. MoFi inner sleeves, packs of 50, $26.99 for those. Next, AC/DC, the old Woodruff, San Francisco red vinyl, another live AC/DC, $29.99. Booker Irvin still getting bids. Sheryl Crow still getting bids. That means we need another auction. And that next auction has to be Guns N' Roses, Appetite for Destruction. This is an 87 US Club copy, VG minus. VG minus copy. It does have some scuffing. Nothing that's going to seriously affect playback. Just a visual grade, inner sleeve, a $25 start. Ringo Ryan M on Zeppelin. I was waiting for like Zeppelin comments to start just going boom, boom, Zeppelin. Ding, 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 especially from Sean Fairweather, but no claims yet. Heartbreaker, thank you. What is and what should never be. Communication breakdown. We're going to groove since I've been loving you, and they closed with whole lot of love. Ringo Ryan M on 1. There's that. Zeppelin is sold to Ringo Ryan M. Stephen Freyu wants a pack of inner sleeves. And let me step over here and grab him a pack of outer sleeves. If anybody else decides he wants some, let me know. Okay? All you got to do is let me know. Let's jump these right over here. And dum, bean, bomb. And these are sold. I'm also going to put these in the crate. I've been pulling these off the crate. Off the rack over here so we know how many we have in stock. And we're flying through sleeves all of a sudden. Sheryl Crow 105. Master Ma called me a jerk. I think that's a pretty funny word. And then Stephen Douglas on Zeppelin. You know, if you say, man, he's a real jerk. I almost think that's funny. I think that's almost a compliment. AC/DC Old Woodruff. That's red vinyl, $29.99. And we have Queen. Look at this. Queen Reigns the World. Live in Manheim, 1986. Live Queen, a 2 LP unofficial, $29.99. That's pretty sweet. AC/DC Ball Breakers, $29. And then Dream Theater, Dying to Live Forever, live Dream Theater, 1993, $29.99. What about Booker? Booker Irvin is a final call to amenities for $85. Final call to amenities for $85. Next is Sheryl Crow. The last bid over here was Matthew Hennon at $111. GNR has one bid for $25. Here's what's left in here. First, Led Zeppelin Vancouver is $29.99. Single LP, $29.99 for Zeppelin Vancouver. We have the following left in here. Nickelback, The Long Road. Someday, somehow. That song's on here, $29.99. Where is it? There it is, Someday. $29.99 for Nickelback. $29.99. We have Train, My Private Nation, on vinyl for the first time. There is not an OG. No OGs of this exist. $29.99. We have Hootie and the Blowfish. That is 21 times platinum clear vinyl, $29.99. We have Dio, Holy Diver, the 2LP Joe Barresi remaster with etching and bonus track, $46.99 on that one. We have Nirvana Unplugged, one left, Gatefold 2LP, $39. Also Nirvana Madrid, 1992, red vinyl, Nirvana, full show, 21 tracks, $39.99. And then Vancouver is sold to Henry's Choice. Thank you, Henry's Choice, $29.99. All right, so Sheryl Crow is sold then, and that is sold to Matthew Hendon for $111. And then Mayhem and Joy Division Lights, you're on the list. It's pretty far down. If you noticed, I made a Led Zeppelin before those. Any full cover, Death Symbolic, not tonight, no. And then Hootie sold back here to Will Smithson, okay? And I think that also means Booker Irvin is sold to Amenities for $85. The VG minus OGG&R, $25, final call on that. Next thing is this. We have Steve Earle, Copperhead Road. Steve Earle, Copperhead Road. This is an 88 USOG, Europa Disc Press, VG Plus, Copperhead Road with the original inner sleeve, $25 start on that one. And the next thing over here is Ivan Boogaloo Joe Jones. This is called Sweetback. Oh my, we had to censor this one. Ivan Boogaloo Joe Jones. That's a 76. Good gosh. Holy crap. 1976 USOG. Goodness gracious. EX Plus condition. Oh my gosh. It's a gold stamp promo. I can't believe it. The cheapest listed for sale right now is $1,176 over in Germany. This is a $245 start. These is sold for as much as $700, a $245 start on that one. Sungi Him on Dream Theater. How many more crates of new vinyl? I cannot release that information right now. I've still got Led Zeppelin Vancouver for $29.99. AC/DC, Old Waldrop, San Francisco, $29.99 on that one. And then we have Queen. I think somebody claimed one and I hadn't pulled it. Yeah, Queen was sold to David Dole. David Dole got Queen. The Jerk Store called, they're running out of you. The Jerk Store called, they're running out of you. And then Dream Theater and Ballbreaker, last two. So AC/DC Ballbreaker, $29. Dream Theater live, $29. Queen live in Manheim, $29. Led Zeppelin Vancouver, $29. Nirvana Madrid, $39. 2LP red vinyl. Nirvana Madrid. Also, Nirvana Unplugged official, $39. Dio Holy Diver, $46. Train, $29. Nickelback, $29, and AC/DC San Francisco, $77. That would be Bon Scott era, of course, $29 on that one. Guns N' Roses got one bid for $25, and OG Guns N' Roses for $25. Good gracious. That is sold to Matthew Hendon. That was practically free. Over here we have Steve Earle, Copperhead Road, and this is at 30 with Back to the Turntable. So this Ivan Boogaloo Joe Jones Sweetback is obviously a pretty rare and desirable. Whoa, holy moly. This is a 76 USOG EX Plus condition, Jazz Funk, and it's a gold stamp promo on the back. Gold stamp promo on the back. This is a very rare and highly desirable record. Look at these stats. Wow. So $245 start. I mean, if you take a look at this, and for the grade, this is a bargain. $245, okay? $245. Alex Miller wants a Led Zeppelin Vancouver, and that was the most recent claim. We pulled Dream Theater. We pulled Led Zeppelin. Anybody else, let me know. Steve Earle over here had bids for $25 and $30. Nick Bargeron, you're out. Copperhead Road's at $30, okay? Sweetback, $245. Sweetback, $245. We got some great ones here tonight. So far, all these bigger, more expensive jazz records. How many are left? 0. But we still got a long ways to go. Laura's got a crate here. Somebody said, as for the Death Symbolic, it's very much, most likely, possibly, there's a good chance in this Laura crate that I'm about to go through. There's a possibility, good chance, most likely something I'm about to put up, possibly here in just a second. You just never know, possibly, who gets excited. I do. What did I just say? 275. And I'm going to touch my toes. Oh, that was good. That was my right knee that just popped back into place. Okay, Copperhead Road. I've lost Nick Bergeron. Boy, I've said that a lot lately. Nick, you're outbid. Final call on Steve Earle for 30. Ivan's at 275. 275 on Ivan. Next auction is going to go up right now, and that's Soul Asylum. Soul Asylum is an 88 USOG EX condition, a $25 start. Soul Asylum hang time. That's in shrink, hype, $25 start on Soul Asylum. Okay? Next is Pink Floyd Pulse. Hopefully you have one. If not, you're left behind and you can get caught up right now. It's a 4 LP, 52-page book, $114.99, Pink Floyd Pulse. I mean, come on. It's Pink Floyd. It's a 4 LP live. We have Megadeth, Rust in Peace. Megadeth is $36.99. Megadeth, Rust in Peace. The last claim waitlist for this, which was Rust in Peace. Give me a second. Give me a second. Here it is. Who's ready? Megadeth, Rust in Peace, Edward Boosie. Edward Boosie. There are 2 extra copies. Megadeth, Rust in Peace. 2 extra copies. So there's that. There's 2 extra copies. Pantera, Cowboys from Hell. $29.99 for Pantera, Cowboys from Hell. And Pink Floyd, The Wall. I have a feeling my head sounds just like 2 balloons. $49.99. Rust in Peace on JetBlue. Mike Helton on Megadeth. Now there's no copy. Seth, all the new vinyl is always sticker price. Pulse is $114, no less on that one. Steve Earle has a new bid for $32. Now it has a new bid for $35. Ivan Joe Jones, Boogaloo, Jason Franz has it for $275. Final call. $275 final call. Booker T and the MGs, Hip Hop Her. Cut from the original analog master by Kevin Gray. Red vinyl, $19.99. Booker T. And the waitlist for Booker T was the following person. You ready? Here it is. I'm about to tell you. Matt Bucci. Now there's 1 extra copy. Matt Bucci. This is 1 extra copy. $19.99. Red vinyl. All analog. Kevin Gray for $19.99. Do what? Also, we have Oasis Destroyer. Oasis is a live unofficial, a 2 LP. That is in Holland, 1997. $38.99. Also, Dream Theater. There's another. So we got 2. We got another one of these. Dream Theater, Dying to Live Forever, live, 1983, $29.99. We got G-Mac on Booker, sold. We got Mastermont on Oasis, sold. If we sell out some of you on wait list, let me know. Steve Earle's at 40, Ivan's at 300, and final chance to get a bid on Soul Asylum. I don't see a bid, $25 start. We're about to sell that. Now Steve Earle's at $45. Dio, live at Summerfest, 1994. Dio is $29.99. And then Metallica. This is a 2 LP live, Japan, 1986, $39.99. Now this is that same show, Nagoya, just this a different cover. Same show, just a different version of the bootleg. $39.99 for Metallica. Okay, and I've already tagged what those came in for the first time tonight. So there's more if anybody else wants one. Metallica, a different version there, $39.99. We have 2 copies of Lenny Kravitz. Never had this before. Live unofficial, live and acoustic, MTV Unplugged, 1994. And that is the unofficial of that. So I guess it's MTV Unplugged, unofficial. New York, 1994, $29.99. Okay, next thing over here. Soul Asylum has a bid for $25. And this is Ivan 300 with Ray Red. I've lost Jenny Potts on Steve Earle. Never mind, she just bid 50. And then Jenny's at 50 on Steve Earle. James Lavender on Lenny Kravitz, MTV Unplugged, unofficial. Now Ivan is at 300. I'm going to wait to hear back from Ray Red on that one. And then Soul Asylum has a bid for $25, final call. Pink Floyd, live unofficial, Paris, 1970. Pink Floyd, $29.99. And U2, Bloody Bologna. Bloody Bologna. Bloody Bologna. This is live in Tetro Tenda, 1985. Dear Boss, colored vinyl, $29.99. $29.99. And now we have Ivan with a new bid at $315. You've been outbid. Hold on a second. Next is Nirvana, live in Rome, 1991. Nirvana, Rome as You Are, $29.99. Boy, we got a bunch of great live stuff. I went through a couple these labels like Dear Boss and which one's this, Mind Control. I went through a bunch and just order, 2, 2, 2. I'll take one. I'll take 1, 2, 3. I'll take 3. I'll take 2. And boom, boom, boom. And that's what most of the stuff is. Okay. And then Steve Earle does have a bid for 55. Ivan's at 325. And we have Motorhead, Birmingham Town Hall. This is $29.99. That's another live, unofficial Motorhead, okay? Steve Earle over here. This is a 1988 USOG. It has the original under sleeve, Copperhead Road, OG, VG Plus condition. The high bid is back to the turntable at 55. Ivan's at 325. Ray Red, it goes back to you. And Soul Asylum just got that one bid, and it was sold for $25, and that was to Josh Brown. Okay, let's put up another auction. Let's see what else we got over here. We got some cool stuff. Let's go ahead and put up the sealed Tesla Record Store Day. So here's the same album we sold earlier, but this is a new sealed copy. This is the 2020 Record Store Day sealed, $125 start on Tesla. Good luck on that one. Next three are Oasis. The Sound Ringen live at Hultsfred Festival, Sweden. Oasis is $29.99. I like that cover. Very cool. $29.99 for Oasis. And then we got one copy of Iron Maiden, No Pray for the Dying for $36. And Pink Floyd, that's Piper at the Gates of Dawn remastered, $33.99. There actually might be a wait list for this. Pink Floyd Piper, $33.99. That's a mono remaster. My crate over here is pretty dang full, but I think we can fit these last couple claims in here before I swap out. Mastermind on Oasis, Mitch T on Oasis, and then Mitch T also on a U2. Let's browse through this crate one more time. Tesla does have a bid for $125. Ivan's up to a couple people. Steve Earle is at $100 of Genie. That's a final call. The Ivan is up to Ray Red. Jason has it for $325. Ray Red is calculating his next chess move. And our next auction is going to go up right now. Actually, we just put, yeah, give me 1 second. And then we have Steve Earle, $125, not done on that. Both Nirvana bootlegs. So there was one, Rome As You Are, and the other one was right back here. And hold on a second. So there's Nirvana, Rome As You Are. Are you talking about one from the other crate? Alex, let's see. Hold on. We had Pink Floyd, Iron Maiden, Oasis, Motorhead, Nirvana, U2, Pink Floyd, Lenny Kravitz, Metallica, Dio. In this crate, there was only one, Rome As You Are. Ivan's at $350. Let me figure out which the other one was in the last crate. But I've got to swap out crates right quick because this one has filled up on me. That one's filled up on me. So let me grab a new empty crate. Moving through stuff quickly. When we have this much great new vinyl come in, far as titles, that's going to happen. Also, we have, what? I have something else. I forgot what I was going to say. Okay, so first thing is this. We have Pink Floyd, Pulse, $114.99, 4 LP box with book. Pantera, Cowboys from Hell, that's $33. Pink Floyd, The Wall, $49. Dream Theater, $29. Dio Summerfest, 1994, $29 on that. Metallica Live in Japan, $39. Also, Lenny Kravitz is $29. Pink Floyd is $29. U2 Live Bloody Bologna, $29.99. And then Nirvana, Rome As You Are, $29. Motorhead Birmingham is $29. And then we got 3 or 4 of those. Oasis is $29. And then Iron Maiden, $36. And Pink Floyd is $33. And then I had to check the wait list on Pink Floyd. I think there might be Brian Call, Pink Floyd Delicate, Pink Floyd Light. By the way, here's who I have down on Pink Floyd Light. Whenever they do come in, since it's the most requested light, almost up there with Kiss, I've got Mark Weiss, T.C. Connor, Chris Bryant, Jay Neutra, and Christopher Allen. Who else do I need to put down for a Pink Floyd light? Because right now, that's the only people on the list. Mark Weiss, T.C. Connor, Chris Bryant, Jay Neutra, and Christopher Allen. That is the current wait list for the Pink Floyd The Wall light. Whenever those do come in, I want to make sure everybody knows that's the only 5 people I have down. So if you want on that list, let me know right now. Because I know I see some people asking. I don't think I even have wrote down, just FYI. Okay, Pink Floyd in mono is still available. All right, Steve Earle, $150. The bid was $125. Now it's at $150. Okay, and then Ivan is out. And that means this is sold to Jason France for $350. $350. Steve Earle is sold to Jeannie Potts for $150. That's sold to Jeannie Potts for $150. And then Tesla, this is sold to Willie Woodard for $125. The board's cleared. Let's keep going. Let me try to find that other Nirvana bootleg for the last person, and that was Nirvana, Spain. Yes. So Madrid, and then, yeah, this one right here. This is also sold, and this one is sold to Alex Miller, okay? That was Madrid, yes. There's one Madrid left, and they're still got Rome. All right, let's get some more going. I don't know which ones to do next, so I'm grabbing which one I think looks cool. This one looks cool. Prestige Moodsville, the Tommy Flanagan Trio. A 1961 USOG Deep Groove Mono with company inner sleeve, promo stamp on rear jacket. Paul's graded at VG++, and he says, I steal. He says, I steal. And this is a 61 USOG Mono. Has the original Prestige. It has a preview copy stamp on the back. This is VG++, of course, conservatively, 145 on that one. Now, Meatloaf, somebody asked the pressing. I think Adam Bernardi did. Adam, I didn't forget about you. I was just a little busy. $29.99. Let's make sure Will Smithson's on the list for Pink Floyd lots. I don't think they're over here, but I'm about to tell you. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and key in your name right now. Will Smithson. You're down officially. Anybody else on this? If not, we need to get to another crate quickly so we can start going through vintage pre-owned stuff that Laura and Paul's marked. If anybody else wants anything in there, let me know. Okay, the next box over here, I think, is Saxon. Yes, it's Saxon, and we got 7 of those. So give me 1 second. I'll pull up that pre-order, and we'll knock out Saxon. So there's like a crate and a half left. Well, really 2 crates of new vinyl because one of them is not marked. And one of them is some stuff Laura marked, which is, I'm sure, great. We almost sold out everything she ordered the last time. And over here. So first thing is, do you know the actual pressing? I'm looking for one particular. And what's the Pink Floyd lot? I don't have one on hand to show it to you. It looks like the wall. It looks like the cover of the wall. It's pretty cool. But if you give me a second, I will pull it up. And I will show it to you. I will scan Meatloaf right now. If I scan this, it pulls up 2 versions. It pulls up a 2019 reissue and a 2019 reissue. So it's one of those 2 versions. It's one of those 2 versions right there. It's either the LP album reissue stereo or LP album reissue released 2019 unknown, and that is the 2 versions that it could be. 29. They shipped me 16 more Boss Tones today. They shipped me 16 more Boss Tones today. Yes. All right, give me 1 second. Let me go to a whole lot of records. Make sure everybody's in our private group so you can get in on these pre-orders when they're posted. And Pink Floyd lot looks like this. That's what it looks like. Same kind of size as the Rolling Stones. It lights up, changes colors, just like you see the Stones doing. That's what it looks like turned off. Pretty cool either way, all right? Now, first thing is if Adam Bernardi passes, then that is $29.99, and that is sold to David Doyle if Adam passes. Now, that what I just used is called Discogs. Discogs is the app I just used. If you scan a barcode, sometimes you can get pretty close on a pressing. Usually you scan it, and then you have to click on each one and narrow it down, especially if something is sealed. If something's sealed and you scan it and it pulls up like 12 versions, you really don't know what you have unless you open it. So unless you can dissect it by looking at the pictures, the covers, maybe clues, the way the cover jacket's designed, etc. This is pretty cool. This is a vintage Guns N' Roses bootleg. Bad Boys, Great Noise. This is a vintage Guns N' Roses bootleg, a 1989 Australian unofficial on Waggle Records. This is live in Pasadena, 1987. VG Plus, a $35 start. $35 start on that, okay? So this is sold. Meatloaf is sold, and that is sold to David Doyle. Put down Will Smithson for the Boss Tones pre-order, okay? Boss Tones pre-order. Next is Nirvana. This is the 30th anniversary of Nevermind, $199.99. Nirvana, 30th anniversary, Nevermind. 8 LPs, a 7-inch, 77 total tracks, 53 live tracks, a 40-page book. It's a box set that is pretty much exclusively all vinyl. They're Nirvana. If you want the definite collection of that, $199.99. Let's go over here and put up another auction, and that is the Exorcist soundtrack. The Exorcist soundtrack is a 74 OG sealed from that Jazz collection. I realize this isn't Jazz, but they had other great stuff like this. The corner is clipped, and that's a $25 start on that. White Zombie Astro Creep 2000. White Zombie is $39.99. I feel like there's always a waiting list for these. Let me pull this up right quick. White Zombie, La Sextaristo, Astro Creep, Red Cave Collections. Yep, Red Cave Collections. I got you down for one. I've got one extra if anybody else wants it. These always sell because OGs are not easy to get. $39.99. And then Metallica, Volume 1. This is, why did this come in? Oh, no, now I've got another stray copy. Boy, I have a hard time matching those up. Y'all have already seen that. It's Volume 1, Volume 2, $44.99 on that one. And we have a special request for Troy Robinson. This is Tina. This is Tina Major. Yeah, Tina Major, November Scorpio on red vinyl. Thank you, Troy. That's sold to you for $33. And Megadeth Super Collider. Let's go to the waiting list. Super Collider. Let's check this one out. Megadeth. The wait list for Super Collider is the following. None. This one's available. $36.99 for Megadeth Super Collider. I've got one copy of the Cult Electric. Let me see if there's any. Some of these we're getting down to like, I'm trying to figure out if there's a wait list. The Cult Electric. And this was, we have a wait list for Love, which didn't come in for Matt Nichols. Electric is still available for $34.99. Okay? Can I be put on the list in Boston pre-order color before I'll take black? Eric, I think you're already on there. I'll go pull it up in just a second, but I think you're already on there. Now, we had a question about Prestige Moodsville. Let's go over this one again. Prestige Moodsville 9, number 9. So this is a series. This is number 9, the Tommy Flanagan Trio. And this is a 1961 OG VG++ copy, deep groove mono with the original inner sleeve, a $145 start, and Paul made a note, that would be a steal. A $145 start. $145 on that. Guns N' Roses, Bad Boys, Great Noise. Guns N' Roses is live in Pasadena, Perkins Palace, 1987. A strong VG, a vintage Guns N' Roses bootleg. As of this moment, there's no bid. We're looking for a $35 start. We have the Exorcist soundtrack. It is sealed. It only has one bid with Roger Tagavilla for $25, and I'm about to sell it. It's at $25. We still got the Nirvana box set. We still got White Zombie, Megadeth, The Cult, and BOC's available. Spectres, limited edition 1500 red vinyl. This has Godzilla on it. It's numbered 655. And Below Us to Cold is $38.99. Dr. Dre 2001. Dr. Dre is $39.99. And Nickelback, All the Right Reasons. A classic. $29.99 for Nickelback. Also, we have Megadeth, Peace Sells, But Who's Buying? I've got one copy of that for $36. The Exorcist has a new bid for $27. Guns N' Roses does have a bid for $35. And the Cult Ceremony. Unfortunately, the shrink is torn on it. It's on blue and red vinyl. $39.99 on that one. And we have another special request. TSO Houston on Judas Priest, Sin After Sin. Thank you, TSO. That's sold to you for $33.99. If anybody else wants one, let me know. The Cure, this is a live unofficial. Ache and Silence. This is $44.99. It is a 2 LP. The Cure, 1981, May 7th. That was Worcester, Belgium, or Worcester, Belgium, $44.99, okay? Matt Nichols on the Cult, that's sold to him. And now Tommy Flanagan didn't get a bid, so this is a buy now for $145 if anybody wants this. Moodsville, number 9, Prestige Moodsville, $145 on Tommy Flanagan. Extras at $30, Autumn Bets out, about to sell GNR. Nirvana. Nirvana is a great one here. Nirvana is $199.99. It's the Anniversary Super Deluxe of Nevermind. It is 8 LPs, 77 tracks, a 40-page book, the definite collection of that album and when it was being made and all the live stuff from that era, $199. 8 LPs of music and a 45 is included. $200 on that, which is below MSRP. Nirvana, This Means Nothing. Live in Vienna, 1989. A lot of Nirvana tonight because I've been selling a lot. Why? They're highly desirable on vinyl, and virtually very little was made OG copies, especially that's affordable. $39.99 for Nirvana. We have Echo and the Bunnymen, live 1983, Scotland. Echo and the Bunnymen, $33.99. Motorhead, Everything Louder Forever. This is a 2 LP Motorhead, $38.99. And let's look up Motorhead. And the wait list for Everything Louder was Chad Smith. Chad Smith, I got you down for a Motorhead Everything Louder. Kelly Vladerchek on Vienna. And then Exodus at 33. GNR just has one bid, and that's sold to Christopher Nagy for $35. Boy, I figured that would get close to like 100 or something. And then Exorcist is at 40 with Roger Tagavilla. Now, I'm going to say we have a $125 offer on Tommy Flanagan, Adam Bernardi. Let's do 130. Paul had made a note, $145 was going to be a steal, like a felony price. So at 130, you're committing even more of a serious crime, but I would be honored to sell it to you. $130 on that. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. And that next auction is Nina Simone Sings the Blues. Nina Simone is a 67 US stereo OG, a Rockaway press with company inner sleeve. There is a small nick on the top of the inner sleeve up here, or the sleeve. I'll show that in just a second. But here's the big part. The vinyl is beautiful. It's really, really nice. Super clean vinyl. It's near mint minus. This is Nina Simone, a $65 start. It has the original inner sleeve, and it does have a little bit of a nick up here. See this? That's the only flaw, really, is with the jacket. The vinyl's near mint minus. $65 start with Nina Simone, okay? Exodus is at 43. I've got The Cure. This is I Hear No Sound, 1979. Another live unofficial from The Cure. That's 33. Am I crazy, or does somebody claim a Cure? No, that was the Cult earlier. Okay, AC/DC Stiff Upper Lip, $29.99. And then here is a Megadeth live unofficial. Holy Wars Live 2000 Megadeth. That's a live unofficial, $39.99 for Megadeth. And then No Sleep at All, Motorhead, No Sleep at All. And this one is $36.99. Pressed on clear of white black splatter, includes an album cover poster. $36.99 on that. And then the Eazy-E 12-inch single, The Boys in the Hood. Eazy-E is $14.99. And the wait list for Eazy-E, Boys in the Hood, give me 1 second on Easy here, E-A-Z-E-Y. There's been a wait list for this every time I've ever shown it. Even if I order 5 copies, if I order 3, the other night I ordered 8 of them, and let's try to sell them out again. $14.99. And quick note, this is a 12-inch single, okay? It's a 2-track. Now, if you want the full Eazy-E album, it's also available. $14.99 on that. Adam Bernardi gets Tommy Flanagan for $130. That is sold. Now, the last comments that came in was Exorcist 43, Exorcist 45, Nina Simone info, coming soon. Motorhead sold to Kelly Cook, Craig Honeycutt on AC/DC, which was Stiff Upper Lip, and then Eazy-E sold to Paul Peterson. Nina Simone. So this is a real OG copy. It's from 1967. It's a stereo. It's a Rockaway press. The vinyl is near mint minus. Beautiful vinyl. A note from Paul. Fantastic album. The only flaw is there's a nick up here on top of the jacket. It has the correct RCA inner sleeve. And this is a $65 start. Eazy-E is sold to Nikki Payne. Thank you, Nikki Payne. That is sold to you. Okay? Now, quick read through here. Before we do anything else, I'm going to put up another auction. And that next auction is going to be the following. And that is Otis Spann, the Blues. Otis Spann is the Blues. This is a 61 US Deep Groove Mono OG VG++ condition, a $45 start. Otis Spann is the Blues. VG++, a $45 start. I have White Zombie Astro Creep 2000, $39.99. Megadeth Super Collider, $36.99. The Cult Electric, that's $34.99 for the Cult Electric. Ballistical Spectres, limited edition 1500 red vinyl, $38.99. Dr. Dre 2001, $39.99. Eminem, Snoop Dogg, etc., etc. Nickelback, All the Right Reasons, $29.99. Megadeth Peace Sales, $36. The Cure, live in Belgium, $81, $44. We had Echo and the Bunnymen live in Scotland, $33. That's also on colored vinyl. The Best of Motorhead, $38. We have The Cure live in Amsterdam, $33. And then Megadeth, The Holy Wars live, that was $39. And don't forget, we still got the Nirvana box set for $199.99. I'd love for somebody to buy it. You'd make my night. Kind of when I roll the dice on a box set, I'm like, ooh, is this going to sell? Should I buy this? Okay, let's see what Laura's got here. Let's see what Laura's got here. A few new vinyl titles, order, Lord, mostly on sale stuff. Okay, great. Great. So let's see what Laura's got here. A nice purple crate. Laura's snatching up all the new purple crates. I figured she would. Matches matches her theme pretty good. The last bit on the extra 65, Roger Tagovailoa out. Unbelievable. Nina Simone did. I figured this would sell for well over $100. Man, $65 buy now. As I expected, all these this really desirable soul and jazz albums so far are being sold at great prices. Patrick Lear all over it like stank on a monkey. This is sold for $65 to Patrick Lear. I can't believe it. I figured some of these would start getting bids and get up well over 100, especially that one. Final call on Otis Spawn. So far, none of this stuff is probably going to be left behind tonight. I would make sure you bid immediately and bid often. Otis Spann is the Blues VG++, a $45 start. And Craig Thomas wants Cure Belgium. Cure Belgium, and here it is. Cure Belgium. This is sold to what's his name? Craig Thomas. Thank you, Craig. In here, we got Amy Winehouse, the Oxygen Festival. Is that what that says? The Oxygen Festival. Amy Winehouse, a 2 LP. That's a Parachute unofficial. Never seen it before. I didn't know that was available. $49.99 for Amy Winehouse. And then the record company, Play Loud. Indie exclusive, sea glass colored vinyl with poster. The record company. Where is Natasha Pickett at? $19.99 on that one. And then over here, he wants Worcester. He put the Cure Bale. I thought that was for Bel. Oh, this is Amsterdam. You're right. He wanted Belgium. That was the 2 LP. Aha. Thank you for catching that. He wanted Belgium. This one right here. Then Who Are the Dutch? $44.99 on that. Exorcist at $80. Final call on Otis Spann. Let's go ahead and get another one going right quick. And that next one is Eric Dolphy, Conversations. Eric Dolphy, Conversations is a 63 USOG Deep Groove Stereo Rare EX Edition, a $95 start. $95 start on Eric Dolphy. Yeah, I forgot Craig Thomas's name. That's terrible, isn't it? We have Doro. Doro is just $19.99. German Songs, Ballads, and Rare Diamonds. Wow, great price on that. $19.99 for Doro. I think she's been in some of y'all's fantasies before. And this is the OC's Levitation Sessions, too. The OC's. Boy, where's Jeremy Bryan at? Where are some of our people at? There's that. There's that. Nirvana box. Michael, I got to keep it as sticker right now because it's brand new. If it's not here, if it's not sold in a couple weeks by the end of the month, I'll probably put it on sale. Right now, sticker price. Thank you for the fair offer, though. My distributor actually has those on sale. I have a feeling they overproduced them. So there's a lot of them out there because those things were originally like $250. So I've got to leave it where it is just for a little while. Same thing on whoever offered on Pink Floyd Pulse. I got to leave those a little while there at sticker. And then let me grab a bottle of water I desperately need. And then I need more so a Monster. Love that Monster from Popeye. Popeye's chicken. Love that chicken from Popeyes. Love that chicken from Popeyes. Chicken, fried chicken, macaroni and cheese, mashed potatoes and gravy, clam chams, potatoes, tomatoes, slaw chaw. Yeah, $3.25 was the original retail. Yeah, that was probably the original pre-order post. Yep. Sometimes box sets are overproduced. Sometimes they're underproduced. I've seen box sets 2 weeks later selling for 3 times as much. I've seen them a year later selling for half off. I've bought both for my personal collection and been a victim of both sides myself, even on the wholesale price. Even me getting them wholesale, I've paid like half of what they originally retailed, and some I've picked up for half or twice as much. Monster. Collard greens and white vinegar. Cream corn. Big old spoonful of cream corn. You slop it on your plate right next to your mashed potatoes. Golly. Oh, boy. Oh, man. Golly. Cream corn. Okay, let's go over here and see what happened. What has happened? I went up front and got a new drink and new ice, and Exorcist got a bid for 75, Exorcist 80, Exorcist 85, and then Rick Hall on Doro. Let's get a waiting list for this. First person who gets it is Rick Hall. Paul Cruz waiting list, Nick Bargeron waiting list, James Handy waiting list, Devin Reese waiting list. 4 people on Doro. Anybody else, it's called Fur Emer which sounds like a Vereimer. Sounds like a German word. We got 4 people on the wait list. Anybody else? Exorcist is 100. Eric Dolphy, 95. And here we go. So, Eric Dolphy, Conversations. It does have a bid for $95. It's a 63 US deep groove stereo, rare. R-A-R-E, rare, exclamation point. Exclamation point. EX condition, there is a bid for $95. Otis Spawn did not get a bid. It is a buy it now for $45. Otis Spawn is the blues. 45 for Otis Span. And then over here, The Exorcist out. Soda Roger Tagavilla for 100. Now, let's jump over here. The only thing left so far in this group crate is the OCs, the record company, and Amy Winehouse. I have Mayhem. This is new for this week. Liturgy of Death. How did we miss a Mayhem pre-order for Master Ma? $34.99. The most influential black metal band of all time is back with their 7th studio album, Liturgy of Death. Gatefold, Black and Ice, ghostly vinyl, 12-page book, limited to 1,000. $34.99 for Mayhem. And then we have over here, this is Crowbot, Rat Child. Crowbot, $19.99, 4-track EP on bright green yellow with etching, $19.99 for Crowbot. Laura has delivered another crate, so we got 3 crates to go through from Paul. Another crate Laura's marked. Holy crap. This is new from MoFi. Stevie Nicks, Rock a Little, $79.99. That comes out this week, new from MoFi, numbered $79.99. $79.99, Mayhem box set. I figured you did. I figured with a new Mayhem coming out, you would have ordered that big deal. We have Doom Sessions, Bongzilla, and Tons. Doom Sessions, Heavy Sock Sounds, $19.99. That sounds very stony. Let's go ahead and put up another auction, and that other auction is going to be the Cult, and this is the Cult Love. An 85 USOG specialty press with the original inner sleeve, VG++, a $35 start. Is this signed or did somebody write on his forehead? That is the Cult Love, a $35 start. Eric Dolphy's at 110. That's between Ray Red and Spiky McVeigh. And then our next auction is going to go up right now, and that is going to be the alternate Fleetwood Mac. So this is Rumors, alternate versions. Very cool. I think I fell asleep today to about 1 p.m. when I was trying to finally go to sleep. I was watching Stevie Nicks and Lindsey Buckingham on David Letterman doing The Landslide, probably around the time that album, The Dance, came out. They was on Letterman for 2 nights. I think it was Stevie Nicks and Lindsey Buckingham. The next night they all played. Lindsey Buckingham, Fleetwood Mac, the alternate Rumors, sealed, a $45 start. Chad, we need a country auction sometime. If we get enough together that is auction worthy, we'll do it. Yep. If we get enough great country stuff together, we'll do it. I have Waves, $19.99. This is called Hideaway. Waves, $19.99. And then we have Kat Von D, Love Made Me Do It. Kat Von D is $19.99. Love Made Me Do It. Also, No One Can Ever Know, The Twilight Sad. That's $19.99 for No One Can Ever Know. And Imposter, and this is Dave Gone and Soul Savers. Imposter, $19.99. Eric Dolphy's at $115 with Ray Red. The Cult just went up for bid. Love is a starting bid for $35. No bid yet on the OG Cult. Alert and Fleetwood Mac, the alternate Rumors. They've done alternate versions on all these albums. Rumor, self-titled, Mirage. They're very desirable. 45 on that. Cat is Soda Ron Duffield. That was right here. Thank you. And then Sad. And that was for, which one was that? Twilight Sad. That was $19.99. A lot of these are just $19.99 because we got them on sale. Bill and Ted Face the Music, the original motion picture soundtrack. That's $19.99. And then we had Burn the Billboard. And this one was by what network? Skatoon Network, $19.99 for that one. And then Stats, Other People's Lives, $19.99 for Stats. And Toxic Avenger, music from the motion picture, $39.99, neon green vinyl. Sad over here is Soda Will Smithson and Bad Bunny. Now, there was a wait list for this from last night. So this copy she'd already had ordered. We'd already had some ordered as well from somewhere else. We sold them last night, and then there was a waiting list. So Bad Bunny, let me step over here and get it. Moses E. Nope. Yeah, I think it's this one right here. Is this one DBT or Moss Photos? Yeah, I think it is. So let's take Moses E off this waiting list, and I have the rest of the name. And if we want to add to it, let me know. This is Moses E. Yep. And I still got Autumn Betts, Jules Silva, and Danae D. La O. So if anybody else wants one, let me know. This is sold to Moses E. That's sold to Moses E. And then Record Store Day, Mac, one bid, $45. That's sold to Jason Fornerat. The Colt got one bid, unbelievable. John Franz, $35. X-Wing gets Bill and Ted for $19.99. And next is, does the Dolphy label record say exclusive distributed for VJ? And fine print on the right. And what was the Dave Gone? Give me 1 second. Eric Dolphy is a 1963 USOG Deep Groove Mono rare. Over here, it says exclusively distributed by VJ Records. Exclusively distributed by VG Records. Over here, we have a 1963 USOG Deep Groove Stereo, rare, EX condition, and a super nice jacket. Really nice jacket as well. Unbelievably nice. And the high bid on this is Ray Red at $115. Now Spikey's at $125. The Dave Gone over here, the Dave Gone was Imposter. Dave Gone and the Soul Savers, that's $19.99. Dave Gone and the Soul Savers, $19.99. Danae does not want a Bad Money anymore. She already has it. You've been scratched off. That just leaves Autumns and Jules Silv. Anybody else? There's Dave Gone. It's $19.99. I'll browse through those in just a second. Let's go ahead and put up another auction, and the next auction is Talking Heads, Little Creatures. Talking Heads is an 85 USOG specialty press. It has the original lyric in her sleeve. It's in shrink. It's in VG condition. Has the original in her sleeve, $25 start on that one. And then over here, Amy Winehouse, The Oxygen Festival, $49.99. The Record Company Play Loud, $19.99. The OCs, Levitation 2, $19.99. Mayhem, new album comes out, $34. We have Crowbot for $19. This is the new Mo-Fi Stevie Nicks, Rock a Little, $79.99 for that. It's a 2 LP. Stevie Nicks, Doom Sessions Volume 4, Bongzilla and Tons. Bongzilla and Tons, $19.99. We have Waves Hideaway for $19. We have Burn the Billboard Ska2 Network for $19. Stats, Other People's Lives was $19. Toxic Adventure, $39. And Dave Gone is sold to Brad Bullen. Where's Natasha Pickett at? She would have cleared this crate out. We have Eric Dolphy at $130, and now Talking Heads at $25. Time for a new crate and time for a new new auctions too. So that's right here behind me. If you change your mind, you're like, you know what, Chad? I have changed my mind. Okay, I have changed my mind. So thank you for asking. I have changed my mind, and I would like to purchase some more vinyl. And I'm going to be like, okay, just let me know what you want. Let's take it easy here. Don't shoot me. I'm only the record salesman. And let's put up another crate. And Natasha gets on as soon as I move out the crate. You'll have to give me 1 second. Okay, there's some stuff here that came in that I didn't mark. I'm about to show it right now. Oh, yeah, this is a big one. I should have posted this for a pre-order. Let me go ahead and calculate the price. I got some stuff here for Ed I didn't calculate the price on. And this should be $89.99. Okay, let me go ahead and open one. I've got two of them. This has been out of print for a long time. $89.99. Let me go ahead and show this, okay? $89.99. It's been out of print, and I don't remember it being in such a deluxe package. Now, how does this open? Like this. This is Jeff Buckley live at Sani, but it's a well-known, highly regarded. I remember Paul telling me about this for the first time. Paul's like, you've never listened to this? This is like the greatest thing ever recorded. Jeff Buckley live at Sani. I'm not for sure how to get that pronunciation out accurately, but this has come out this week, reissued, $89.99. It's a 4 LP box. Yeah, 4 LP box, Jeff Buckley, and that's been unavailable. I think it's been pretty dang pricey too. $89.99 on that. Comes out this Friday. No wait list for Doro for Kevin Reese. Make sure he's removed, okay? Let me go ahead and get price tag. Now, Music on Vinyl, I think, is also doing a Jeff Buckley box set. And we'll be able to get that direct, so we'll be able to offer it as a great price. That will be coming this week as a pre-order, okay? Patty wants a Jeff Buckley, $89.99, and I have one extra, one soda Jason Fornerat. That was new. I knew when I saw that. I was afraid to post a pre-order this week because there was already pretty low stock, but there was plenty in stock. Well, let me rephrase that. There's plenty in stock, but I didn't want to stock something kind of expensive like this and have too many of them. So we'll take a waiting list. And then there is a box set coming from Music on Vinyl. It's got quite a bit on there. We do not do Record Store Day. No Record Store Day titles here. If I can get Jeff Buckley opened here. Give me 1 second. So this one sold to Jason Fornerat. I'm going to go ahead and get it out of the shipping box. And then put down Jerry Stone. Put down Jerry Stone for the wait list, if that's okay with you, Jerry. Should be available. I might even look up some of the stuff tonight that was pretty popular and make sure we go ahead and order it tonight and lock it in, okay? And if anybody wants a wait list, let me know. If anybody wants a wait list, let me know, okay? I accidentally clicked that sticker twice. So Jerry Stone on the wait list, and then who else? Somebody else, Chris Knapp, okay? Give me 1 second. I'm about to pull that up. And then Danae. Now, Eric Dolphy. What happened over here? Ray Red, 160. Spiky, you're out. Spiky, you're out. It's at 160. And then Talking Heads is sold for, no, there's a new bid for 28. Will Smithson, you were outbid on Talking Heads. Will Smithson, you've been outbid. This is at $28. You can bid again or say out. If you say out, I'll go ahead and sell it. And then Eric Dolphy's up to Spiky. Next auction is going up right now, and that is the Colt. And this is the Colt Electric. And this is at 87 USOG. It's in G condition. It's rough, but there's no bad feelable marks. Just a lot of light hairline scuffing. Low enough to where we have to call it a G. Just a $10 start on that. So Eric Dolphy is sold in, and that is done. And congratulations, Ray Red, 160 on that one. Now Talking Heads is at 40. Well, one person's out, but now Tim Voldness, there's a new bid. The high bid on Talking Heads is Melanie Jennings at 40. All right. I'm going to go ahead and get my laptop open and check on the Jeff Buckley. And if there's a lot, or I think they're going to repress it, I'll sometimes, even if it's already out, I'll go ahead and say I'll make a post like it's a pre-order because I know they're coming in and I know when to expect them, and I'll give a date so everybody knows when they're going to be billed. You get what I'm saying. But most of the stuff from Jeff Buckley hasn't been in print. So it looks like something's happened where they have released this, and then it looks like Music on Vinyl's doing a box set. So, yeah, right now it's just showing up still as pre-order. So they're not giving me the quantity. Sometimes they'll give me the quantity. If it shows up just like pre-order, that means they haven't really released that information. Okay, they're in stock here at one place for sure. Right here. Yeah, MSRP 89. That's what I marked them, right? $89.99. Yep, that is the MSRP on those. So, yeah, I've got plenty right here. I know we got 3 people on the wait list, Chris Knapp, Danae. Anybody else, they're available. Now, with this distributor, they might be here by Friday. If not, then they'll be here. They'll be here on Monday. Okay, they could be here Friday. If not, they'll be here like Monday or Tuesday for the next week. But right now, there's plenty in stock. Now, more Mayhem. So this needs to go with the other one. Mayhem is $34.99. I knew I ordered more. I'm sure Laura ordered one, and then I ordered some. I'm kind of surprised these are still available. New album from such a big band. Mayhem, $34.99. Those are on limited edition colored vinyl. Oh, I got 4 of them. Let me go get the one from the other crate. So we've got 4 Mayhems in stock. Haven't sold one yet. Master Mall let me down. He already got one. Natasha, I'll go through that other crate in just a second. One of the records from the other crate was Mayhem, Liturgy of Death. So there's that. The Cult has a bid for 10. Talking Heads is OG. Yes, at 85 USOG, VG in shrink. VG and shrink. Melanie has it for 20. The Colt has a bid for 10. And boy, do we need to get some other auctions up. Time's ticking. It's already 9 o'clock. We got all kinds of stuff to do. We're still going through new vinyl. We hadn't gone through a single Laura crate, a single Paul crate. Holy moly. Let's go ahead and put up another good-looking jazz back here. What is this one right here? We got some big ones. Charles Tolliver, Music Inc., live in Tokyo. Holy moly. A 1974 USOG, super clean. Super clean. EX Plus, a 74 OG. Paul says some excellent bass playing by Clint Houston. Some excellent bass playing by Clint Houston. A highly collectible label, Strata East, a $75 start. $75 start. Live in color, time's up. This is a limited edition green vinyl, $39.99. $39.99. This is live in color, time's up. $39.99. There's the sticker. There's the sticker. Sorry, Hatchet Ed, I didn't leave him prices for these. I'm pricing them right now. $39.99 for Living Color. We have Tim Rory on one. That one's called Time's Up. It's on green numbered vinyl. Let's go ahead and sell the Colt here. Victor Garrett got that for $10, and nobody else been on Talking Heads. That is sold for $40 to Melanie Jennings. And then that jazz record I just laid down has a bid, Charles Tolliver, Music Inc., and it has two bids, 75 and 75. Okay, let me go ahead and get that ska record for Mike Massey, ska tunes from the previous crate, okay? That's from the lower crate, and we'll bring it over and condense it with this one in just a second. He's talking about this right here. This is Burn the Billboard, Ska Tune Network, $19.99. That is sold to Mike Massey. I always like it when we're ordering different stuff. Laura always does a great job. And no, this isn't. This is Dejo. Dejo? Is this the guy from Stranger Things? Hold on a second, I'm about to sneeze. Whew, that was a good one. Holy moly, rest in peace, my chest. We have Dejo. Dejo? Is this the Joe? What's the guy from Stranger Things? Is this him? I think this is something Laura Mark ordered. Maybe I ordered. I don't remember it, though. $34.99. Okay, it is $34.99. It's on blue vinyl, and I have 2 copies. Joe. Yes, is that who it is? $34.99. Joe is Joe. Thank you. And then Howard Jones, there's a wait list for this. Joe Carey, that's him then. It is. That's him. That's his name. Howard Jones, this was a new release. There's a wait list for this. Let me do my math on it, make sure I've got the right price. It should be $49.99. $49.99. So yeah, that is, what's his name from Stranger Things? Why am I drawing so many blanks all of a sudden? This is $49.99. Howard Jones, and there was a wait list for this. Live at the Marquee, 2 LP yellow vinyl. And let me go ahead and tell you who was on a wait list for this. And I'm going to go ahead and order those Jeff Buckleys right now. So we had 3 people on a wait list. I'm going to order 2 more. If they're here by Friday, great. If not, then they'll be here Monday, and then you'll be billed the following Monday. And those 5 extra Jeff Buckleys are officially on their way before they get sold out, okay? So that's done. That's one I wanted to make sure we had. And there was one more other big one tonight. I forgot. I'll go through our sheet just a second. I'll start multitasking over here. Jason Fornerat and Mike Owen on Howard Jones. Jason Fornerat and Mike Owen on Howard Jones. Those are sold, and then Brad Bullen got one. I Reclaim Joe. Steve Harrington. Yes, Steve Harrington. Golly, how did I forget that? Oh, my gosh. Don't let anybody know I just forgot Steve Harrington's name. Natasha, I've already pulled you one. Natasha, I was fast. I've already pulled one for you, and now one for Eric Fisher. And then we have this Iron Maiden book, Peace of Mind. This is $39.99. This is that graphic novel book, and I'm glad it's opened, honestly, because we can take a look at it. So this is a graphic novel that's been adapted to the Iron Maiden album, Peace of Mind. So it's a comic book, a graphic novel, hardback, that's been adapted through songs from that album. What a creative imagination for somebody to think of this. Awesome artwork in it. Looks like it has the order forms where you can order Eddie stuff in the back. Very cool. That's $39.99. Iron Maiden, Peace of Mind. And I have another one for Anthrax. This was the very first one I ever ordered. And we ordered like 10 of them. And I have one left, and it's still sealed. And the other ones I've ordered have been open. I don't know what the deal is. Sometimes they're sealed, sometimes they're not. But Anthrax and Iron Maiden, $39.99. That's pretty cool. Okay, now we need new auctions, and the first thing I have is an update on Charles Tolliver. And Charles Tolliver, Music Inc., is a 74 USOG. The note from Paul is super clean, so this is near mint minus. Everybody's out except Ryan Mustaine. Ryan Mustaine has it for $85. We've had 4 people bid, so we got 4 active bidders. Right now it's at 85 of Mustaine. Okay, Steve McGee wants the Iron Maiden. If anybody wants on a wait list, let me know. And there's this. And hopefully Jeremiah tomorrow, when he's started here, new guy here at CollectCo is going to help me order stuff. Stuff like this we'll keep in stock, have more pre-orders of, and definitely have on our website, okay? Or offer here. Okay. Now, not much left in here. Let me just condense this with this crate, and I promised a read through of that last crate, and then we need to get into the new stuff Laura's marked and the new stuff Paul's marked. Okay, and the Saxon lights are in. Let me go ahead and knock that out too. And over here. Let me the show. Yeah, he's a customer. Yeah, he watches regularly. He's been watching for years. Yeah, he's a regular customer. He knows how everything works here. I like hiring people that's very not only enamored with the show, but knows a lot about music. So, especially familiar with how business works. And if anybody else is watching that did apply here, don't worry. We're going to need more people in the future. I hate when other customers apply because I'm like, dang, other customers have applied. Probably going to have to make somebody upset. And we had so many the last time. I don't know if Tanner even replied to everybody. There were so many applicants for these two positions. We've hired 2 people. We got another guy starting tomorrow that's going to price more vintage stuff. Because I've told everybody today, I've told all of our pricers, they do a great job, but we still need more stuff priced every day. It's amazing. It's part of our growth here. So we've hired somebody, and I've asked everybody else, like, if we could just price as much as possible every week, every day, because, like, the demand for us going through these new records, and as much as we're buying, we can't sell them. We got to price as much as possible. So we're hiring people. I'm asking everybody here to price even more if they can, because the demand is high. I mean, it's 9 o'clock right now. I plan on being live for, 5 more hours at least. And we've got 5 crates up here to go through, but that probably won't be enough. I wish I had like 12 crates to go through, especially 5 more crates of new vinyl. That would be great. But it's 9, and we're starting to get into pre-owned stuff. Def Leppard is an 87 USOG. This is an OG specialty press and shrink and hype with the inner sleeve, a $45 star. Charles Tolliver 102 is living color stain. I don't think that one is. The one with like the head and the wires wrapped around it or whatever. I don't think so. Okay, Amy Winehouse, the Oxygen Festival. Amy Winehouse, $49.99. The Record Company, Play Loud. Indie exclusive sea glass colored vinyl, $19.99. Also, the OC's Levitation Sessions 2, $19.99. We have Crowbot, Rat Child. Crowbot is $19.99. Stevie Nicks, and this is Rock a Little. MoFi Pressing, 2LP, $79.99 for Stevie Nicks. Doom Sessions Volume 4 with Bongzilla and Tons, $19.99. The OC's is sold to Natasha Pickett. And then over here we have Waves Hideaway. Waves is $19.99, and that is Tangerine Vinyl. I have Stats, Other People's Lives, $19.99. Toxic Avenger, music from the motion picture Green Vinyl, $39. And then there's that new Mayhem album, $34. And there's that Last Living Color Times Up, $39. I know that was fast, but if you want anything else in there, let me know. Living Color, Mayhem, Toxic Avenger, Stats, Waves, Bongzilla and Tons on Doom Sessions, Stevie Nicks, Crowbot, Record Company, and Amy Winehouse, Alive and Official. Charles Tolliver's at 107. Def Leppard has one bid for 45, and Natasha Pickett wants Waves, which is right here. Okay, and these will be right here behind me. You can claim those at any time. And yes, so what I'm going to do is I'm about to do a Laura crate, a Paul crate, a Laura crate, a Paul crate. So yes, you're about to see some stuff. Paul did mark jazz. I know there's jazz buyers watching, so I definitely want to hit that. So let's do Laura crate, and then maybe even back-to-back Paul crates, because he's marked 3, and they'll keep it balanced, okay? Let's go ahead and go through this crate. This was the first crate Laura brought me. There's no telling what's in here. I'm excited. Hope y'all are excited. I wake up excited. I wake up trying to figure out how to get here as fast as possible to start these shows. I'm like, okay, I got to get to the store. I got to start this show. Let's see how fast I can get there. I put the blue lights on my Tahoe. I run 33 traffic, and I get here quickly. We have Cheap Trick. This is called Busted. Cheap Trick is a 1990 USOG. It's sealed. And Cheap Trick, did you hear what I said? A 1990 USOG sealed, a $75 start on Cheap Trick, okay? Next over here is Charles Tolliver. It's at 110 with Ray Red, and Def Leppard's about to sell. These are all sticker price, no more, no less. Sticker price, no more, no less. Miles Davis, Bitches Brew. It's a 2008, It does have some cover damage. It's VG Plus, $19.99. We have Lucifer's Friend. Lucifer's Friend is a 1973 U.S. reissue hard rock, VG condition, $24.99. And She and Him, Volume 1. She and Him is EX condition, $19.99. Charles Tolliver is a final call or a new bid with Ryan Mustaine. Ray Red and Ryan Mustaine are bidding on this. The most recent bid is Ray Red for $120. It's a 74 USOG. Charles Tolliver. Def Leppard got one bid, and this is sold to Amenities for $45. That was a Hysteria shrink wrap hop sticker inner sleeve. Def Leppard is sold for $45. And then over here we have Cheap Trick. This is one I don't see too often. A 1990 USOG sealed. Final chance to get a bid on that for $75. G-Mac on Miles Davis sold. Will Smithson was second. I have Steve Riley on She and Him. Kelly Wlodarczyk was next. Details on Lucifer's Friend. A 1973 U.S. reissue. VG condition, gatefold jacket. And it has a sticker saying an SQ recording compatible in quad or stereo. $24.99 on that. The Ramones is the 2005 edition. EX $27.99. And King Snake Roost, Ground into the Dirt, an alternate rock noise album from 1990, VG Plus $17.99. She and Him's already sold. Madonna self-titled is VG $14.99. And the Beach Boys, Feel Flow, Sunflower and Surf's Up Session, 69 to 71, VG Plus $19.99. Next auction is going to go up right now. This is the Talking Heads, and this one's called Stop Making Sense, a 1984 USOG specialty press with the original inner sleeve. VG minus condition. That is a $10 start on Talking Heads. These are sticker price, no more and no less. Cyndi Lauper, She's So Unusual. Girls Just Want to Have Fun. EX $17.99. Little Feet Hoy Hoy, that's EX $24.99. She and Him's already sold. Haircut 100 Pelican West, this is VG Plus $14.99. Lucifer's Friend is sold to Jay Nutra. Charles Tolliver's at $135. Nobody bid on Cheap Trick, that's a buy now, sealed for $75. Talking Heads is VG minus, it has a bid for $15. Nick Bargeron on the Beach Boys, that's sold to Nick Bargeron. Next is Wings at the Speed of Sound, VG $14.99. Someone's knocking at the door. Somebody's ringing the bell. Do me a favor. Open the door and let them in. Ooh, yeah. We have Chet Baker. This is a rare 1963 U.S. stereo repress. This is a rare 1963 U.S. stereo repress. Wow. I love the words Chet Baker and rare in the same sentence. EX Plus, a $225 start. Goodness. Holy crap. Talking Heads is at $15. James Lavender on Cyndi Lauper. That is sold to James Lavender. Charles Tolliver is at $142. 38 special. Wild Eyed Southern Boys. VG Plus, $17.99. So hold on, Lou Slay. And the Knack, My Sharona, VG $9.99, and Lenny Kravitz, Raise Vibration. Lenny Kravitz is sealed, clear and violet vinyl, a 2LP, $29.99. Back to the turntable, it's up to you on the Talking Heads. And now Charles Tolliver's at $145. Josie Sinkbell on the 38 special, and my crate is full. Condition of Talking Heads, VG minus on Talking Heads. No fillable marks, just some scuffing. We have filled up another crate. That's what I like to see. This is a good pausing point. I'm going to jump over here, and let's get started. Here we go. Here we go. So hold on loosely, and don't let go. If you cling too tightly, you're gonna. Okay, next is Josie Sinkbell on the Knack, My Sharona. Talking Heads is at $20. Chet Baker's a $225 start. Don't overlook that one. Don't make me talk about it over and over and over and over until somebody decides they're going to bid. Madness, One Step Beyond. Madness is a 1979 U.S. Jacksonville OG. VG Plus $24.99. Just go ahead and get now, and we'll go ahead and get the ball rolling. Should sell for $300, $400, $500. Big Star Third. VG Plus, a 2007 reissue. Big Star $27.99. It does have some cover damage. It does have some cover damage, just FYI. Cameron Davis on Madness, that's sold to Cameron Davis. And She and Him, Volume 2, VG Plus, $14.99. It does have some cover damage down here. She and Him, Volume 2, VG Plus, $14.99. She and Him, sold to Steve Riley. You got to be fast on those. Jeff Lynn's ELO from Out of Nowhere. EX, $17.99 for Jeff Lynn's ELO. And King Tough is a EX copy, $22.99, and there's a note from Laura. Fantastic album. Charles Tolliver is sold to Ray Red for $145. Thank you on that. Now, Talking Heads is still getting bids. The last bid that came in on Talking Heads was Will Smith in 21, now 25. Steve Riley got She and Him, Nick Barger on second. Chet Baker is a 1963 stereo repress, EX Plus condition, rare, a really nice copy, 225 going once, going twice. ELO sold to Adam Bernardi. We also have The Pretty Things. This is Felipe DeBarge. This is a 2009 reissue, EX $34.99. The Rolling Stones have been tagged. Yes, Gerald, you got one. I have 4 left right now. I'm about to do Saxon next because they're in as well. The Cure. Oh boy, here's The Cure, a 1987 USOG Allied pressing, a 2LP. It does have the inner sleeves. Disc 1 is a conservative VG. Disc 2 is VG Plus. That is OG Cure. That is a $35 start on that. Next is Post-War, M. Ward. That is M. Ward. That's the Him and She and Him. EX $17.99. Over here we have Robert Warner on Pretty Things. Thank you, Robert Warner. And we have Chuck. I would assume Chuck Berry. Chuck by Chuck Berry. Looks like it has a book with it. EX $22.99. Talking Heads sold it back to the turntable for $25. Chet Baker's a buy it now for $225. Wow. Chet, a buy it now for $225. If anybody wants that, it is available. Chet Baker, a 63 US stereo repress. That is $225. There's that right there. And then The Cure, 35 and now 40. 35 and now 40. Now 45. The Jao Gilberto auction. I've still got Ornette Coleman. I've got Bill Jennings. I've got a James Gang test pressing. I'm going to do that right now. The Brass Company. I've got Betty Wright, David Axelrod, Jao Gilberto. I've got Azimuth. I have the Rosemary Baby soundtrack. Milt Jackson and John Coltrane. Ted Curson. Horace Silver. Arnett Cobb. Boy, that looks like a good one. And then I like these covers. Pete Jolly, Bobby Humphrey, Grant Green, Bobby Pawento, the Harold Wheeler, Joe Poss, Chet Baker again. Wow. Okay, let's do over here. I have James Gang, a test pressing. This is the James Gang Miami test pressing. Wow. James Gang Miami test pressing. It is a 74 US, a $45 star. Jao Gilberto Amoroso. A 77 USOG Los Angeles with company or sleeve. EX edition, a $45 star for Jao Gilberto. Next thing over here is The Cure is at 40. Now The Cure is at 45. Does it have My Ding-a-Ling on it? Mortgage Guy Rob got King Tough. The Cure 46, a request for Bill Jennings. And The Cure is at 48. Track listing on Chuck Berry. Let's see what's going on here. No ding-a-ling on that one. No ding-a-ling on that one. Let's put that away. And now we have Cure at 48. Adam Bernardi got Chet Baker. If that's a claim for this buy now, congratulations. That's sold to you for $225. That was the last check condition record. Right now, The Cure's at 48. Now 50. We got a James Gang test pressing up. And the Amoroso. That's Jao Gilberto. It does have a bid for 45. The rest of these records are all EX plus, near minus, or possibly sealed. Or possibly sealed. Whew. I need some water. I've got some somewhere. Right here. Aha. Give me 1 second. Done. 1 bottle of water down. 20 fluid ounces is gone. A couple sups and it's finished. Okay. Anthrax is a graphic novel comic book. Anthrax Among the Living. It's a graphic novel comic book adapted to the songs from this album. Sealed, $39.99. Sealed, $39.99. Cure 50, Cure 55. Info on Cure. Final call to get a bid on James Gang. So this is a test pressing. A 74 US test pressing of Miami, 45, final call. And then over here, we have Jao Gilberto, $45. It has one bid, and we're about to sell it, and that's the Dene De La O. The Cure is an OG copy. It is an 87 Allied. It has the original inner sleeves. Disc 1 VG, Disc 2 VG Plus, and the Cure is with Matthew Hendon at 55. Will Smithson, it's up to you. Moving on, we have the best of REM, and this is $32.99. It is opened. It is a 2LP. It's near mint. The best of REM, $32.99. The Cure's at 56. Drive-By Truckers, live at Third Man Records. Drive-By Truckers is $19.99. Is this live? Yeah. Live at Third Man Records. Drive-By Truckers, $19.99. Dene gets REM. That's sold to Dene De La O. Hypnotic Eye by Tom Petty, $29.99 for Tom Petty Hypnotic Eye. And we have Find L. What? Paul who? This is Paul Weller. It's a pop rock album, $27.99. And this one was called Find L. something. I can't read that last word. Do Grotto, maybe. Drive-By Truckers is sold to Gerald Whitworth. That is sold. And then we have Todd Rundgren's Utopia, purple vinyl. That is sealed, $24.99. $24.99. And one second over here. I'm trying to go ahead and pull up this Saxon pre-order so I can. Okay, and Todd Rundgren's Utopia, live at Chicago Theater, purple vinyl, $24.99. So the Cure's still getting bids. Who was the bidder before him? The bidder before him was Matthew Hendon. Matthew, you've been outbid on the Cure. James Gang is a no-bid test pressing of Miami, $45. And Dene got the Joe Gilberto, one bid, $45. That is sold, okay? That is sold to Dene. Let's put up some other auctions. Bags and Trains, I'll do it right now. Bags and Trains. So we had Bags and Train, Milt Jackson and John Coltrane, 62 U.S. stereo, repress reissue, black fan label, 62, with the original Atlantic inner sleeve. It has the ANKH symbol in dead wax, beautiful copy. It is super, super nice, a $45 start. The cover is still in shrink, or is that the laminate? No, it's still in shrink. Wow. Don't see many records from this era shrink wrapped. $45 start. Bags and Train, Milt Jackson, $45. That's an unusually nice copy. Gerald Whitworth gets Utopia. There's that. And we have Goodnight Vienna, Ringo Starr, a 2008 reissue. Ringo Starr is $19.99. Goodnight Vienna. And The Doors, Strange Days, a 2022 Argentinian press on green vinyl. Interesting. $29.99. Matthew Hendon, it's up to you on the Cure. Will Smithson has it for $56. And Train, Bulletproof Picasso. Train is sealed for $29.99. Our next auction is going to go up right now. And that is going to be, let's see what's going on with this Def Leppard Pyromania. 1983 USOG. It's a Hop Hog pressing. A strong VG. Pyromania, a $10 start. Pyromania, a $10 start. So Gerald Whitworth on Utopia. And then Bags 45, Coltrane 50. And then Train is sold to Kelly Vloddercheck. We have JY City Slicker. This is who? James Young with Jan Hammer. And that's sealed $19.99. New solo LP from lead guitarist to Styx, produced with Jan Hammer. And that is sealed for $19.99. Def Leppard has a bid for $10. And the Kinks Greatest Hits, an 89 US mono. 89 US mono, $19.99. All right. I lost Matthew Hendon on the Cure, so let's go ahead and sell that to Will Smithson for $56. Coltrane has new bids. It opened at $45 and then $50. We sold Kelly Vloddercheck Train. Def Leppard has a bid for $10. And then Dene on Young, and that was the James Young. That sold to Dene. Then U2 Styx was next, and then Gerald Whitworth. Then Donna Bertram put down 2 question marks. Then Cameron Davis on Kinks. Now Def Leppard 10. And then we have Pop Art Raspberries Live. So what is this? It's the Raspberries Pop Art Live, a record store day, 3 LP red vinyl, $34.99. The Dirty South by Drive-By Truckers, $27.99. And Towns Van Zandt, At My Window, a craft record store day exclusive from 2022 on blue vinyl, $29.99, mastered by Kevin Gray at Coherent. That sounds good, eh? All right, so we have a pre-order for the Saxon light. Those are in. And we have 10, and let me read off. No, we have 7. Hopefully I have enough. I have 7 Saxon lights. Boy, I want to plug this one up because this one looks sweet. There's only 7 of these that came in, and let me read off everybody that got one. The pre-order for Saxon over here was Richard Davis, Stephen Douglas, These are $59.99. George Jones, Darren Wortman, and then TSO Houston. Okay, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I got 2 extra Saxon lots. That's going to look really cool lit up. 2 extra Saxon lots. Those are $59.99. Those are going to look pretty dang cool. So Richard Davis, Stephen Douglas, George Jones, Darren Wortman, and TSO Houston. 5, I've got 2 left. John McPatriot wants 1. There's 1 left. Okay, John McPatriot wants 1. There's 1 left. Let me jump over here and see what else is going on. We got Def Leppard at 11. Milt Jackson and John Coltrane, 57. And then Stephen A. Young on Drive-By Truckers. Stephen, I want to let you know, the top of this jacket does have a seam crackle. If you're okay with that, I'm going to go ahead and tag you for it, okay? Let's go ahead and tag a Saxon lot for John McPatriot. So whoever's tagging, I'm going to leave the pre-orders in the box, and then the ones that were sold live, I'm going to put over here with the miscellaneous stuff, and I will leave it up to you to tag the cables and stuff, okay? All right, that's going to look cool. Here in a minute, I'll swap them out. By the way, I still got Metallica in stock, Led Zeppelin, and 1 Van Halen, and maybe 1 Iron Maiden. We might be out of Iron Maidens again. And then, yes, there are more on the way. There's more Black Sabbaths on the way. There's more Pink Floyds. Forgive me, I don't really have great shipping updates on these until they arrive. I know a lot of y'all like to know, but I hate to... I think he beat me. Who beat you on this one? Steve Mason. No, you were the only person on Drive-By. He put Def Leppard 12. He's bidding on Def Leppard. So last bid on John Coltrane was Amenities at 57. Everybody else is out. Def Leppard's at 12. Paul Cruz, you've been outbid. Now we need another auction. And that next auction is Bill Jennings. This looks pretty interesting. Bill Jennings. This is a 1959 US Deep Groove Mono OG Strong VG++ EX, a $95 start. $95 start. That's pretty cool looking. I love the jackets when they look like that. It's kind of like that bluesy label theme they did, or jazz and blues labels. It's like they have a filter on the photos or something. Bill Jennings, a $95 start. Okay, so I think Steve Mason. So Squim. I don't see that. And then he put, beat him, left no mark. Okay, I've got Stephen A. Young first on Drive-By Truckers, unless you can tell me where your other comment came in. And there's 1 Saxon left, okay? Let's breeze through these quickly, then I'm going to go through another Paul crate, and then we might do those back to back. Laura's got another crate over here. Very, very good, okay? First thing is this. Ramones. This is EX2799, a 2005. Ramones, self-titled. That's the one that has Hey, Ho, Let's Go. King Snake Roost, Ground into the Dirt, a 1990 USOG. That's VG plus $17.99. Madonna, self-titled, a VG copy, $14.99. Little Feat Hoy Hoy, EX $24.99. Haircut 100, Pelican West, VG plus $14.99. Wings at the Speed of Sound, VG $14.99. Lenny Kravitz, Raised Vibration, that's sealed for $29.99. Big Star Third, VG plus $22.99. Scott on Man on Madonna sold. Bags, Coltrane info. And then over here we have Post-War by M. Ward, EX $17.99. Michael Bohannon on Lenny Kravitz, that's sold. And then we have Chuck, as in Chuck Berry, and that's EX $22.99. And that was the last check condition record. And then the non-check condition stuff was Tom Petty, Hypnotic Eye, $29.99 for Tom Petty. Paul Weller was $27.99. Paul Weller. Also, we have Ringo Starr, Goodnight Vienna, $19.99 on that. The Doors, Strange Days, and Argentinian Press on green vinyl, $29.99. Raspberries Live Pop Art, red vinyl, $34. And Townes Van Zandt, At My Window, sealed on blue vinyl for $29.99. All right, let's go over the Bags and Train again. Bags and Train is Milt Jackson and John Coltrane, a 1962 stereo, which is a repress, a reissue. I think this originally came out that year. And so, you know, they repress labels. Atlantic does a lot of different label changes. So they consider this one a repress reissue. It is near mint minus and shrink. I mean, it's an unbelievably nice copy. It's at $59 with amenities on YouTube. Jeffrey Johnson, you've been outbid. And then we have Def Leppard. This started at 10, and we had bids for 10, 10, 11, 11, 12, 12, 13, 13, 14, 14. And the high bid right now is $14 with Steve Mason. It's up to Paul Cruz. And then Bill Jennings. Bill Jennings is a 1959 Deep Groove Mono OG, VG++ EX, VG++ EX, $95 start, no bid yet. Okay, Matthew Hendon wants Big Star and M. Ward. There's M. Ward, there's Big Star. So to Matthew Hendon. Mark Veaswood just sold M. Ward. And then Cameron, everything in here is sticker price. So the Ramones will stay at 20. Coltrane's at 60. And how much is Ringo Star? How much is the Doors? The Doors Strange Days is a green vinyl 2022, $29.99. And Ringo Starr is a 2018, $19.99 on that. Def Leppard has a new bid. Steve Mason, you're out. Bill Jennings has its first bid, and Coltrane's at 52. The Pyromania is an 83 OG retail copy, a Hauppauge press. That's the name of the pressing plant, Hauppauge, and Def Leppard's at $15. It's VG minus. Now it's up to Steve Mason to bid again. Anybody else wants anything in here, let me know. Ringo, The Doors, Townes Van Zandt, The Raspberries, Paul Weller, Tom Petty, Chuck Berry, Wings, Haircut 100, Little Feat, King Snake Roost, and the Ramones. Those are all still available. One second, please. 1 second, please. All right, let's swap out crates. Let me do this here. And let me do this here. And let me do this here. And let me plug up my phone. And let me throw this away. Okay, and that leaves me the following. Bag 65, bag 63, and Will Robinson does get the Doors and Ringo. All right, let's go through another new crate. We still got 4 crates of new arrivals that have never been gone through before. What Ramones price? I thought I saw that back there. The Ramones self-titled is a 2005 EX $27.99. Okay, now it's up to Steve Mason on Def Leppard. I've lost him. Bill Jennings is about to sell it, has 1 bid, and Coltrane is still getting bids, and we got other great jazz stuff to show and tell tonight. And believe me, I love showing and I love telling. I have a Funko from Iron Maiden that is in for today. This is always really cool. And let me show this to you. Let me tell you how much it is. This is, I don't know. I think I can do these for, see, this is the 4-pack. I think these are $49.99. Yeah, these are the glow-in-the-dark 4-pack, Iron Maiden, Live After Death, Seventh Son, Knights of the Dead, Somewhere in Time. 4-pack glow-in-the-dark, $49.99 on that. I'll put that over here on top of the Anthrax book. And let's go grab another crate. Here we go. Which one shall we do first? I think Paul always stacks the one on top that I should go through first. He's kind of sorted them by what he thought was maybe the best stuff he marked, and he puts those on top. So here we go. Yes, Bill Jennings, you are the only bidder, and I'm going to sell it to you right now for $95. Now Coltrane, and now Paul Cruz, you're out on Def Leppard. So now Def Leppard has bids for 10, 10, 11, 11, 12, 12, 13, 13, 14, 14, 15, 15, and now it's at 16. Now we need somebody else to bid 16. It's had 12 bids. It's moved $6. I'm about to sell it to the first person who bids 20, and then we'll call it a night. Next auction is going to go up right now. This is Def Leppard, Go to Heaven. Def Leppard. How about Grateful Dead? Grateful Dead, Go to Heaven. This is a 1980 USOG, and this is a Herb, a Serval Press, an OG EX edition, a $20 start, and that is now up for bid. Does the Ramones have an inner sleeve? Let's go over here and look at that. Does the Ramones possibly, could it have an inner sleeve? The Ramones has a white inner sleeve. This is a 2005 reissue. It comes with a white generic inner sleeve. Just a white generic inner sleeve. EX edition, $27.99. I have one of those autographs if anybody's interested. Def Leppard 20 sold. Paul Cruz. I told you, first person who bids 20 gets it. That means the auction has concluded. This is sold for $20 to Paul Cruz. Coltrane is sold to Amenities for $73. And now we are ready for more new stuff. Hope y'all are ready. And we're about to go through a crate here, Paul's Mark. This should be very interesting. And let's put up all new auctions. Then, when we get done with the advertised stuff and the advertised bonus stuff, I'll get into more unadvertised bonus stuff and then more other surprises. And believe me, I love surprising people. I have surprised so many people on here. They've like, Chad, wow, I'm surprised at this. This is a 1980 USOG EX condition. The inner sleeve is ripped right here. Okay, that's it. Go to Heaven. $20 start on the Dead. Mortgage guy Rob's in. Next auction. Let's see what else we got back here for the $50 and up tab. This looks very interesting. Next one is Boppin' with the Chet Baker Quintet. This is a 67 US Stereo OG EXEX Plus condition, $85 on Chet Baker. That's now up for bid. First thing in here is Coleman Hawkins, the Hawk Relaxes. That's a 61 US Deep Groove Mono OG EX condition, $54.99 for Coleman Hawkins, the Hawk Relaxes. Prestige Movevilles Volume 6, the Red Garland Trio. We had Volume 9 earlier, Tommy Flanagan. This is a 1960 US Deep Groove Mono OG, VG Plus $39.99. VG Plus $39.99. This is Butterscotch Rum, Gary McFarland and Peter Smith. Butterscotch Rum is a 71 US promo. VG Plus $14.99 on Butterscotch Rum. And Dizzy Gillespie, Swing Low, Sweet Chariot. And that's a 67 US Stereo OG. VG Plus $29.99. Danae on Moodsville, sold to Danae. Danae on Butterscotch, sold. These are sticker price, no more, no less. Grateful Dead got one bid, sold to Mortgage Guy Rob for $20. Now the Chet Baker, I'll go over the details on that in 1 second. But first, I'm about to put up another auction, okay? Everything in this crate is no more, no less. Honestly, they should be more. These crates I call they're sticker, but they should be more. Some crates would do no more, no less. Some crates would do half off, no more, no less. Some crates would do $6.99, no more, no less. This crate should be no more, no less, but should be more. This is a 67 USOG EXEX Plus condition, $85 start on that one. Next auction, Mother Love Bone. Mother Love Bone, first pressing since 1989, fully remastered on opaque purple haze eco vinyl. This is Mother Love Bone, sealed, a $55 star. Dizzy Gillespie sold to Eric Van Leuven, then TBI Music Room, then Alan Smith. Coleman Hawkins, the only thing still left in here. KJ and JJ, this is K and JJ Israel. That's Kyle Winding and JJ Johnson, a 68 US, VG Plus $9.99. Now Chet's at 85. And we have Ron Carter Pastels. This is a 77 US, VG Plus $14.99. And Kenny Burrell Soul Call. Kenny Burrell is a 64 US Stereo OG, VG Plus $49.99. Danae on KJ, sold to Danae. Next is Bola Seat going to Rio, a 73 US MPB, EX $17.99. And we have the history of the real Billie Holiday, VG Plus $14.99. It has somewhat of a clip corner. That's VG Plus $14.99. G-Mac was next on KJJJ, and then RC is sold to Alan Smith, and that was Ron Carter. And then Danae on Bola Seat, that's sold to Danae. Chet Baker got one bid, and this is sold to Danae for $85. That was fast. That's gone. Mother Love Bone is sealed, and that's on the purple vinyl Shine 55. It's sealed. Looking for a $55 start. 2025 limited edition purple vinyl sealed. 55 on that one. RC, if that's Ron Carter. Ryan Mustang next. Will Smithson got Billy. The only thing left right now is Kenny Burrell and Coleman Hawkins. Folks, these are going fast. Hopefully everybody's locked in with me. Blink once and you're going to miss a couple records. Hopefully you got close pins and you've got your eyes peeled back. An 85 US Club, VG minus. It has not feelable marks, but it is a VG minus copy of Rat, Invasion of Your Privacy. Lay it down. That's a $10 start. Next auction is also going up right now. Better Days featuring Joe Pass. A 1971. Oh my gosh. A 1971. Rare and highly sought after. Holy crap. 893 people have it in their want list on Discogs. Some of them have sold for as much as $650. And right now there are none for sale on the World Wide Web. A $395 start. That's now up for bid. Mother Love Bone does have 55. Oh my gosh. Mother Love Bone has a bid for $55. First thing is how much on Kenny Burrell condition. We have a 1964 US Stereo OG, VG Plus $49.99. Kenny Burrell, Prestige, VG Plus $49.99. Sheryl Crow from the bonus crate has already sold. Rad is VG minus. Final Call on Mother Love Bone for $55. Next is Today and Tomorrow, Coleman Hawkins Quartet, a 71 US Stereo reissue. EX $32.99. EX $32.99. Jimmy McGriff, I've Got a New Woman. Jimmy McGriff is a 68 USOG, VG Plus $11.99. And Super Flute, Ken Munson. Super Flute is a 73 Jazz Funk, EX $22.99. Mother Love Bones myself for $55. Rats VG minus, looking for a $10 start. And Joe Pass is a $395 starting bid. I repeat, a $395 starting bid. We're going through new arrivals that are priced as marked. And what is the starting price on Joe Poss? $395. This is a 1971 USOG, rarely and highly sought after. It is no condition notes. It's in shrink. It's near mint minus. It's a $395 start. Munson is sold today. D. La O. We have Simplicity Joe Poss in here. This one's only $14.99. VG Plus, a 67 stereo G. Rat has a bid for 10. Final call to Josie Sinkbell. Portrait of Jeannie Dizzy Gillespie. This is a 71 USOG. We love Dizzy Gillespie. I've never seen this one before. On the Perception label, that's the same label that King Harvest was on. You know, dancing in the moonlight. Everybody was dancing something. That's Dizzy Gillespie, VG Plus. That's not who does that song, but they're on that label. We have QT Hush, the Modern Jazz Quartet. For some reason, I thought she had a cigar in her mouth for a second. That's EX $9.99. Dizzy Gillespie, so to GMAC 5791. And we have Shirley Scott, Light Cozy. And this is VG Plus, $14.99, a 61 US Mono OG Portrait. That was something that possibly already sold. Let's go back to Kenny Burrell again. Kenny Burrell is a 1964 US Stereo OG, VG Plus, $49.99. Portrait, that was Dizzy Gillespie. Amenities, you were second. Kenny Burrell, Blue Moods, a 64 US Mono reissue, EX Plus, $64.99. Rat has one bid. So did Josie Sinkbell for 10. Eric Hernandez gets Mother Love Bone for 55. And final chance on Joe Poss. Man, seems like a great price to me. $395. Final call on that one. And then Ornette Coleman, Skies of America, VG $9.99. We only bought 50,000 records a couple weeks ago, 3 weeks ago now. Part of that was this 30,000 piece jazz collection. Folks, we got a lot of jazz. You know what 30,000 records look at? I'll take a picture and show you our back warehouse back here. Tub after tub after tub after tub, crate after crate after crate, box after box after box, tub stacked on top of stuff, crates on crates, box and boxes. Paul found a bunch of test pressings, near mint stuff, rare stuff, sealed stuff, autographed stuff. Terry Reid is a 1976. There are 0 for sale right now in the United States of America. This is an OG Terre Haute with the original ABC inner sleeve. It's VG Plus, Terry Reid, a $75 start. Rat, Brian, your bid came in very late, and Victor Guerra, you're also late on that one. Today, that was something in here, amenities on Today. Let me figure out what that was. That was Coleman Hawkins. That's sold to amenities. Next is More Party Time, Arnett Cobb, a 1960 Deep Groove Mono OG EX Plus, $59.99. Also over here, how much did I pay for Dizzy? The Dizzy Gillespie Portrait of Jeannie was $34.99. Things are getting better all the time. J.J. Johnson and Al Gray, VG Plus, $9.99. Getting better all the time. That's a Beatles song from Sgt. Pepper's. Next song is Cinderella. This is an 88 USOG Hop Hog. Cinderella, Long Cold Winter, an OG VG, $25 star. Joe Poss is a buy it now for $395. How much? Just $395. A low price, a one-time price of $395. There's Terry Reid. There's Cinderella. Next in here is Casino Royale soundtrack. Very cool artwork on that one. EX $27.99, a 67 US Mono. EX $27.99 for Casino Royale. Not the one with Daniel Craig. That one came first. The Black Cream, Harold Wheeler Consort. Oh my gosh. This is, excuse that down there. We have the Black Cream, the Harold Wheeler Consort. This is a 75 USOG super clean, jazz funk, soul funk album. I love that. Soul jazz funk, $75 star. Cinderella 25, Cinderella 28. Also over here, we have Antonio Carlos Jobim, Stone Flower, a 1970 USOG. It's on green labels. Green CTI labels, EX $64.99. What Casino Royale pressing? 67 US Mono, EX $27.99. Cinderella has a new bid for $30. Freddie Hubbard double take with Woody Shaw, Kenny Garrett, Mulgrew Miller, Cecil McBee, and Carl Allen, an 85 USOG, EX $17.99. Bosses of the Ballad, Illinois Jaquette, and Strings Play Cole Porter. Argo, 1964 OG, VG Plus $14.99. Janae Danae on Jobim. Terry Reid has a bid for $75. Final call, Cinderella's at $30. Harold Wheeler looking for a Sorry, lost my breath there for a second. 4 trombones, John Lewis, Charlie Mingus, and J.J. Johnson. Wow. With others, a 64 mono promo, EX24.99, EX27.99. No claim on Joe Beam, so it's gone back in the bin. TBI Music Room gets Freddie Hubbard. That's sold. Cinderella 31. Final call on Terry Reid for 75. Cinderella 34. Harold Wheeler, Black Cream, the Harold Wheeler Consort, 75 USOG Super Clean. Jazz Funk, Soul Funk, $75. Final call on that to get a bid locked in. Night Song, Kenny Burrell. VG Plus, $24.99 on that. Black, Brown, and Beautiful. Oh, my gosh. Oliver Nelson. Good gracious. That's a 70 US white label promo. EX54.99. EX54.99. Freddie Lockjaw Davis with the Paul Whedon Trio. I Only Have Eyes for You. Look at those eyes. That's a 63 US stereo OG. VG, $14.99. And then TBI Music Room also wants Joe Pass Simplicity. That should be back here. Joe Pass Simplicity. Joe Pass Simplicity. This one back here also sold to TBI Music Room. Cinderella 35. Harold Wheeler has a bid for 75. Cinderella 76 and Harold Wheeler 75. That's about to sell. Ted Curson plays Fire Down Below. That's a 63 US Mono OG. VG Plus $54.99. Terry Reid is sold to Next Play Records for $75. Cinderella 36. Wheeler's tied at 75. Samuel Coppage, you're out. Next auction coming as soon as I show you. Artie Butler, Have You Met Miss Jones, with promo sticker, and it is a white label promo. EX $17.99. A&M Records white label promo, $17.99. Next auction is going to go up right now. It's Hailstorm. All this jazz and interesting stuff, and then all of a sudden there's a Hailstorm. Reanimate 3.0, the covers EP. Hailstorm is a 2017 Record Store Day limited edition, sealed, $45 start on Hailstorm. Artie. Artie is where? Artie Butler. That's the last one I showed. And then G-Mac was second. Ted Curson. Ted Curson is VG Plus $54.99, a 63 Mono OG. Hailstorm has a bid for 45. Cinderella's at 37. Steve Mason's out. And now Harold is at 78. You actually bid against yourself, Amenities. You still have it for 75. Samuel Coppage never did bid a second time. Samuel Coppage. So you actually bid against yourself. Now, Samuel, you got to bid more than 78. Hailstorm's at 50. Eddie Costa, Memorial Concert. Eddie Costa is a 63 US Mono. That's EX $12.99. Also, here's that Rainy Day, the Paul Horn Quintet, a 66 US Stereo OG, VG Plus $9.99. And Antonio Carlos Joe Beam tied, a 70 US White Label promo, EX $22.99. And then Ray Red does want the Ted Curson. What is the Pablo? Pablo. The only Pablo I think that's left is J.J. Johnson and Al Gray. Things are getting better all the time. VG Plus $9.99. Danae on Paul Horn. That's so to Danae. Cinderella has a new bid for 40. That means Steve Mason's out, and that means Michael Wilkerson, you've been outbid. So now Wheeler's at 80. Amenity's been outbid. Mortgage Guy Rob, you're out on Hailstorm. The new high bid is $50 on that one. Next is Portrait of the Artist, Bob Brookmeyer. That's a 61 US stereo. EX $17.99 on that one. Round Midnight, Kenny Burrell, a 72 promo. That's EX $27.99. And Al Gray, Having a Ball, an early stereo reissue from Argo, EX edition, $12.99. An early stereo reissue, EX $12.99. Al Gray. John Bishop plays the guitar, and it says, doesn't he? A 71 US Jazz, EX $9.99. The Pablo record label here is sold to Mark Olson. Cinderella's at 40. Michael Wilkerson out. Andrew Hill, that's EX $12.99. And we have Don Patterson going down home on Cadet, a 67 US stereo Soul Jazz, VG Plus $12.99. One more in here, Jimmy Ponder, All Things Beautiful. Jimmy Ponder's a 78 US Soul Jazz Funk, $9.99. Mark Olson on Gray. Al Gray sold to Mark Olson. Cinderella has a new bid for 41. Terry Gerhardt out. Samuel Coppage, you've been outbid on Harold Wheeler. Making sure Mortgage Guy Rob knows he's outbid on Hailstorm. Final call on Hailstorm to Josh Brown for $50. Danae on Jimmy Ponder. If anybody wants a price on anything in here, let me know before I go right into the other crate. And here that is. So we have Don Patterson going down home. Andrew Hill with Lee Konitz, Ted Curson, Cecil McBee, Art Lewis. That one's called Spiral. We have John Bishop plays his guitar, doesn't he? Around Midnight, Kenny Burrell. Portrait of the Artist, Bob Brookmeyer. Antonio Carlos Jobim tied. Eddie Costa Memorial Concert. Eddie Lockjaw Davis with Paul Wheaton Trio. Oliver Nelson, Black, Brown, and Beautiful. Night Song, Kenny Burrell. Antonio Carlos Jobim. Four trombones, John Lewis, Charlie Mingus, J.J. Johnson, Kai Winding, Benny Green, Willie Dennis. Bosses, The Ballad, Eleanor Jaquette plays Cole Porter. Casino Royale soundtrack, Arnett Cobb. Arnett Coleman, Kenny Burrell, Blue Moods. Kenny Burrell, Blue Moods. Kenny Burrell, Soul Call. Shirley Scott, Like Cozy. O.T. Hush, The Modern Jazz Quartets. Jimmy McGriff, I've Got a New Woman. And Coleman Hawkins is still available. It's called The Hawk Relaxes. A 61 U.S. stereo, a 61 U.S. Deep Groove Mono OG EX $54.99. Next over here, we got Cinderella at $45. Hailstorm has a new bid for $52. Wheeler has a new bid for $90. Amenities, you were outbid. Hailstorm is Reanimate 3.0, the covers EP. A Record Store Day sealed. The new high bid's $52. That is that. John B. Price. John B. Price. John Bishop plays his guitar. Is a 71 U.S. Jazz EX 999. Patterson Price. Don Patterson, Going Down Home, is a 67 U.S. stereo, VG Plus, $12.99. Cinderella 46, and now we have Hailstorm at 55, Harold Wheeler's at 91, Patrick Lear on the Coleman Hawkins, Ray Red on AH, and AH was Andrew Hill. Cinderella out, Wheeler 95. We do have a soundtrack to Rosemary's Baby. I'm going to put it up right now. Still got a couple soundtracks in here, I think, at least one. Still a lot of cool advertised auctions to run. We have Mia Farrow in a William Castle production, Rosemary's Baby. This is the soundtrack by Christopher Comita, and this is a 68 U.S. stereo OG with company inner sleeve. It's super clean, and that one is a $25 start. John Bishop is sold to Steve Mason for $9.99. That is sticker price on that one. Amenity said sold on Don Patterson. That is sold, and he also just bid $96 on Harold. So what about Cinderella over here? It is officially sold to Michael Wilkerson for $46. Harold Wheeler's at $96. That's called Black Cream. Hailstorm just got a recent bid, and that is with Josh Brown at $55. Mortgage Guy Rob's out. We're about to sell it. And then Rosemary's Baby soundtrack is $25. The vinyl is Near Mint Minus. Near Mint Minus, that's now up for bid. That's the original soundtrack. Modern Jazz Quartet was right back here, and that was QT Hush, the Modern Jazz Quartet. That's Quintet. Quintet on that one. That's a 66 U.S. stereo, EX 999. Quintet, 5, EX 999. Oliver Nelson condition, Kenny Burrell, Bob Brookmeyer, Antonio Carlos Jobim, Eddie Costa, Eddie Lockjaw Davis, Oliver Nelson. Oliver Nelson was a 1970 U.S. white label promo on Flying Dutchman, EX $54.99, and it's a white label promo. Really nice, too, EX on that one. So Harold's at 96. It's up to Samuel Kopich on that one. Hailstorm is officially sold, and that's sold to Josh Brown for $55, and Rosemary does have a bid for $25. Down to 2 auctions. I'll add more. Let's go ahead and go right into another crate. I don't mean a second crate. I mean another crate. A completely different crate. That one was pretty dang awesome. There is still a lower crate I've got to go through. I'm going to go ahead and go through this one right here. And then there's a lower crate to read through after this. Holy moly, right? Yep. Holy moly, right? That's right. Say it with me. 1, 2, 3. Holy moly. Time for some chapstick. Time for some chapstick. Yes. Nice. Time to pop my knee. Oh, that felt good. I had to sit down over here to do it. I just sat down. That's rare. That's rare. Oliver Nelson sold to Roger Ramjet. Great. Boy, that was a great crate. I think that's why he puts those on top. Great stuff there. I have feeling this is probably no different. Final call on Rosemary, and I'm waiting for one person on Harold, and that was Samuel Kopich. Right now, the high bid is $96 with amenities. Next auction is going to go up right now, and that one is Bobby Paunetto. Paunetto is what it looks like. Paunetto's Point. This is a 1975 USOG VG Plus. There's a mark on side 2. Does not affect play at all. Just the one smart. Does not affect back play at all, but that's why we got to call it VG Plus. This one is a $125 start. $125 start. Gatefold jacket. Okay? Must be a good record. over 600 people have it on their want list. That must be a pretty desirable record. A lot of this jazz stuff, some of it has never been reissued. All the classic, highly desirable, highly sought after stuff is. Some of this kind of stuff, I've never seen some of these kind of records in print. Could it have been reissued? Possibly. I'm not an expert on jazz reissues, but a lot of these I've never seen like new pressings of, unless they're under a different title, a different name. I think a lot of these are still never been reissued. All right, let's knock this out. We have Afrique, Count Basie and his orchestra, conducted and arranged by Oliver Nelson, a 71 USOG Flying Dutchman label, $24.99. Johnny Hammond, Higher Ground, that is a 74 US Primo Soul Jazz Jazz Funk, $24.99. Rosemary is sold to Ivan R for $25. That is sold. Wheeler has a new bid for $97. So amenities, you've been outbid, and now it's at $97. Pawnetto's Point is $125 start, just FYI. Hammond is sold to Danae. We also have a Japanese pressing here, Jim Hall. Jim Hall's a 1982 Japanese compilation, $19.99. Count Basie was the first record. Stan Getz with his guest artist, Lindo Almeida. This is a 63 stereo OG in shrink wrap, no condition notes, $29.99 on that one. Also, the Red Garland Quintet with John Coltrane and Donald Byrd. That's called Junction, a 73 US, $24.99 on that one. Eric Gale Forecast, a 73 US, $14.99 on Eric Gale Forecast. Wes Montgomery Jazz Guitar. This is an 81 US, $9.99. The Jim Hall Japanese is sold to amenities. And we have Berlin Dialogue for Orchestra, a 71 USOG Oliver Nelson, $19.99. I had Rosemary at $25. What happened here? What happened here? Rosemary, $25. Let's see here. Joe Salamo said he had it at $25. Oh boy. Let's see what happened here on Rosemary Baby. Cinderella. Harold. Tate Coleman. Age Cinderella out. Wheeler. John B. sold MJ Harold. Rosemary. Ivan R. $25. Okay, let me figure out where your first bid came in. Joe Salamo. I don't see, did I ever call that out loud? I don't think that ever showed up. I only ever seen one bid on Rosemary Baby for $25. I mean, I'm way up here now, nowhere before I put it up. So, let me look through these again. Cinderella, Joe Beam, Terry Reed, Cinderella, Artie. I've only been calling one bid for, I'm pretty sure, Joe, I apologize if it didn't come in, but I've been only calling one bid on Rosemary, and I'm pretty sure that's been with Ivan R. Did I say your name at some point? And I said you had it? Ivan R is the only person who ever bid $25. Is what I'm saying. I don't see it. I thought that's the only bid. I knew somebody had bid 25, and somebody asked about it, and it never did move at 25. Ivan R on EG, and that was for the Eric Gale. And then now we can go ahead and sell this to Samuel Kopich for $97. That was the Harold Wheeler, $97. It made it to Restream, but not Facebook. And then Bobby Panetto. Bobby Panetto is at $125, and this is a no bid, $125. Nobody bid on Bobby. All right, well, what I'll have to do, because I don't know if I was ever saying a name. I might have just kept saying Rosemary's at 25, and they both thought they had it. Because maybe I never did say, like, specifically a name. Better Days featuring Joe Poss. This is a 1971 USOG. It's $395. $395, okay? So I guess what I can do, because maybe I never was specific, yeah, I'm sure it's on Facebook, but that doesn't mean I can see it. It probably didn't make it to Restream. So I guess what I can do is I can try it one more time, because he probably thought he had it because I kept on saying it was at 25. And we'll try this one more time. Rosemary's Baby. Rosemary's Baby. This is a 68 US stereo OG. It has the original company inner sleeve. It's near minus, and we are tied at $25. I need Joe or Ivan to bid 26 on that one. He said no big deal. All right, we'll go ahead and keep it sold with Ivan then for 25. Ivan, it's yours for 25. Now, We have, Ivan says Joe can have it. Y'all are going to have to figure out who can get it. Ivan says Joe can have it. Joe says Ivan can have it. Joe says Ivan can have it. Ivan says Joe can have it. And now Joe said Ivan can have it. Now, the next bid was Ryan Mustaine for Eric Gale. Ryan Mustaine got Eric Gale. That was the record I just put over here. I still don't know who has this. I'm going to leave it right there till y'all can figure out. Or how about y'all just bid against each other for 3 hours? That would be better. Now, Harold Wheeler, Consort. Let me make sure this went to Samuel Kopich for 97. And then Eric Gale. We ran into a big snag all of a sudden. Eric Gale, Ryan Mustaine, the last bid, claim on this. Okay? This is sold to Ryan Mustaine. Everybody on the same page now? We're good? We're ready for new auctions. Here we go. Next two are Triumph and Steve Earle. Here we go. And then I've got to put up another Jazz one. I have Triumph Allied Forces, an 81 USOG Indianapolis near mint minus, a $25 start. $25 start for Triumph Allied Forces. Steve Earle, El Corazon. Steve Earle is a 2007 record store day, 0 for sale in the United States, VG++, a $75 start. $75 start on that one, okay? Roger Ramjet second on Gale. That one went to Ryan Mustaine. The only thing left in here is Oliver Nelson, Wes Montgomery, Red Garland, Stan Getz, and Count Basie. Next, City Lights, Lee Morgan. City Lights is a 1970 U.S. Stereo OG, $59.99. Ivan R. gets Rosemary's Baby for $25. Without a doubt, that's sold to Ivan R. for $25. Basie meets Bond. Count Basie and his orchestra, winner of the Playboy Jazz Poll. That's pretty cool. Count Basie doing Bond stuff here. $19.99. I have another record with a different cover. We have Ray Red on LM, and that's for Lee Morgan. Steve Earle has two $75 bids. And we have I Have the Feeling I've Been Here Before. That would be Deja Vu, a 1975 U.S. Blue Note OG, $19.99. This is Dom Benassi. I Have the Feeling I've Been Here Before. Steve Earle's now at 80. That means Matt Boucher, you've been outbid. Next auction is Grant Green Live. Grant Green is a 1972 U.S. OG. Both discs are EX. It has a couple corner dings. The corner down here is bent. This corner down here is a little smushed. So a VG cover. The disc are EX, and Grant Green is a $75 start. These are Steve Mason. These are sticker price, no more, no less. No more, no less. So I'm going to go ahead and tag you for that for $19.99, right? Richard Groove Holmes, Misty. This is a 66 U.S. Stereo OG, $14.99 for Misty Richard Groove Holmes. Grant Green, the main attraction with Hubert Laws, $34.99. This is sold to Squim, Steve Macy. Steve Earle's at 85. Holmes is sold to Danae De La O. Grant Green was the record I just showed. The Griffith Park Collection. Stanley Clark, Chick Corea, Joe Henderson, 82 U.S. Freddie Hubbard, that's $19.99. Trans Blue, Terramuso Hino, an 85 Japanese import. That's a Japanese press and shrink and hype. I don't think that one came with an Obi. $19.99. I don't really know, but I'm assuming it didn't. Joshua Breakstone Quartet featuring Kenny Berry. 4 divided by 4 is equal to 1. That is very true. $9.99. Hino is sold to Danae. Triumph did not get a bid. I'm going to go ahead and make that a buy now. That's a near mint copy. Beautiful with the original on her sleeve. $25 start for Triumph. Let's put that right there. Steve Earle has hit 100. Grant Green is now a final chance to get a bid in. It's a $75 start. We have Clark, and that was sold to G-Mac, and that was the Griffin Park. That was Stanley Clark here. Sold to G-Mac, 5791, Steve Earle 100, and then the West is best, the Wes Montgomery and his brothers. Wes Montgomery and his brothers, a 67 U.S. Stereo, $14.99. Triumph is sold to Steve Mason for $25. Nick Bargeron was next. I can't believe no one bid on that. And then over here we have Let Your Fingers Do the Walking. Marty Gross and Wayne Wright, a 78 U.S. That's in shrink, $9.99. Next auction is Triumph Thunder 7. Triumph is our next auction. It's a 1984 USOG Europa disc press. EX edition. Triumph is a $15 start. It has the original on her sleeve. Let's put that right there. And we have Gary Neewood, Slow Hot Wind, a 75 US white label promo, $14.99. Matt Boucher, you're out on the Steve Earle. We have a very full crate here, so let me swap these out right quick. Holy moly. Let me swap these out. We're going to be going through a crate that Laura marked next over here, just FYI. Just FYI. And then I have a quick CD auction. You heard me correctly. Give me 1 second to get them all together. But before I do that, let me go ahead and show the next record, and that's Dizzy Gillespie, the Great Modern Jazz Trumpet. And that's a 1976 French import compilation, 1999. Steve Earle still getting bids. Matt is at 105. Let me grab a new crate right here. Awesome. And that's going to go right here. And Grant Green did not get a bid, and Grant Green is a buy now for $75. Let's go through the no bids right quick. Grant Green Live is a 72 USOG, 75 on that. We have Better Days featuring Joe Poss, a 71 USOG. That's $395. Also in the no bid pile, we had Panetto's Point, Bobby Panetto. That's $125, VG Plus on that one. And then we had James Gang Miami, which is a white label test pressing. A test pressing of the James Gang album Miami, 45 on that one. I still got Cheap Trick. This is pretty tough to get. Busted. That is their 1990 USOG album, $75. And Otis Spann is the Blues. That's a 61 US Deep Groove Mono, VG Plus Plus, $45 on that. So that's our current no bids. There's several in there. Hopefully they're gone by the end of the night. There was none over here. And then we have Steve Earle at 105. Dizzy Gillespie sold to Alan Smith. Grant Green auction, year shown, sorry. The Grant Green that was just went off for a buy now. Grant Green is a 1972 USOG. Both discs are EX, corner bump, VG cover because of the corner bumps, the disc are EX 1972 OG. Steve Earle, Nick Bargeron, you've been outbid. Triumph did not get a bid. Triumph is a $15 buy now. Chad, can you give me the year of the Lee Morgan? I claim once more. I think I might have heard you wrong. Sure, that was in this crate, wasn't it? Was that Lee Morgan in this crate? Nope, that was, well, it was in the crate I just took over here. The Lee Morgan that was claimed, let's see, Jimmy Ponder, Coleman Hawkins, Andrew Hill, John Bishop, Don Cinderella, Hailstorm, Johnny Hammond, Oliver Nelson, Harold Wheeler, Eric Gale, Rosemary, Lee Morgan. Lee Morgan was a 1970 US Stereo OG. City Lights, 1970 US Stereo OG in shrink wrap. Okay? Next, as I've been on Triumph. Okay, your comments ran in with the last one. So it was Triumph. This is sold to Steve Mason for $20. That's sold to Steve Mason for $20. And once again, Nick Bargeron was second. So that's done. Steve did bid on it. And now it's sold to him for $20. And then Steve Earle sold to Matt for $105. Nick's like, man, I can't catch a break. I need you to bid Nick Bargeron. I need you to bid fast, often, and really high. And I guarantee you'll win more auctions. Next auction is Bobby Humphrey cooking with Blue Note at Montreux. This is a 1974 USOG. This has never been reissued on vinyl. It's sealed. It does have a corner clip. $55 start on that one. Can I see the Rolling Stones light? Squim had it for 20. OG would be 58. Okay, thanks. I'll keep it. 15, you said. And then over here, Count Basie live in Japan, 78. $14.99. Count Basie live in Japan, $14.99. Okay, here's what I can do on the Triumph. Now, it was technically a bid for $20, and then I didn't see your bid, and then it was a buy now for $15. And then technically Nick Bargeron claimed it, but you did bid 20. So I guess we have I'll have to go to the rule book. You bid 20, I missed it, then it was a buy now, then you said you bid, and then Nick Bargeron claimed it, but then now you said you want it for 15. So what should I do here? Should I take your $20 bid and say I missed it and I'll sell it to you for 20? Should I make it a buy it now and give it to Nick Bargeron for 15? But then I said I missed your bid and then we have to put it up for auction. We're into some red flag territory here. Now it's getting pretty confusing because somebody else might have saw your bid for 20 and said, well, I'm not going to bid, and then I never did call it. So I'll go ahead and sell it to you for 15 and say that you're very lucky, okay? I'll say that you're very lucky, okay? Otherwise, I'll have to re-auction it, and then it's going to bring $45. So I'll go ahead and sell it to you for $15, even though you bid 20, and then we'll have to completely redo this. Or we have to completely redo it, and then it's going to sell for $42. So we'll sell it to him for 15. The Rolling Stones lie, sure thing. It's right over here. It's going to be, sometimes the cable, I can't get it a little bit closer. I'll move it over here. All right. Now, that was a bunch of red flag territory. Technically, he bid, and I didn't see it. And then I said it was a buy it now. And then he says, wait, I missed his bid. So I sold it to him for his bid. But then he said, well, wait a minute. I can get it for $15. And then we're in a bunch of red flag territory. I'll go ahead and say it's yours for $15. I won't fetter over $5. But you're lucky I didn't see your bid, because then Nick might have bid, and y'all might still be bidding on it, and it would have brought 43 bucks. Next is another auction going up right now. There's Bobby Humphrey. Here's Pete Jolly. This is Seasons. Pete Jolly, a 1970 USOG white label promo, Monarch press with the original company inner sleeve. EX edition, fantastic. Kind of tough to describe. Pigeonhole. That's a note from Paul. Fantastic. Kind of tough to describe. Pigeonhole. 175, a 1970 USOG Monarch. EX edition, a $175 start on Pete Jolly. That's now up for bid. Next in the crate, we have Sirius Coleman Hawkins, $9.99. That's in shrink wrap, $9.99. Also, we have George Benson, Good King Bad. George Benson's $9.99. And the Shaft soundtrack, Isaac Hayes. Shaft music from the soundtrack composed and formed by Isaac Hayes. A 71 US promo copy. Cool. A promo copy. It says promotion copy, not for sale. $24.99 on Shaft. Also, we have Catalyst International, Jazz from Japan, a 76 US, $24.99. Yeah, it looks like the Saxon lights have turned out great. Looks like they've turned out great. And the Stones came in today. They've been tagged. We got 4 extra Stones. I've got 1 extra Saxon. And then I've got Led Zeppelin, and I've got Metallica and Van Halen. That's the ones currently in stock. Danae DeLeo on Catalyst. That's so Danae DeLeo. Also, the Chris Hines combination, Sister Sleek, a 74 US white label promo Jazz Funk, $9.99. And John Blair, We Belong Together, a 77 US Blues Rock Soul Funk, $9.99 on that one. And Volume 1 of One Night with Blue Note, Volume 1, an 85 US in shrink, $19.99. Our next auction, I'm about to put it up right now. Let me move around some crates, though. Next thing I have is going to go up right now. I've got Grim Reaper, Faster Pussycat, Saxon, Quite Right, Fastway, Quite Right, HSAS, Lita Ford, Dio, Ace Frehley, Skid Row, Bob Seger, Fastway, Dawkins, Cinderella, Dio, Lita Ford, Iron Maiden, Lita Ford, The Cult, Iron Maiden, The Cult, Iron Maiden, Cinderella, Lita Ford, The Cult, Tesla, Iron Maiden, Faster Pussycat, The Dang Yankees, Evanescence, Danger, Danger, Metallica, Megadeth. Oops! I was in tomorrow's crate. Whoops, I was on tomorrow's crate. My bad. I will go ahead and sell Bob Seger right out. Bob Seger is a 2014 USOG near mint minus, a $25 start. Bob Seger right on, $25 start on that, okay? So there's that, and before I do anything else, I am going to answer lights. $59.99. $59.99. The Guitar Session, Jay Berliner, Gene Bertassini, Toots Thylman, Richard Risenkopf, 81 US and shrink, $14.99. Trombone Sound of Harold Betters, Funky City Express, 66 US stereo, $9.99. Beck is Joe Beck, a 75 US Fusion, $14.99. And George Benson, The Other Side of Abbey Road, a 1970 US white label promo, $34.99, okay? Now, BS. So first, Pete Jolly, info. Pete Jolly is a 1970 USOG white label promo EX edition with the original company inner sleeve. No bid, $175 on that one. Starting bid. Bobby Humphrey's a no bid. I'm going to go ahead and make it a buy it now. Bobby Humphrey is a $55 buy it now. Bob Seger, Squim. The minimum bid on this is $25. It is up for auction. $25 to get that one going. What is condition of Bobby Humphrey? Bobby Humphrey is sealed. This is a 74 USOG, never reissued, sealed. Does have a clip corner, $55. Bob Seger has a bid for $25. We have Joe Beck, sold to Ryan Mustaine. And we have Charles Mingus, Better Get in Your Soul, 71 USOG sealed, $49.99. Asmuth. Let me find that one right here. That is now going up for bid. This is Asmuth. This is Telecommunications. It's a 1982 U.S. sealed copy for a $35 start. 82 U.S. sealed copy, $35 start on that. Next is, let's go ahead and go through some more stuff in this crate. I have Hold On, Noel Pointer. That's $9.99 for Noel Pointer. Jimmy Ponder, Illusion, Jimmy Ponder's a 1976 U.S. White Label Promo Soul Jazz, $19.99 on that. Final call on Seeger. Final call on Pete Jolly. This is $14.99 for Don Pullen, Tomorrow's Promises. $14.99 Mark Olson on BH. And BH was for the Bobby Humphrey Buy It Now for $55. Thank you on that one. Danae D. Leo on Jimmy Ponder. That's sold to Danae D. Leo. And then we have what? Enrico Rava Quartet, a 1980 German import OG, $44.99 on it. We have No Pointer. That's sold to GMAC 5791. We have who here? This is Dizzy Reese, Manhattan Project, Dizzy Reese Sextet, a 78 U.S. Post Bop, $29.99. And Steve Reich, Music for 18 Musicians, a 78 U.S. Note from Paul, fantastic album. One of Bonnie's favorite album. Is that what that says? Bowie. Oh, Bowie. One of David Bowie's favorite albums. $69.99. Steve Reich, Music for 18 Musicians. Okay? So Asmuth has a bid for $35, $35, $35. Squim, Danae, Ron Mustaine, then Stillman, now Steve Mason, $43. NP was No Pointer, and that was sold already? No, which one was that? No Pointer. Who was this? That was Rico Rava. GMAC. NP was for... Did we already sell that to somebody? Maybe it's further back. I remember saying that name. What happened to it? Steve Reich, Dizzy Reese, that's Rico Rava, Don Pullen, Charles Mingus, George Benson. This is Harold Better guitar. Where is NP, or what is NP? Pete Jolly did not get a bid. It's a $175 Buy It Now. $175 on Pete Jolly. Let's put that over here in the no bid pile. And then Bob Seeger. The last bidder came on this was, the only bidder was Steve Mason for $25. $25, that's sold. Spiky McVeigh gets the Pete Jolly for $175. And then Danae offered $150. Already sold to Spiky for $175. Asmuth is at $46 with Squim. Steve Mason, next auction is going to go up right now. Ornette Coleman, Body Meta. Ornette Coleman, Body Meta. Ornette Coleman's a 1978 USOG sealed, a $45 star for Ornette Coleman. Next auction is Evanescence, Fallen. Bring me to life. A 2013 U.S. limited edition, 10th anniversary, purple vinyl, a colored vinyl version, purple. Evanescence Fallen does have the inserts, $75 start on that. Ooh, it has lyric insert. Now I can sing along. You can see into my eyes like open doors, leading you to wake me up inside. Wake me. Okay, back to reality. We have Return to Forever Live. This is Return to Forever Live box set of 4 LP. No condition, 78 US, $39.99. Timur Riverberi. And that's a 76 US Jazz Funk Experimental Disco. Wow, Experimental Disco. $19.99. Buddy Rich and the Big Band Machine, Speak No Evil. $14.99. And Don Rader Quintet, Wallflower. A 79 US Post Bop Hard Bop. That's hard to say. All right. Asmuth, $52. And then we have Return to Forever, so to GMAC. And Ornette Coleman. Ornette Coleman is a 78 USOG sealed, $45 start. Evanescence, a $75 start. And let me go pull that Lee Morgan for Ray Red. Yeah, this might be tagged with the wrong. So evidently there is an older pressing. And I think sometimes when you look up some of these jazz albums, they might have been reissued under different titles. But evidently this was put out much earlier than 1970. Evidently, this Blue Note City Morgan. So I'm not for sure. It might be a Discogs mistake. So it is a 1970. This is a 1970 US Stereo OG, $59.99. So if anybody wants that, it's a 1970 US Stereo. It's not an OG, I don't think, though. It's not an OG. Asmuth is at 52 with Ron Mustaine. That means B. Stillman's out. He's done. And this is a final call. It's called Telecommunication. It's sealed in 82, and it's at $52. Ornette Coleman is a buy it now. No bid for $45. And Evanescence is a no bid. It's at $75. Okay? And we got quite a bit of no bids over here. I'll compile them and go through them in a second. And there was 2 for Monday. We had 0 left over from yesterday. We still got 2 no bids left from Monday, by the way. Okay, I'm just going to read these titles. I have another crate over here that Laura has marked. And let's do some other stuff that was also in the advertised batch, like this. Arnett Cobb, moving right along. Arnett Cobb is a 60 US Deep Groove Mono OG EX edition, a $75 start. $75 start. Moving right along. Arnett Cobb, a $75 start. Yeah, this one, Paul says he might have accidentally wrote OG. Yeah, I think this one's more of like a 1958 era. Paul, that's okay. You know, things happen, buddy. Things happen, buddy. Thank you. Thank you for... Paul's tuned in right now, and he's probably thinking the same thing I am. Why aren't y'all buying more records out of here? Okay, and I agree with you, Paul. Paul's probably thinking it. I'll go ahead and say it to him. Why aren't more records being purchased out of here? Yeah, I think some of these OG Blue Note records, in case y'all don't know, are thousands of dollars. I mean thousands of dollars. Yeah, if you run that catalog number, it does pop up as... Actually, it even goes back. See, I see where you could have messed up on that one. So, yeah, that is confusing if you look up the catalog number. So the catalog number, and then Lee Morgan, 1958. Here we go. So, yeah, right now, the OG copy of this, if you want a real OG copy, they start in VG for $1,350, a VG Plus for $2,000, and a VG Plus for $5,500. Those are the asking prices. Those are the asking prices. And this is sold $1,750 and sold for $2,000. So really, a really nice copy would be around $2,000 for this. Might be OG for stereo. That's true. This might be, or it's at least, no, I think there was one from the 60s listed underneath that catalog number. But either way, man, if you want a nice copy, that might be a good placeholder until you get lucky enough to find a real one for less than $1,000. If you're buying it from a record dealer, they're probably not going to be charging less than $1,000. Or they'll probably be like me and they wouldn't want to keep it. I'm not a jazz fan, but if I find something rare, I'm kind of like, ooh, something rare. All right, so we got Azimuth over here, and this is sold to Ryan Mustaine for $52. So CD Lights is $59.99. This is a 1970, or you can hold out for an OG and spend a couple $1,000s if you want an OG mono. This is a beautiful copy in stereo, $59.99. Arnett Cobb, final chance on this, a 60 US Deep Groove Mono OG EX is $75. And I guarantee if I had time, I probably could go through this crate and show y'all some of these. If there are reissues in here, probably what some of the OGs go for. You'd probably be shocked. You'd probably be shocked. Lee Morgan is $59.99 sold to Squim, okay? I've talked so much about it. Ray Red's probably like, maybe I should have kept that. But he says he already has a copy. All right, moving on. Cape Verdine Blues, the Horace Silver Quintet, a 65 US Mono OG with the correct company inner sleeve, borderline VG Plus. Paul says it plays great. A $65 start on that. Joe Poss is still available. Right now, the no bids from tonight are as follows. And if you need information, let me know. How about I go ahead and tell you? Evanescence was $75. Ornette Coleman was sealed $45. Cheap Trick was sealed $75. James Gain Test Pressing $45. Bobby Panetto was $125. Joe Poss is $395, and Grant Green $75. Wowie wow. All right, and then Horace has a bid for $65. That's the only no bids from tonight, right? Otis Spann, wow. VG $45. And the Ramones was a buy now. It was $27.99. I just need to put it back in the crate. I need to put it back in its crate over here. Okay. All right, we're ready for another one. I'm just going to go ahead and go into the lower crate. And we still have another crate that Paul marked. Who knows? Maybe even late tonight. Well, I know what we'll probably do later tonight. Later tonight, we'll go through some of these other jazz crates that have never been offered before. Best offer. And other discount. I do have a vintage half-off crate lined up as soon as we're done with OG stuff. Okay? Because you waited till the end of the night when we no longer have any more money. Oh, dang. You need to call your local Cash Express. Hello, this is Cash Express. How can we help you? Yeah, I need some money. Chad's bringing out all these serious jazz crates, and you know what I'm going to have to do? I'm going to have to borrow, can I borrow $5,000? I'm going to put up my, my car as collateral. Man, he's bringing out these jazz crates, Cash Express, and I just really need about $5,000. And then I'm going to DM Collectco tomorrow morning and be like, go ahead and give me all that leftover stuff. If I lose my car, that's okay. All right, here we go. This is sticker price crate. This is sticker price. These are no more, no less. My best financial advice is go somewhere and borrow money at a high interest rate and figure out how to pay it off later, okay? That's my best financial advice. If you want some of these records, figure out where to go borrow money, high interest rate, and then you can pay them off later. You can pay us now. Arnett Cobb is a buy it now for $75. That's a no bid. Paul's going to have a busy Discogs day tomorrow. He's going to be posting some stuff on Discogs, and these people that have these want lists, they're going to be lighting up with all these records, and they're going to get email notification and be like, holy crap, look at all this great stuff Collectco's listed. Holy moly. And then y'all are going to be like, dang, I should have bought those when I had the chance. I should have went to Cash Express when I had the chance. Okay, we have Betty Wright, my first time around. Betty Wright, and over here, this is a 68 USOG Presswell debut. She only is, what does this say, Paul? She was only 15, 1968. Wow. Betty Wright, my first time around, a 68 USOG, a Presswell, her debut album with the original company sleeve from Atco. I love these Atco and Atlantic inner sleeves. What is this, 68? Wow, look at all the great music hitting the shelf in 1968. Great stuff. $65 start for Betty Wright. That is a $45 start. $45 start on that one, okay? Here we go. Also, let's go ahead and sell this. Danae for $65. Nick Bargeron, so excited he forgot to put the number down. He's so excited on Betty Wright, he forgot to put the number down. This is a new lower crate. These are sticker price, no more, no less. She and him, oh my gosh. VG Plus, the artist of the night, VG Plus, $12.99 for She and Him. Oh my gosh, there it is. AC, Arnett Cobb, $65. It was $75. Sell that to Ray Red for $65. Betty Wright condition. The cover's in shrink wrap. The vinyl is near mint minus. This is a top copy. It is very, very nice. It does have a saw mark on the jacket. No condition notes on the vinyl. And then we have Kelly Vladarchuk on She and Him. That's been the artist of the night. Nick Bargeron has been third on all four of them. And then we have the Beatles, 67 to 70. The 2023 half-speed remaster, VG Plus, $32.99. Betty 45, 47, 50. And oh gosh, we have Devo Hardcore, EX 22.99, Hardcore Volume 1. Oh gosh, a little bit of censoring there. That's $22.99. Oh gosh. And then over here, let's put up another auction. I have a collection of George Strait CDs. Not George Jones, not Conway Twitty, not Johnny Cash. This is George Strait, just to keep everybody organized here, okay? These are all CDs by George Strait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. That's 17 George Strait CDs, okay? And the starting bid is going to be $45. 17 of them. George Strait. There's 1, there's 2, there's 3, there's 4, there's 5, there's 6, there's 7, there's 8, there's 9, there's 10, there's 11. That one was sealed. 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. That's simple. Okay? $45 start. Good luck. All different. We have Betty Wright at 55. Moving on. These are sticker price, no more or less. Beatles, Devo, The Pretenders, extended play. EX $12.99 for The Pretenders. EX $12.99 on that one. Neil Young Trans. EX $17.99. Neil Young Trans. We have Tattooed Beat Messiah, Zodiac Mind Warp, and The Love Reaction. It is on promo marked labels. The cover is kind of worn. Does have a sticker. That's EX, and that's $14.99. Right now, Betty Wright's at 55 with Wolverine. Paul Redfern's out. Joe Salamo's out. And Nick Bargeron's out. We also have Sweet, Desolation Boulevard, Ballroom Blitz, Fox on the Run, EX Edition, $22.99. Betty's at 57, Paul Redfern, and T-Rex Tanks, a white label promo, a VG copy, $19.99. George Strait's at 60. And we have Twang Band King, Adrian Belew, Gold Stamp Promo, EX $12.99. Is Devo a full album? Devo is a 2013 4-track recording, side 1. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I counted 14 tracks quickly. That's EX $22.99. Eric Van Leuven on the T-Rex White Label Promo. Betty Wright's at 65. No one else has bid. The George Strait CDs are at 60. Sully bid 45. Todd Saw bid 60. Nick Bargeron, you were second on T-Rex. Pat Benatar, Shrink with the You Better Run Hop sticker. Vinyls EX $17.99. Now the George Strait CDs are at 75. And then we have Lou Reed, Sally Can't Dance. And this is a slight warp. This has a slight warp that does not affect play. So VG, just a slight warp to it. The cover is VG minus some staining. $14.99. Jared Inc. sold, and that was on Devo. Laura says she's working on metal hot pictures right now. And then, of course, I read off. I have a full bonus crate for tomorrow, too. I will probably wait and post that video tomorrow. And this has Metallica bootlegs. It's loaded. It's got Aussie, Japanese. It's got great stuff in it. That will be posted with the stuff tomorrow. The Cars Candy O. VG Plus $17.99. The Cars Candy O $17.99. By the way, I need a set time every day. You know how y'all expect the new vinyl at 6 a.m. You expect the vintage at 9. I need a agreed upon set time for me to automatically post the hot pictures every day. And I usually wait till I get up and I know what time I'm going to be at the store because I like to post what time the show's going to start. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to start scheduling the hot pictures where everybody knows what time to go to our main page or Instagram. I don't know if I can do it over on YouTube, but everybody knows what time, and I can say hot. I'm thinking like 10 o'clock in the morning. I'm thinking like 10 o'clock in the morning, the hot pictures are posted. That way everybody has time to figure out what they're going to buy. They have time to go research it, and you can get more prepared on what's coming up. I think 10 o'clock in the morning would be good, and it'll just automatically schedule and post on our main page. And then maybe if you're curious at what time I'm actually going to start the show, if it's going to be 6:30 or if it's going to be 6:45 or 7, give or take 15 minutes, I'll just post that in the comments. Like after I'm up and I'm awake and I'm showered and dressed and I'm trying to get here as fast as possible. So probably I'll just post that in the comments. But I usually been waiting so I know what time I'm going to be here. So I usually do it all in one. But, you know, like 5 o'clock, and I'm like, hey, I'm going to start at 6:30. So, or for some reason, I'm like up and I've went home already and I'm going to actually start early, which is rare, you know, but yeah, you probably could just check the comments. Yeah, 10 Central, Tennessee, Middle Tennessee time. Yeah, I think that's good. They'll post it in the morning. And then if I wake up and I need to make another announcement or post more pictures or post another video, or if they've sent me something, for sure. So that way it's automatic. That way everybody knows, boom. And be sure, if you ever see a post from CollectCo, hit the like button. I ask to do that all the time, but that actually helps y'all see more CollectCo content. So what happens is if you're not interacting a lot with our page, if you're not commenting or hitting like button, or if you're not clicking on the pictures, eventually you'll start seeing less and less of our posts. So the more you're interacting, the more you're commenting, the more you're posting, anything that interacts with our page, you'll see more of our posts. Otherwise, Facebook will stop putting it in your feed. That's just part of the algorithm. I see it all the time with pages I follow. I comment on a page, I'll see their posts for 2 weeks, and then I almost forget about them, and I'll go back, am I still following them? And I'm like, yeah, I'm following. And I'll see a bunch of stuff I missed. I'm sure that happens to y'all. But the more you like and comment, the more you'll see it. All right, so George Strait CD, 75 final call. Betty Wright was done, right? And this was sold to Wolverine for $65. Now, there was a claim for the Cars and Neil Young price. Sorry for the timeout. The Cars over here was sold to Cameron Davis and Neil Young. NY, Neil Young Trans, was EX $17.99. EX $17.99. And yes, these George Strait CDs are sold to Tim Holloway for $75. Okay, thank you. Those have been stacked up over here next to me forever. I've been trying to sell those. Just, that's the kind of random stuff that's all over this place. Okay, we have Flower, Love 713. I don't know if that's how that's supposed to be read. This is a 1990 USOG Indie Rock EX 1799. All right, more auctions. Next, I still got some advertised stuff over here. Ted Curson Pop Wine. Ted Curson's a 1971 French OG. This was only pressed in France and Japan originally. It's an all-time great free jazz record that I think has a lot in common with Bitches Brew, the Miles Davis record. It's in top condition, a $95 start. Ted Curson Pop Wine. $95 start on that one. Can we get the post-it notes with the pressing year of the hot post so we know what we're looking at? I will have to, well, that might be tough because sometimes Laura photographs them and then looks them up later. Maybe on a couple like Grails, she'll make a note, but that might be kind of tough because she works on them sometimes the next day. So maybe on Grail, she can go ahead and glance at some of them or ones we know for sure, but we might not have the details ready until like we're live because I think like she's photographing these right now, and then she'll probably come back tomorrow and then get them ready. I think that's how she does that. David Axelrod, Strange Ladies, a 77 USOG Pitneyville with company ear sleeve and insert EX $25 start. David Axelrod, also up for bid. No more CDs around me, no, except for the Japanese and Taylor Swift. I got Japanese and Taylor Swift, which are new stock. I keep them up here so they don't accidentally end up front in the on-sale stuff. Over here, we have Radio City Big Star, 2011. That's EX 2299. Nina Simone's are gone. Yes, unfortunately. City to City, Jerry Rafferty. Right now, we're right in the middle of a new lore crate and great stuff in here. Jerry Rafferty, EX 1499. And Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers, you're going to get it. And that's VG Plus 1999. And that is on the original Shelter label. VG Plus 1999 for Tom Petty. You're going to get it. VG Plus 1999. Rush Signals, an 82 US PRC Richmond OG. EX condition. Rush Signals has the original on her sleeve, 27. So Ted Curson has one bid of Ray Red for 95. David Axelrod, Strange Ladies, that's a $25 start. No bid on that yet. And let's go ahead and put up another auction. And I'll go ahead and slip something in from this other grade. Trying to get some stuff up maybe that's not really, quote, metal, but that would do good right now, like Ace Frehley. So here's Ace Frehley, Frehley's comic, and that's an 87 US Allied OG, a strong VG copy, and Ace is a $25 start. Here in a minute, when I'm done with auctions, I'll have to do like I did the other night, and I'll be digging over here for more miscellaneous stuff, which who knows what I might come into. Now, R is for Rush. Is that right, Joe? Or is that for Rafferty? So there's a Rafferty claim right after your R. Let me confirm with Joe, and then I'll let you know Stephen and Joe who got those other ones. Don Henley, The End of Innocence, a gold stamp promo, $32.99 for Don Henley. And we have Queen, News of the World. Hadn't seen that in a while. I don't know why, but I just hadn't seen that in a while. $32.99. It's an OG copy. We Will Rock You and... Oh, my gosh. We Will Rock You and We Are the Champions. $32.99. And we have, so Joe wanted Joel Castillo on Rush, Stephen A. Young on Jerry Rafferty. Joe Salamo was second. Ace has a bid for 25. The Stooges, a 2000s reissue on 180-gram vinyl from Sundays. Sundays pressing. VG Plus 1999 for the Stooges. One more than I'm in these auctions. Lou Reed, Rock and Roll Animal. VG Plus, and that is $17.99. And as soon as I said that, Ted Curson has a new bid. Ryan, you got that in at like the buzzer. That was a full court shot because Ray Reds had that for 3 minutes and it was on the buzzer. And now there's a new bid for $98. I have bad news for Ray Red. He got that in at literally the buzzer. David Axelrod is a $25 buy it now on David Axelrod. And then Ace over here has one bid with TBI Music Room for $25. Ray Red's at $100. We have Don Henley info. This is an OG gold stamp promo EX. It's already in a MoFi inner sleeve. It's OG Geffen Records gold stamp promo, $32.99. Ryan, you've been outbid on Ted Curson. Axelrod is sold to Eric Van Leuven. Great lore crate here. I got another crate to go through that Paul marked next. And I'm going to start getting into some other auctions I got laying around here. Mostly Miscellaneous. Of course, that went very well last night. I cleared off, was it Monday night? Yeah, Monday night I cleared off like a whole rack over here of stuff. Sent a picture to Tanner. I was like, this is what happens when I run out of auctions. We sell like a whole rack of miscellaneous stuff. We found 45s and everything. The Beetle, 62 to 66. So here is a chance to get, these are triple LPs too, right? Or these doubles? No, these are triple LPs. These 2023s, triple LPs. And I've got the blue and the red both in here still. I've got the blue and the red still in here. Those are the 2023s. Both are VG Plus, $32.99. That would be 6 LPs total. Those are not cheap whatsoever. I think that's probably half off of new retail price if you had to order that new. Ted Curson, 105, 108, 115. Ace is OG VG. Fraley's Comic is OG VG, $25 start. While I see a couple coin buyers on here, I do have Morgan silver dollars left in stock, and I still have a couple silver bars. If that is of anybody's interest, what is spot right now? 83.50 on spot and gold, and I still got some gold coins. While I see a couple coin buyers on here, I still got Morgans. I still got $5 gold pieces, $10 gold pieces, and I still got a couple silver bars. The silver bars I hadn't shown in a while because if I sell them right now, it will be pretty close to my cost. I would be okay with that, but that's why I hadn't really shown them. I've been trying to wait for maybe closer to the 90 range before I brought those back out. The Monkey Wrench. This is Sub Pop, and this is a 92 German OG Blues Rock Grunge, VG $19.99. But with the current price, I could probably let them go for about my cost. Fees considered. What was the Queen, a UK or US? That was a US original on Queen. It's a Canadian, my bad. 1977 Canadian OG EX3299 Sully on Don Henley. That's always been a tougher one to get, and it's always demanded a little bit more money. And I mean, I think sometimes when, that's typically maybe something John would put in his crate. I think he marks them like 39 or 49, and then we take offers on them. So I would say an EX copy, a gold stamp promo at 32 is very fair. So George Harrison, Living in the Material World, give me love, give me peace on earth, give me home, Sampatam. VG, $14.99 on that, and Curtis Mayfield, Superfly, a 2009 pressing. That's VG Plus $19.99. TSO Houston on both Beatles. Those are sold to TSO Houston, okay? And then over here we have Paul Weller. This is Catch Flame. Paul Weller live at Alexandria Palace. Only time ever on vinyl. VG, $49.99. Great decision on the Beatles. So Ted Curson's at $130. Also, if you say pass on Ace, I'm going to sell it to TBI. I was just making sure you didn't want to bid. And let's go ahead and grab another auction over here. Let me see what is over here that's not, it could be, quote, metal, but maybe more so hard rock that I can do in here. Oh, man, there's so much border stuff. Most of the stuff is great over here for Thursdays. We've sold some Colt stuff tonight. Maybe we can put up another one here because it looks like there's 2 in here. So we'll do one tonight, then one for tomorrow. So here's the Colt Sonic Temple. The Colt Sonic Temple is a 89 USOG specialty press, a VG Plus, a nice VG Plus, a $45 start. Ace is sold for $25, and Ace is sold for $25 too. Ace is sold for $25 too. TBI Music Room, okay? There's the Colt. And then Monkey Wrench Tracks. Monkey Wrench Tracks. Monkey Wrench Tracks is Call My Body Home, Angel Head, Cold Cold World with Oregon. Codine from You, Doubled Over Again, Great Down Here, Look Back, Bottle Up and Go, The Story I Was Told, Notes and Chords Mean Nothing to Me, Stop This World, and I'm Blown. And then next is P.W. Price, Paul Weller, oh boy, here we go. VG Condition, $49.99. VG $49.99. Ted Curson's at $140. Ryan Mustaine, you've been outbid. Ted Curson's at $140. That was the last check condition record. The rest of the crate is the rest of the crate, that's spelled with a Q, crate. Moving on. This is sealed. This is Mike Cooley, Patterson Hood, and Jason Isbell live at Shoals Theater. Sealed, a 2021 USOG, $34.99. So the rest of this crate is either sealed or near mint minus. The Alan Parsons Project, Ammonia Avenue, that's in shrink wrap and hop sticker, inner sleeve, $19.99. Ron Mustaine has Ted Curson for $145. Now we got a battle going. The Colt does have a bid for $45. The Black Crowes line, the 2020 Record Store Day, the official press from Record Store Day with the sticker on pink vinyl, $29.99. And the car, Shake It Up, that's in shrink with the hop sticker. Since You're Gone, I'm Not the One, $29.99. Cooley, these are, that's sticker price. So yeah, that is $34.99. Sell that to Jason Fornerat. Sell that to Jason Fornerat. Sticker, and then Jim B wants Joe Poss details. I'm not for sure what you're talking about. We have TC over here for $150. Black Crowes is sold to Mike Ospaw. James Lavender was second. And Slade, Come On Feel the Hits, the best of Slade, $24.99. Curson is a 71 French pressing. This is a 1971 French OG. This was only pressed in France and Japan originally. It's an all-time great free jazz record that I think has a lot in common with Bitches Brew. It's in top condition. Does have that sticker on the cover, but the vinyl's near mint minus. The Colt has one bid with Oso Adventure for $45. It's an 89 USOG and VG Plus condition. Next in here, we have Space Ritual Hawkwind, $54.99. I was just joking. I know what record he's talking about. This is Better Days featuring Joe Poss. It's a 1971, rare and highly sought after. 893 people have it in their want list. There are none for sale. $395 for Joe Poss. $395 on that. The Pretender, self-titled, $29.99 for the Pretender self-titled. Eric Clapton Journeyman, that's an OG, $29.99. Ted Curson has a new bid for $55. Hawkwind is sold to Ryan Mustaine. Ted Curson has a new bid for $175. Jethro Tull Aqualung, the 2011 Steven Wilson, $24.99 on that one. Also, Adrian Ballou, Lone Rhino, Gold Stamp Promo, $34.99. John Kaiser, I'm assuming you were not bidding on the Colt because your comment just says Colt. So I'm assuming that was a no bid. And let's go ahead and put up another auction. And that is the Brass Company colors. The Brass Company is a 1975 USOG, highly collectible label. Very nice copy. The Brass Company is a $75 start. Gatefold jacket, now up for bid. The Brass Company, that's on Strata East. And for what I've learned so far tonight, anything on Strata East is rare, highly sought after, extremely desirable. Hey, here's a little stack of 45s. Hold the fort. Hold the fort. Here's a little stack of 45s. Hold the fort. Here we go. Here we go. Things are moving. Wheels are in motion. Wheels are in motion. Here we go. Little stack of 45ers over here. Storybook 1, 2. Let's start off with some Gremlins. Let's get a set going. Story 2, Story 1, Story 5, Story 2. So we got Story 2, 1. Do we have 1? We got 1, 2, 3. We're missing a 4. Dang it. But this will be good enough. Let me make sure there's no more in this pile. Nope, there's a Flintstones record. That looks pretty cool. There's a Yogi Bear record. And then there's some other stuff in here like Bishop Gunn. Okay, so let's start the Gremlins off. This is Gremlins, Gift of the Mogwai. All the discs are nice. And we have Storybook 1. We got Storybook 2, Storybook 3, and Storybook 5. You'll have to get 4 that I think complete that set there. 4 Gremlins records, a $20 start. Storybook and record, everything's nice. $20 start on those, I think. If these were brought to me, they must have been pre-checked. Yeah, I mean, they're all going to be, for children's records, they're going to be playable. EX Plus, VG Plus, or they're going to be nicer than most if they brought them up here and left them on this. So there's that. Now what for bid, okay? Now, Ted Curson, 175. John Kaiser's out on the Colt. He's out on Ted Curson. Jethro Tull sold to Steve McGee. There's 2 more records in here. Big Country, The Crossing, $19.99 for Big Country. And Circus of Power, Vices. Whoa. A 1990 U.S. sealed OG, $49.99. Ted Curson is sold to Ray Red for $175. That is sold for $175. The Cult is sold to Oso Adventure for $45. The 4 Gremlins records is a $20 start. That's the storybook and records on the Gremlins. And the Brass Company is a 75 USOG, $75 on that. $75. And then there's the Gremlins, okay? That is pretty sweet. Let's go ahead and recap that crate quickly, okay? And let's find some more stuff at the auction. Whoa! Almost fell over. So did my crate. There must have been a shift in gravity or something there. All the records fell over. I almost fell over. And we have another Paul crate to go through, so stand by for that, you jazz aficionados. Here is HSAS. That's Hager, Sean, Arison, and Sheeve. It's a Quai Express and a Gold Stamp promo. EX Plus condition, a $20 start on that, okay? That's our current 3 bids. Everything is going once, going twice, except, I guess, HSAS, which just got laid down. All right. Let me open this up right here right quick. Give me 1 second. Oh, great neck adjustment. Slightly. Something moved. And Paul Brothers wants a Rolling Stones light. No, maybe he claimed one live. Yeah, okay, he claimed one live. Never mind. And then, yeah, Pantera lights up for pre-order. The newest light up for pre-order is Pantera, by the way. Okay, George Michael's due out next week. Yep. Okay. Boys, has something happened to the feed? Test 1 2. Test 1 2. Is this thing on? Test 1 2. Test 1 2. The Pretenders extended play. EX condition, $12.99. Tattooed Beat Messiah, Zodiac Mind Warp, and the Love Reaction. EX $14.99 promo marked labels. Kelly's the only one still watching. Welcome, Kelly Vlodarchek. Sweet Desolation Boulevard, EX $22.99. Robert is 2. We have 2 viewers. Oso makes 3. Edwin 4. And then over here, Jason 5th. We have Adrian Ballou, EX $22.99. There's 7 people watching. Now 8. Now 9. Pat Benatar, Crimes of Passion, EX $17.99. We have Victor Guerra on Zodiac. That is sold to Victor Guerra. We have Lou Reed, Sally Can't Dance, VG $14.99. Neil Young Trans is EX $17.99. Flower is EX $17.99. Oso Adventure says BC second claim. 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 Your first claim never did come in. I think the feed crashed there for a second. If you were trying to claim BC, if that's for Big Country, then this is sold to you for the first time right now, if that's what you're trying to buy. I'll make sure, because I think the feed completely just died there for about a second. Pat Benatar, $15. I will sell you Pat Benatar for $17.99. $17.99. These are no more, no less. Honestly, they should be more. We have Neil Young sold to Michael Bohannon. Oso Adventure gets Big Country. Nobody bid on the Gremlins, $20. Nobody bid on the Brass Company. Gremlins are bought now for $20. The Brass Company is $75. Joe Poss is sold to John Kaiser for $395. That is sold to John Kaiser for $395. Great decision there. Ray Red was next on, no. Ray Red's trying to buy Brass Company. Brass Company sold to Ray Red for $75. Are you going to do a new vinyl recap? Yes. And then Kelly Vlodarchek got the 4 Gremlins for $20. Sold. Everything in here is sticker price. Big Star is EX $22.99 Radio City. HSAS is a buy it now for $20. Let's put that right over there. Let me go ahead and lay the Gremlins right over here. Let me lay those on top of the George Strait CDs to conserve some space. Okay, and we have what? We have Tom Petty, You're Gonna Get It, OG Shelter Label, VG Plus $19.99. HSAS is sold to John Kaiser for $20. How much was Flower? Flower was EX $17.99, $19.90 US. Looks like it has a press statement with it, a press document. Okay, next auction. Well, I do have an announcement first. Everything from the advertised auctions have been shown or sold. There are several no bids, so let me go through those. let me go ahead and crack open this box and see what else I can find in here. Might be a couple interesting things. Perhaps there might be a few CDs in here. There's a miscellaneous box down here. Let me see what else is in here. This is stuff I need to give to Laura to tag, honestly. Okay, I need to give all that to Laura, actually, or put it in a crate back there. Okay, there's that. And let's see here. These are all sticker price in here. These are all sticker price. Victor Guerra got flour. Okay, and then the Stooges was a 2000 Sundays pressing, VG plus $19.99. Lou Reed Rock and Roll Animal, VG plus $17.99. Queen was the 77 Canadian OG. EX32 George Harrison, VG 14. Superfly was VG plus $19.99. The Monkey Wrench was VG $19.99. That's a 1992 German. We actually sold 3 GNRs tonight. Yeah, we sold 3 GNRs tonight. Alan Parsons Project, $19.99, Ammonia Avenue. The Cars Shake It Up, $29.99, Shrink and Hop. Slade, Come On, Feel the Hits. The Best of Slade, $24.99. The Pretenders is $29.99, self-titled. Eric Clapton Journeyman's $29.99. Adrian Ballou was $34.99. And Circus of Power was a sealed OG, $49.99. Let me go through the no bids. Hold on 1 second, though. Okay. So we have Tennessee Tollman on Slade. That is Mr. Tony Murphy, our very own Tony Murphy. That's sold to him. Thank you, TN Tollman. Okay, now, no bids. Before I put up anything new or start getting a little wild and wicked over here, here are these. Hope everybody's paying attention. Very important information coming here. First thing is Otis Spann is the Blues. A 1961 U.S., United States of America, Deep Groove Mono, OG, Original Gangster Pressing, VG++, Otis Spann, $45. Grant Green Live, a 1972 US OG, both disc or EX, just a couple corner bumps, $75 on Grant Green. Bobby Panetto, Panetto's Point, a 75 US OG. It has a mark on side 2 that does not affect play at all. Confirmed. 606 people have this on their want list. $125. James Gang, a test pressing. A 1974 test pressing James Gang. $45 on that. Next, we have Cheap Trick. Cheap Trick Busted is a 1990 US OG sealed. $75 on Cheap Trick. Ornette Coleman Body Meta, a 78 US OG sealed. $45. And Evanescence Fallen, a 2013 U.S. Limited Edition, near mint, $75 on Evanescence. Those are the no bids so far from tonight. I need a mirror right quick. Aha. That's a do. Okay. Now, let's see what we got. Let's look in this crate. Yep. Tomorrow. Get all of tomorrow's stuff ready. Okay. And then let me take a peek in here. Okay. All right. Now, back to these 45s. So, Ryan Mustaine on Grant Green for $75. Thank you. And I'm going to put them in this same crate here, the same crate that has the MoFi inner sleeves, if anybody needs a pack of that. I'm about to order another pallet. We've went through like 50 cases of these since just about the end of the year. It's been pretty amazing, just because we use like at least a whole pack a day just to get auctions ready. So I have those in stock for retail purchase, $26.99. And then this Peter Criss, we had to open it. This was open because we had to confirm if it had as a poster. So this is a brand new Peter Criss that was $36.99. These no longer come with posters or inserts. So $29.99 for the open Peter Criss. And from yesterday, this is a big one here. This is the Strokes. And the Strokes come down machine is $395. The only one listed for sale right now is $500. There are 0 sold listings for a sealed copy. These have never sold sealed. The Strokes is $395. And then we have Prince. This was Plectrum Electrum, a test pressing, $395. There's only one copy listed for sale, and it's $1,000. This one is sealed, $395. The last sealed one sold for $400. That's a sealed Prince test pressing. So that's all the no bids from the last 3 days. There were none yesterday. The Strokes and Prince was from Monday, and that's it except for this new Miles Davis. I got Miles Davis at the plug nickel. That's everything over here in this crate. Just one catch-all record and then the no bids. There's the stuff that Laura marked for today. I'm going to give these boards over here so she can reuse these another show. I'm going to put those right there. And let's get into, I think this is a good time to go ahead and do our nonsense half-off crate. And then I'll do a new, well, there's actually a new crate over here from Paul. But let me go ahead and do our nonsense half-off crate while we still got quite a bit of people watching, because a lot of people don't get to see that. Now, I think the jazz people's pretty dedicated, so I'll go through the Paul crate after that, which has more jazz in it, because I don't think they're going to go anywhere. They want to see that jazz stuff, don't they? Yes. Yes, they do. Of course, also new for this week, the lights. As you can see, the Rolling Stones are in, and Saxon's in, and I do have extras. Cheap Trick for $55. Let me look at that one more time. How about in the middle at $65? How about in the middle at $65? And then we have Miles Davis, the complete live at Plug Nickel. 10 LPs. This is brand new with a 44-page book with extensive liner notes and rare photographs. Wayne Shorter, Herbie Hancock. $234.99. $234.99 on Miles Davis. We have 3 Rolling Stones lights left. Terry Gearhart gets 1. Now we have 3 left. Okay? Awesome. 3 left. It's only rock and roll, and I like it. My life and my heart, spill it out over the stage. Would you satisfy gentle heart? Yeah. Okay, and then Terry on Rolling Stones and Evanescence. Pass for now. Maybe in 30 minutes you'll have a different thought. 2013 U.S. Limited Edition Purple. 2013 Limited Edition Purple. 75. Limited Edition Purple. Evanescence Fallen. Ryan on the Miles Davis. Excellent. That's a fairly new release. So to Ryan Mustaine. Box set gone. All right. Who's ready for a half-off crate? First, let's see what's going on with some of these singles. Here is Zach Sabbath, Fairies Wear Boots Sealed, a $10 start. Jerry Lee Lewis with Roy Gallagher, I Can't Get No Satisfaction, $10 start. Those are both sealed. Zach Sabbath and Jerry Lee Lewis up for bid. Let me move this stuff over. Let me figure out that crate I was going to do half off. I think it was this one. It's either this one or this one. This one. Okay. All right. Excellent. We have officially, I think I've condensed a couple crates. We've went through 2, 4, 5, 6, 8, 10, 12. We've already went through 14 crates tonight. We still got plenty more where that came from. Wow. Okay. Zach Sabbath, Roy, and Roy. Now that Miles Davis box, fill up that. Let me put this right over here. And let's do some half-off vintage. And then hopefully we got our bundles watching, and we might have another one to do after this. Hopefully we can go a little bit later tonight. I'm expecting, I'm basically having a meeting at 6 a.m. to help train somebody new. And that's going to take a lot of time, not only to get ready, but to show him the ins and outs around here of what I expect. And kind of need some time after the show tonight to get ready for that. But we still got plenty of stuff to show. We're going to do half off, Paul Crate. We'll do a quick vinyl recap, maybe a few miscellaneous. And here we are. All right. And then Zach Sabbath at 10 with Chris Frazier. So Roy's at 20, Michael Butler's out. These are half off, no more, no less. Here we go. We have Ian Lloyd and Stories, Traveling Underground. Ian Lloyd and Stories is $10. That's called Traveling Underground. No Condition Notes Kama Sutra label. $10 on that. The Spencer Jackson Family, The Hand of God. A 74 white label promo, that's now $25. That was $49.99. Blues Way label, a white label promo, Spencer Jackson Family, The Hand of God, $25 on that one. Tough Darts, it has a promo sticker on the front. Tough Darts is $17.50. Pretty simple in here. These are half off, no more, no less. These are all vintage pre-owned records. They've been cleaned and checked. If I don't say anything about grade, they're EX Plus or better. If I say the grade, that's the grade. Nat Adderley, saying something. Nat Adderley's a 66 press, $20 for Nat Adderley. That's on Atlantic, now $20. It was $39.99. And Hank Williams Jr. and Lois Johnson, Removing the Shadow, $15 on that one. So Jerry Lee Lewis is sold for $20 to Michael Nath. And then the Zach Sabbath is sold to Chris Frazier for $10. Awesome. Let me see what's over here. How about another Zach Sabbath? Who wants one for $10? There's another one. Same thing. Cool. Black Label Society, Room of Nightmares, the single that's sweeping the country. Black Label Society. How about we put that up for a $10 start? There's another Zach Sabbath if anybody wants that one. This one's been wrapped up in really protective plastic, a good thing. Black Label Society, $10 start on that. I hope these are not like $300 records. And Chris Frazier gets another Zach Sabbath. Stephen Young was second. And then I had a pretty cool vintage record here to show you. And let me figure out what I've done. Oh, yeah, right here, right in front of me. This is Fred and Barney, Best Friends, Hanna-Barbera Flintstones record. Let me double check the condition of the vinyl. It's a storybook record. The disc is like VG minus, 1976 Flintstones. The book's in okay condition, no writing or anything. $10 on the Flintstones record there. So Black Label Society and Flintstones. Couple quick auctions on those. Moving on, half off record, no more, no less. No claims yet. The bundle's already getting bigger and bigger. We have Ronnie Millsap images. Ronnie Millsap is $5. I ship anywhere in the United States for $8. And that's anything you buy Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. Anything that's pre-ordered or bought in our group, $8 in limited shipping. And we're here Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday from 6 to 1 a.m. Every night, $8 in limited shipping. Everybody you see watching, most of these people are not even remotely close to our store. They're located all over the country. We have Patty Loveless, If My Heart Had Windows. Patty Loveless is $7.50. Everything in here is first come, first serve. Just claim in the comments. Like if you want Patty, comment PL for Patty Loveless. Whatever lets me know you're buying it. Black Label Society's at 11. GMB has it. Oh my gosh. I've messed up. We have Jackie. This is Jackie and the Cheap Checkers, Rockin' and Rollin'. This is a 1980 Belgium, $7.50. Black Label Society is now at 15. Flintstones is at 15. Mike Pierce is out. Martin Briley, One Night with a Stranger, $5 of Martin Briley. And we have Brooke Benton today. Brooke Benton is $5. We send invoices on Monday. Billing is only done one day a week, and that is on Mondays. And everything you buy is condensed and consolidated into one invoice on Mondays. And then we send you an invoice through Square. That might soon be changing to QuickBooks. Either way, you'll pay with a credit or debit card. Either way, you'll pay with a credit or debit card. So if you sign up with us, we just need your basic information after you buy something. And then it is $8 in limited shipping. Okay? All right, so back over here, we got Larry Smith on Patty Loveless. That's $7.50. Flintstones is sold to Kelly Vladarchik for $15. Final call on Black Label Society. Mike Ospaw has it for $15. Steve Taylor, I Predict 1990. Steve Taylor is $10. And then we had Duke Jupiter, The Line of Your Fire. Duke Jupiter was $10. And we have Strange Advance. This is $7.50. Next auction is going to go up right now. Let's see. We'll do that one for a bite now. Let's see what's going on with Yogi Bear here. Hey there, it's Yogi Bear, a feature-length motion picture in color, Columbia Picture Release. This is Hanna-Barbera's Hey There, it's Yogi Bear, music and story from the feature-length motion picture. It's a Kellogg's promo. Very cool. It's in the original sleeve, and it has a really cool Yogi Bear label. $10 start on that one. $10 start on that one. Okay, I know why that was in here. I'll run that one separately. So those will be buy it nows. Whoops, I thought I dropped something, but I didn't. That's definitely an auction. I'll make that a buy it now. And then what are these? This is something from the band Extreme. Let me see what this is. This is Extreme Castle Warheads 1994. I bet this is an unofficial, yeah, Italy. This is probably an unofficial CD from Extreme. Live unofficial, we'll say a $5 start. Extreme Live 1994 unofficial CD, $5 start on that. Okay. Now, first thing is which Black Label Society? Which Black Label Society? Black Label Society, Room of Nightmares, the single that's sweeping the country. So it's Black Label Society, Room of Nightmares, and I don't know what the flip is. Worldwide, SDMF. Now, the high bid is Mike Ospaw, 15. Jim B is doing everything possible to hold up the auction. The high bid right now is $15. Yogi Bear, 10, and Extreme, 5. Strange Advance Details. Jim B's like, I'm going to do everything possible before I bid again. Strange Advance. This is $7.50. It's called TWO, 2WO. 2WO, $7.50 on that one. Also, we have Janie Street, Heroes, Angels, and Friends. Heroes, Angels, and Friends, not Fiends, $7.50 on Janie Street. Think About Living, Bob Lumen, $5 on that. Black Label Society's officially on the clock. Cue the 60 seconds. Stillwater, I Reserve the Right. Stillwater is $7.50 on Stillwater. Joan Armour Trading, Walk Under Ladders. Joan Armour Trading is $5. And Larry Carlton, Mr. 335, live in Japan, $7.50 for Larry Carlton. And Sheena Easton, $5 for Sheena Easton. And then Dennis DeYoung, Back to the World. Dennis DeYoung is $8.50, okay? So Black Label Society is sold to Mike Ospaw for $15. Yogi Bear is a no bid. It's a buy it now for $10. And Extreme is sold to Doug Reeder for $5. Okay, now, before I do anything else, does that have weakness in me on it? The Joan Armour Trading. Walk Under Ladders does not have weakness. It does. I have a feeling Kelly wants that. It's $5. We have Sorrows, Love Too Late, an 81 New Wave album, $7.50 on that. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and this is called Bishop Gun Shine. Bishop Gun Shine. And Bishop Gun Shine is sealed, and it's going to go up for a $10 start. And we have Van Halen, Hot for Teacher. Now this, let me check the vinyl on this. Not the best thing to store this in. This plastic, you can see what's happened to it. This kind of dingy plastic. You can see where it's yellowed, where the label was. Not the best design here, but this is pretty cool. It's a poster, Van Halen, Hot for Teacher. Let me find, if I can, a sleeve, a better sleeve to put this in. If not, we won't worry about it right now. I'm not seeing anything right off the bat. I should have a pack of them laying around here somewhere. I bet they're in this box right here. Yeah, let me put one in this. There we go. All right, and then let me put it in here. All right, so I'm good. The actual vinyl is not too bad. It's actually pretty clean. I'm gonna say it's EX or better. The plastic is normal, the way you see these, kind of dingy. I'm gonna go ahead and take this out of there too. And it comes with this, which is like a little mini poster of Van Halen. Information. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put this in here just so that it exists. Then we're going to put the book behind it so you don't have to worry about dinging that too much anymore. And then we're going to put the disc in here. And we're going to say that's a $7 start, okay? $7 start on Van Halen. So first thing is, let me work my way down. TSO Houston on Stillwater. Stillwater is sold to TSO Houston for $7.50. Jason Fortnerack got the Yogi Bear record for $10. And this is sold to Kelly Wlodarczyk for $5. It does have the song you're looking for. The Sorrows is sold to Mike Owen. Victor Gary, You Were Second. And you see a year on Dennis DeYoung. Dennis DeYoung came out in 1986, $8.50. And then Van Halen 7, Van Halen 10. Bishop Gun is a $10 start. More half-off LPs. We have the front, and that is $7.50. Shrink wrap and hop sticker, the front. Disco single, The Beach Boys, Here Comes the Night. A double-sided, one side's instrumental, $5 on that. And Tom T. Hall, OT's in Town. Tom T. Hall, $5. Van Halen's at 10. Jerry Lee Lewis, The Killer Rocks On. Jerry Lee Lewis is 5. Doug Reeder wants the Dennis DeYoung. That's so to Doug Reeder. And we have Neil Sedaka, Stepping Out, $5 on that. So, Jerry, you're out on Van Halen. And everything I'm about to show you is $6.99, okay? $6.99. We have Van Halen Jump. Really clean. I just looked at it. It looks like a sticker got peeled off of it. Jump and House of Pain. Gremlins, Storybook 1 and 2. $6.99 each. Jack Green, and the reason this is in here, it looks like it's been signed by Jack Green. $6.99. And then the South Pacific EP. South Pacific, Rogers and Hammerstein. Those are all $6.99, okay? First thing is Van Halen 710, and then a new bidder 12, and then Jerry bid 11. Michael Nath on Jerry Lee Lewis, and Louis Kulik on NS for Neil Sedaka. All those I just showed right here are $6.99. Jerry Torres wants the Van Halen Buy It Now for $6.99. I left South Pacific, Jack Green, and the Gremlins. Okay? Now, the Van Halen over here is at 15. And then Larry Smith on Jack. And Jack was for the Jack Green, which was signed. That's so to Larry Smith, okay? All right, single and the sleeve was signed. More Encore Golden Hits of the Platters, $5 on that. So Van Halen's at 17 right now. Bishop Gun is a no bid. That's a buy it now for $10. Okay? And then Lee Oscar is $10. Lee Oscar, $10. This crate here is a half off, no more, no less crate. Dear Mr. Gable, Karen Chandler, that is $7.50. Dear Mr. Gable. Jeffrey Osborne, Don't Stop, $5 on Jeffrey Osborne. And Welcome to the Dance, Sons of Champlin, $7.50 on that. The Buckinghams, In One Ear and Gone Tomorrow. The Buckinghams is $5. So Mike Owen, I think it's up to you on the Van Halen auction there. That's at 20 with Cameron Davis. Mr. Gable is sold to Stephen A. Young. Thank you on that one. The Shirelles, Remember When. The Shirelles is $7.50. Shadowfax, Shadow Dance, $5 on Shadowfax. And Ivy Green, All on the Beat. Ivy Green is $15. That's called All on the Beat. Shadowfax, folk Songs for a Nuclear Village, $5 on Shadowfax. And John Martin, Inside Out, a 73 Jacksonville press, $12.50 for John Martin. Dave Dudley Presents, that is sealed for $7.50. And we have Conway Twitty by Heart, $5 on Conway, and the other Conway was sealed, $7.50. Van Halen's at 22. Cameron Davis is out. Well, we obliterated that stack of 45s. See how fast 45s go? Here is... okay, I've already shown those. Done. Okay, well, this shelf's emptied again. Let me go to another shelf. But first, here's Mel Tillis. It's a Long Way to Daytona. Mel Tillis is 5. Van Halen's at 26. Bud Shank, I Hear Music. Bud Shank is $7.50. And Oregon. Oregon is $6.50. $6.50. The Wanderers, the original motion picture soundtrack. Music by the Four Seasons, the Angels, the Shirelles. $10 on that. And Bighorn. Bighorn, $5, a gold stamp promo. Over here is the soundtrack to Gun, which was music by Henry Mancini, $10 on the Gun soundtrack. Sugarfoot, Sugar Kiss, $10 on Sugarfoot. And meanwhile, back at Edmonds, the Harbinger album. This is sealed for $25. That means it was $49.99. Ma Perkins, 1 hour from radio's longest running soap opera, America's Famous Widows. So this is one of those golden age radio broadcasts. Ma Perkins, $6.50 on that one. And then Greg Piccolo, Heavy Juice, $10 on Greg Piccolo. Steve Taylor, Meltdown. Steve Taylor is $5. And this is Tom Rush, The Circle Game, 10. Is that Gun or Gun? That's Gun with 2 N's. Henry Mancini, Gun, which is 1967. Cameron Davis, you're out on Van Halen. Mike Owen has it for 28. All righty. Okay, that was a good stretch. Got a new arrival crate coming up next. Let me move some stuff around over here so I can get to this rack a little bit better. And I might have to do a crate condensing and see. I'm in a fresh new rack. I see autographs. I see some magazines. I see random stuff, a Zach Wild book, a vintage set of headphones in the box, you know, miscellaneous, tchotchkes, this and that's, thises and thoses, that kind of stuff. You feel me? You hear me? All right. First thing is Tom Rush, Sold to Samuel. And we're going to just read the titles and then offer these for a final call and bundle. And then Ivy Green price. Ivy Green. Ivy Green. Ivy Green. All on the beat. $15. $15. That was the half off price. Okay, I'm assuming Cameron's done on Van Halen. Final call to Mike Owen. And if you need a price in here, let me know. We had Ian Lloyd, Spencer Jackson family, Tough Darts. Spencer Jackson was originally marked $50, by the way. Tough Darts, Nat Adderley, Hank Williams Jr., Ronnie Millsap, Jackie Cheap Checkers, Jappy and the Cheap Checkers, Martin Briley, Brooke Benton, Steve Taylor, Duke Jupiter, Strange Advance, Janie Street, Bob Lumen, Larry Carlton, Sheena Easton, The Front, The Beach Boys, Tom T. Hall, The Platters, Lee Oscar, Jeffrey Osborne, Sons of Chaplin, The Buckinghams, The Shirelles, Shadowfax, Ivy Green, Shadowfax, John Martin, Dave Dudley Presents, Conway Twitty, Conway 20, Daytona, Bud Shank, Oregon, The Wanderers, Bighorn, Sugarfoot, Edmonds, Ma Perkins, Steve Taylor, Greg Piccolo, and the Gun soundtrack. Okay? Make sure everybody's lag kicks in, because somebody's probably typing right now, what was the blank blank? And then I go wait for them to comment, and then it pops up, and then before I start counting these. Doug Reeder on the Sugarfoot. I sold to him for $10. And then I lost Cameron Davis. His internet must have crashed, or he, nope, there he is, $30. He's back from the dead. Mike Owen, you've been outbid on this. Cameron, you almost lost it. I lost you there for a few minutes. $30. Mike Owen, you're out. What are the vintage headphones? Let me go do that. If I want to buy something from your store you show during your online sale, could I ask you now or message you me? Something from your store. You talking about like something you've seen in our store? You could tell me right now if I could go get it, if I know where it is. Otherwise, I might be like, why don't you go ahead and send us a message, and that way I have a note, and then I'll go find it later. John Martin is sold to Eric Squindo for $12.50. Okay. Mike Owen, you've been outbid. But I will get into this tub of where I mentioned those headphones were. Before I do that, we still got a crate of new arrivals. And let me do some condensing, because there was somebody asked, are we going to show the new stuff again? And I said, hey, yes, absolutely. And let me start where those, let me find out where those started. Those started right here. Awesome, some awesome new vintage stuff tonight. And I need some empty crates anyways, and I need to make space over here. And then we have the vintage leftover flip crate stuff, which should be really, really good. Really good stuff there. Let's see what Paul's marked here. Paul's Jazz Crate. Some of these did exceptionally well. This one here, they almost didn't have much left in it. Probably will have a 7 a.m. Jazz Crate, just FYI. That's what I do after he's priced a bunch of great ones. And we might have an 8 a.m. Laura crate, because now from the stuff from last night, the stuff from tonight, there's almost a whole crate of Laura stuff left over, which is always really good titles at great prices. So I got some videos to film. And she had a crate here of new vinyl. Wow, a lot of great stuff, eh? Hey, a lot of great stuff. Fantastic stuff. Yeah, we'll knock this out sooner than later tonight. Still need to get somebody bought in on this Nirvana box. That would be great. All thought I had on Matt Nichols almost bought in, but he never did pull the trigger. Some people message me, they say, Chad, listen, I'm going to watch until about 9 o'clock, and then I got to go to bed. I don't know how you do it. I don't know how these other people do it, but I fall asleep every night at 9. So if you're still showing stuff that I want to buy at 11, I'm probably not going to see it. Over here, we have Van Halen sold to Cameron Davis for $30. Okay, now let's offer these as a bundle. 1, 2, 3. I need somebody to buy these. Otherwise, I might have to stop the show. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38. 41 records. You ready? Here we go. This is going to be at a great price to begin with. $155. 155 divided by 41, $378 each. Let's do it. Next was headphones. Yes, I'm trying to condense these crates so I can get to that stuff. Bear with me. Hold, hold, hold. Bear with me. Hold, hold. All right, there's empty stuff. These can almost fit into one. Almost. Can it? Could it? Please fit in there. Excellent. Excellent. Another empty crate. It's that time of night. I'm cleaning and organizing over here. All right, let me walk over here and see who bought the bundle. John Berry, 125. Jim B, 130. Oh, gosh. I've never had this happen. John, you've got first dibs. I'll do 135. That's my counter. I was at 155. 135 divided by 41 would get these down to $329. It's going to be sold to somebody. 135, I'll do that. Jim B's getting nervous. Jim B, you might just bought a whole crate of records. I have a feeling John Berry will do it. Macombo box set. I don't remember that. Macombo box set? Macombo box set. Not at the El Macombo. That sounds familiar. Who was that? All these are sold to John Berry for $135. Wow, that's a great deal. So what would those first, like 3, 4 records in here added up to what? Let's see, 50, 85, 125, $155. And if you count stories, $175 for the first 5 records as sticker. We move stuff fast. I turn it over quickly, okay? Probably sometimes too quickly. And sometimes I do that. I'm like, what did I just do? I mean, you know, I've been in some record stores, and I know for sure they've had stuff sitting in the bins for 2 years. Not here. We keep it for about 1 week. And that's the only way we can get through, you know, 1 million records every year. That was a great bundle. That was the first 4 records added up to what the bundle sold for. Rolling Stones El Macombo. Yes, I still have that. I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I still have that. I don't think that's sold. Let me go ahead and set because I don't have space for it. Let me set the Nirvana back here. Actually, let me not unless I cover him up because Facebook flags that image. They don't like that image. So $199. That's the 8LP Monstrosity. The 8LP Monstrosity. 77 tracks, 53 were unreleased live tracks in a 40-page book. All right, there's that. So the 6 a.m. crates, we sold a whole crate. There was 1 crate left, or after we condensed it live. There's the leftover Laura stuff. I'm going to leave that together, plus the few from yesterday. Here is the first crate I'm going to throw up right now quickly. Actually, I did promise the Paul crate. So let me go ahead and do that. Let me push this here. And we have a whole bonus crate here of metal auctions for tomorrow. That will be posted tomorrow. You'll have to wait until then. It's a whole crate of bonus stuff. And it's good. There's like 20 Metallica bootlegs. Not 3, not 4, like 20 Metallica bootlegs. Yes, you heard me correctly. I'm moving some stuff around. Sorry, it's that time of night. Otherwise, it gets a little messy. I don't even know what to show next, and honestly, sometimes it's hard for me to walk around and get to the next crate. So I'm glad that John Barry's watching. That means we just greatly increased our chances of going through more half-off stuff, and the crowd goes wild. The crowd goes absolutely wild. And then Matt Lawson does want the Elma combo box. Okay, give me a second to hunt some of that down, okay? I'll have to go hunt that down. I don't mind hunting. I don't mind hunting. Here's was a new miscellaneous item for tonight. This was the Iron Maiden 4-pack, glow-in-the-dark. That's $49.99. Funkos, of course. Funko Pops. Funko Pops. Let's see. That's new. Okay, this was Paul, which I think is Jazz. There's vintage. Okay, the Laura, the record, the Elma combo will be either in this crate or this crate. And it's not in those two. So it is officially in this one right here. Yep. Nice. And this is sold to Matt Lawson, which was $99.99. Sticker on the back. Colored vinyl. Very cool. Kind of cut out there. Sold. There's that. And Jim B's trying to make it sound like he did John Barry a favor. Oh, pity party, Jim B. Jim B pity party. You should change your handle. Jim B pity party. Oh, pity party, Jim B. Okay. Now, I don't know who originally did it, but Joe Cocker did a song called Cry Me a River. He does a great version of that. He's got the backing band, Joe Cocker, Cry Me. I know somebody probably did it before him. I've only really known Joe Cocker to only do covers. I'm sure he had some original content, but he was known for doing covers and doing them very well. Living on the riverside. Take me only in my pride. All right, so all the lights here are sold. Whoever's tagging, I've pulled out all the extra lights. The ones in the box here are sold. Okay? All righty. I think I'm ready to show some records. These are sticker price, brand new arrivals. Okay? What happened? These are new arrivals from Paul. These are sticker price. Last crate of new stuff. We've already done a half-off crate. And we've already done a half-off crate. And let's do a half-off crate after this. Oh, I've promised a new vinyl recap. Okay? So John Durden just woke up. He took a nap because we were showing new vinyl. He has slept through all the vintage. And now he's got on just in time to see jazz and more new vinyl. You slept through the whole show. I told you not to go to sleep. We have Cal Collins, Cincinnati to AA. What did I just say? Cal Collins, Cincinnati to LA. This is a 78 US BOP, $14.99. Cal Collins, Cincinnati to LA. Over here, we have Proof Positive, JJ Johnson. This is a 65 US Mono OG, Proof Positive, JJ Johnson. Gosh, $74.99. Soul Fusion, Milt Jackson and the Monty Alexander Trio, a 78 US, $24.99. And Japanese, this is My Gentle Friend, Blossom Dearie, And this is a 82 Japanese import. Blossom Dearie, $69.99. John Fadis Legacy. At first, I thought that was his trumpet. I was like, good gosh, what kind of trumpet is that? It's his chair he's sitting in. An 86 US, $9.99. And the Ornette Coleman Trio at the Golden Circle, Stockholm, Volume 1, Blue Note, an 83 French, and that is, it has an obi, but it's not Japanese. It's a French. You got to watch those Frenchmen. $34.99 on that one. Now, okay, I promised some headphones. I said, yeah, over here I got some old headphones. And then I hadn't produced them yet because I was working on condensing crates. And now I've got to move carts. And then after that, I got to move these cats. And then after that, I got to move these Garth Brooks box sets. Golly, look how many we have over here. All right, let me move this stack of Laserdisc. Okay, let me move this Select-O-Vision. Okay, let me move this Atari 5200. Okay, let me move this reel-to-reel player. Let me move this drum head. Let me move this stack of Kiss posters. Let me move this box of rare and valuable items. And let's see what we got here. A flashback. This is stereo headphone model SH1A. This looks like something that, you know, like Buzz Aldrin would be using. Unisonic by North American RCAN model SH1-A. I mean, they look pretty nice. They look like new old stock almost. Pretty cool. Japan. What say ye? A $20 start. $20 start. Those look cool, if anything, on a shelf. $20 start. Okay. We have, moving on. We have the great Lars Gullin, Volume 1, 55-56, with Chet Baker and Dick Twardsdick. Wow, what a name. An 82 Swedish OG, 1999. Imagine going to school with that name. Holy moly. 1999. We have Terrence Blanchard and Donald Harrison, Disincerment. This is $14.99. Terrence Blanchard and Donald Harrison. And I have Carol Sloan, Subway Tokens. Carol Sloan is an 82 Japanese import, $19.99. $19.99. And Gene Bertassini, Michael Moore, O Grand Amore, a Bossa Nova collection. And this is an 86 US Bossa Nova, $14.99. Next is the Nirvana box. I have the Nirvana Super Uber Deluxe version. This is if you cooked all the bacon and scrambled some eggs too. This is Nirvana. A 30th anniversary, 8 LPs. It all comes in vinyl jackets here. I think that's 2468, 2468. One of this is the album. There's the book. It's got 77 tracks, 53 of these unreleased, $199. $199. Nirvana, Nevermind. Final call to bid on the headphones, a $20 start. That's a final call. If you want them, I would bid right now. If you don't want them, I'd go fix you another cup of coffee. But if you do want them, here's your chance. Over here, we have Topsy. This one's for Basie, the Modern Jazz Quartet. Over here, this is $9.99. Also, J.J. Johnson, Mad Bebop. J.J. Johnson's a 78 U.S. comp, $14.99 for J.J. Johnson. And the Slow Car Trombones. That's a 77 Swiss import, sealed for $9.99. And the trombone album, Curtis Fuller, J.J. Johnson, Frank Wazzolino, Billy Verplanck, and Frank West. A 2 LP compilation, $14.99. And Exhumious, the Joe Pass Trio, Martin Drew, Miles Henning, and Orsted Peterson. So this Joe Pass is $24.99. We sold a Joe Pass earlier tonight for $395. $24.99 on that one. Pam Murray has the headphones for $20. That's a final call. We do have a bid locked in. Bid confirmed. Bid confirmed. Bid is confirmed. Bid is confirmed. Confirmed bidding. What else do we have over here? Jim B is very curious. Jim B just asked, I wonder what else he has over here. He just didn't say it out loud in the chat, but you know he's thinking it. He's like, golly, I wonder what Chad has over there. I wonder what Chad has over there. I know he's got something. I know he's got something over there. Where is it? Where could it be? It's got to be somewhere over there. He's got to have something cool over there he's not telling me about. Something very rare and valuable that he's going to accidentally underprice. I was making sure this thing wasn't signed. I don't think it is. If it is, I don't see it. This looks like a kind of book that would be signed. Zach Wild, and I don't know why, but it has one of our Near Mint Minus and Pristine and Shrink and Hop stickers. That's one of my favorite sayings. Near Mint and Pristine and Shrink with Hop. So Zach Wild book, $9.99, and you get a Coletco sticker. Zach Wild, bringing metal to the children, $9.99, and you get a Coletco sticker. We have Give Him to the Ooh La La. Is that what that says? Blossom Deary, a 76 Japanese mono, $49.99. There's another Blossom Deary I just showed. Albert Daly, The Day After the Dawn, a 72 US OG. A note from Paul, underrated gem with Jack Wilkins on guitar, $19.99. Okay, let's go ahead and sell these headphones to Pam Murray for $20. And Pam, I'm going to let whoever's tagging put those very nicely back in the box for her. Thank you, Pam. Headphones are sold for $20. And yes, Rolling Stones lights are incredible. Very, very cool. They are $59.99. We have 3 left in stock. Levi Hilton gets the Zach Wild book for $9.99. Thank you on that. Old Man Hilton, that's Levi Hilton. He gets that for $9.99. Thank you on that. Moving on. I'm pulling out some cool stuff over here from this crate. What did I just pull? That book. Okay, I got to get the whole tub over here so I can show it better. And then what is the Rolling Stones 10-inch? That is actually a light. That's a lighted sign. That is a light box that's currently plugged up to power and changing colors. Next thing over here is Blossom. So Adam, there's one. The other Deary was right back here, and that one was this one. This one was Blossom Deary again, an 82 Japanese import, $69.99. So this is a crate of new jazz stuff. I'm going through it once. It's all sticker price. And if you need something on the recap, let me know. Bob James, hands down. Bob James is $9.99. Terje Ripdahl, Whenever I Seem to Be Far Away, a 74 US Fusion in Shrink, $19.99. King Curtis and the King Benz, King Size Soul. Boy, we just had one of these the other day. $19.99, has a DJ promo sticker, a 67 US Stereo promo stamped label, $19.99. Adam Bernardi wants both Blossom Dearies, so those are sold to Adam and Adam. Thank you on that one. And then over here, we have Bruce Cameron Jazz Ensemble. Bruce Cameron is a 79 US Fusion, $14.99. And Chet Baker Strolling. Chet Baker is an 86 German OG in Shrink. Originally sold at Tower Records at $6.99. Now it's $49.99. Also, symphonically, Mike Malio, Chet Baker, and this is an 86 Italian import, $24.99. What else could be in this tub? Right now, we're 3 for 3. What else could be in here? Jim B's very curious. He's like, what could be in that tub? What's in that tub? He keeps pulling out. There's some stuff in that tub, and he's going to tell me what it is. Very interested in what's in that tub over there. What about this stack over here of this stuff, huh? What's this stack of this stuff right here? There's a couple stacks over here, some stuff. He's like, what's in that tub over there? What's in that tub, Chad? I know you got some stuff over there. Gotta figure out what's in that tub. Oh, I finally got it off the shelf. After a long-awaited search, I finally got it. We have newspapers. We got a couple of Hard Rock Cafe items. And one random CD at the bottom. Who's the random CD? It looks like a bootleg. It is. or a copy, not so much a bootleg. Whew, those are giving off a weird odor. It's a whole sack full of lighters. They look like they have band logos on them, but man, they're giving off a weird funk. And by weird funk, I mean marijuana. Phew. Next thing over here is this, Paco de Lucia. This is an 81 Japanese 2LP, $39.99. Also, Ramsey Lewis, Mother Nature's Son, a 69 US promo, $49.99. Mother Nature's Son. That was a Beatles song. Rocky Raccoon, this is all Beatles stuff. Ramsey Lewis, $49.99, a 69 promo. Brother Jim, Milt Jackson. This is sealed for $14.99. Brother Jim, Milt Jackson. Ron Carter, New York Slick, $14.99. Ron Carter, New York Slick. Wow, John Fogerty in here. What's that doing? In shrink wrap, $19.99. Vans Can't Dance, $19.99 for John Fogerty Centerfield. The Purple Rose of Cairo, the original motion picture soundtrack, composed and conducted by Dick Hyman. Gold stamp promo, $9.99. Music from Mission Impossible. That's pretty cool. Conducted composer Lalo Schifrin. And that's a 67 stereo, $19.99 on that. This one is Roland Hanna, Easy to Love. That's a 74 Japanese stereo, $19.99. John Fogerty is Soda Sully. Thank you on that one. David Taylor Bass Trombone, an 85 US Contemporary Classical, $9.99 on David Taylor. Chet Baker and the Lighthouse All-Stars Witch Doctor, an 85 US, $19.99. James Handy on Ron Carter. That is sold to James Handy. Quantor D Sir Something, D Something Something, by Something Something on the Something label. And that's an 84 Swiss import. That's classical. No wonder. $19.99. These classical people, I'll tell you what. We have City Heat. That's an original soundtrack. Very cool here. Clint Eastwood and Burt Reynolds. Shrink and Hop, $9.99 on City Heat. Also, Jazz Vocalist Best 14 by Request. An 81 Japanese import, $9.99. Quincy Jones Plays Standard Hits. An 81 Japanese import, $19.99. Nobody Knows When You're Down and Out, Howard McGee, a 63 US stereo OG, $69.99. Emancipation of Hugh Muscella, a 66 US, $14.99. And Klaus Ogerman, Cityscape, Michael Brecker, an 82 US contemporary jazz fusion, $19.99. One sweet dream. Boy, this is just waiting to get broke. I don't know if I want to show that. Yeah, I don't ship glass. We don't do glass here. I got out of the glass business a long, long time ago. What is in here? This is just a lunchbox. That's pretty dingy, so that's going in the trash. That's trash. Man, I don't know about these lighters. I bet they'd look a lot better if I pulled them out of this baggie. I think this baggie is what's got some stench to it. I know where this stuff came from. I won't mention any names. You might be watching. Some people have an odor. I told him when I bought his records, I said, man, you were a smoker. Let's just say I went somewhere and bought a collection one time, and when I was negotiating with the guy, you can ask Tanner. He was there. You can ask Henry. I was negotiating with a guy. We were in his basement. Couch, table, drugs all over the table, specifically pot, marijuana. He picks up a bong, lights it, starts smoking weed right in front of us during the negotiation process. Now, I don't smoke anything. If I'm around tobacco, I start having an allergic reaction. So I had to leave the room. I started coughing, sneezing, and this is where these lighters came from. Let me get them out of this kind of nasty bag. They look pretty They don't look any better now that I've got them out, but it looks like a collection of lighters, all with band logos. These have seen a lot of marijuana residue. I don't know if anybody's going to want these or not. Is anybody remotely interested? Megadeth, Johnny Cash. I'm going to have to go wash my hands, literally. I was making sure there wasn't anything like significant in here. Van Halen. Cigars. I'm not smoking those. Those cigars from the Alabama game. Yeah, I don't know if you can ship these either. That's a good question. That's a good point. I doubt any of them's empty, but you never know. Yeah. What's this in this box? This one looks pretty cool. That's pretty vintage. A Chrysler Butane. Now that one's not pretty cool there. That's a vintage one. Looks like it was still in the box. That one might be worth salvaging. Yeah, if anybody local wants to maybe... I was make sure there wasn't like a Zippo in here. Uh-oh. China. China with the Canadian maple leaf. With the Canadian maple leaf. All excess. Okay, I'm literally going to go wash my hands after this, or I'm going to use this Lysol wipe. I don't know if I should ship these because I think these could blow up. You know, we don't want to like, you know, blow up a mail truck like Newman and it catch on fire and him running off the road. So, okay, so let's go back to the top and what happened here. So we sold. Let me get a wipe first. Bubblegum cigars. Yeah, so after Alabama won, that first time we beat Alabama after what, 15 years? Of course, I was at the game. I didn't bring a cigar. I always thought that was bad luck. Every time I've went and seen Alabama and Tennessee game, I never bring a cigar because I'm like, yeah, that's just bad luck. You know, it's not going to be, this isn't going to be the year. And sure enough, we win. Everybody's having pictures of a lifetime taken, and I'm with Seth and Rachel, his wife, and I'm like, man, we don't have any cigars. And believe it or not, there's 110,000 people there, and we saw all kinds of people we knew. He saw people he knew from college. I saw people I knew from college, people from our hometown, and sure enough, other people had cigars. So I was bumming cigars to take cool pictures to make me look cool. I was holding a cigar, even though it didn't get remotely close to my mouth. So, hey, there's even an Aussie lighter in here. Okay. These lighters shipped $15. And then I'm going to look into see if we can actually ship these. $15. I'll let my team confirm that. If not, Regina can come pick them up. I'm going to keep this one separate, okay? I'm going to keep one separate. That's for the band ones. This one individually, the Chrysler, I think that one should be $9.99 by itself. I'll do all the band ones and the marijuana and there's one more in there that I don't know what it is. I'm not touching them again because my hands are clean, okay? I've already cleaned my hands. Lysol disinfected. Patty says she'll take them. Okay. Now, what's next? There were some claims in here I didn't pull. The first thing was Wayne Bartow on Milt Jackson. Did I pull that? Milt Jackson. I don't know if I ever pulled that for Wayne Bartow. He commented Milt Jackson. Did I pull that? I haven't. That's sold to Wayne Bartow. Spin Cycle Vical on Mission Impossible. Eric Squindo got Hugh Muscella. Hugh Muscella. Sold to Eric Squindo. Okay? And then I'm down, I'm going, and they're sold to Patty for 15. Okay, this tub sold to Patty for 15. There's one more in a 10. Is that a Zippo? It's a Hard Rock or Orlando lighter. There's Kiss, there's Ozzy, there's Megadeth, Foo Fighters. You know, if those are in good condition, that'd be a pretty cool little collection. I've sold some Zippo lighters for hundreds of dollars. I bought one time at a garage sale. It had a Gulf oil, you know, like the orange blue letter Gulf. It was a Zippo on the box. I think I got $400 or $500 for that one. I don't know what all this stuff is. Looks like a bunch of garbage. Looks like a bunch of, I don't know. This guy was a major Kid Rock fan. I mean, I've got Kid Rock stuff galore over here. Hats, backstage passes. He was a bomba-da-donga dingy guy. Okay? A bongwa-da-donga dang dingy guy. My name is Chad Williams. Bonga-ga-donga dang. Okay, time for another half-off crate, I think is what I was going to, or this vintage stuff, which is actually more than half off. So yeah, let's do that. This is priced as marked, 6, 9, 14, etc. And then we're going to bundle the rest. Now, Patty, when all those are cleaned up, those are going to look pretty cool. Here we go. Kid Rock CTM9. I don't know what that is. Kid Rock CTM9 hats. Now, I know some of y'all need one of those. Kid Rock, what is CTM9? $9.99. We're going to have to go through this tub item by item, piece by piece, brick by brick, okay? First thing in here is Hall & Oates, $9.99. More than half off, beautiful with the original Atlantic inner sleeve, $9.99 for Hall & Oates. Elvis was also $9.99. A 64 German copy, VG, $9.99. That was half off. So these are no more, no less as marked, okay? So those are $9 and $9. For $6.99, we got Paul Simon, VG condition on Paul Simon. Neil Young, Hawks and Doves, a VG Plus copy, just $6.99 with the inner sleeve. VG Plus, $6.99 for Neil Young, Hawks and Doves. Brian Ferry, In Your Mind. It has a promo sticker on the front that's been taped. VG condition, $6.99 for Brian Ferry. Elton John, Jump Up, a VG Plus, $6.99, Jump Up. Regina Tabor on Elvis. That is sold to Regina for $9.99. Levi Hilton was second. Also $6.99 is Peter Frampton, I'm In You. Peter Frampton is $6.99. Same price for Sonny and Cher, $6.99 on that one. And we have Cher, Bittersweet White Light. So back-to-back Cher, Sonny and Cher, $6.99 on those. Also $6.99 was Zager and Evans, and that was Tuesday's Flip Crate. That was the conclusion, $6.99 for Zager and Evans. So that's all the leftover stuff from Tuesday's Flip Crate, just those few. Their price is marked, no more, no less. Moving on, we got Jerry Lee Lewis. Now, this was $14.99. It was marked $34.99. Jerry Lee Lewis, it originally cost $17.98 new. $14.99 for Jerry Lee Lewis. That's live at Third Man Records. $9.99 for Hank Williams Sr. 24 Greatest Hits Volume 2. $9.99 for that. That's Hank Williams Sr. $9.99. Also $9.99 for Les McCann and Eddie Harris, Swiss Movement. Compared to What? I like that song on there. $9.99. The Trio, Dolly, Linda, and Emmylou, just $9.99. I can't believe that didn't get grabbed. $9.99 for that. And we have Uriah Heep, Demons and Wizards. That was also $9.99. That's Chilling with the Most Kid Rock cruise. So that was a Kid Rock. Chilling the Most. Chilling the Most. Kid Rocks. There we go. So it was a cruise. Yeah, he went on a bunch of those. Kid Rock cruises, Kid Rock. He had something else, some kind of beach party. He had banners. I mean, this guy, he had Kid Rock's robe, which I still have back here. I think we're going to let Golden Auction sell it, which would be pretty cool. I've got it back here. I have to finish some communications with that, but it's going to be pretty cool when that happens. Swiss Movement is sold to G-Mac for $9.99 and Sherry Darnell on Hank Sr. for $9.99. Okay. Now the rest of these should be $6.99 up until the next sticky. So $6.99 for Sandy Nelson's Golden Hits, $6.99 for Sandy Nelson Golden Hits. Rick Wakeman is $6.99. That's the Myths and Legends of King Arthur. Here's Conway Twitty, $6.99. I've had a lot of high-end stuff for a while. Some rare rock posters, some pretty high-end autographs. I've been contacting a couple auction houses. I mean, heck, they can expose it to their audience, and probably even after commission, we probably can get the same price we've been trying to get for a couple years with a big auction house like Golden or Heritage. But they, places like that really only take high-end stuff. And we have, if we don't sell it here, which as y'all know, we kind of blow through that kind of stuff quickly. But I have some pretty unique stuff like that Hendrix poster that I think is 10,000 plus. I've got a Pink Floyd poster I think is 10,000 plus. A couple signed items in that range, and then the Kid Rock robe. So I got some stuff I need to liquidate. But I've never really tried to sell the robe myself because I always thought it needs to be like put up for auction with the right people. It needs to be with somebody like Heritage that has 1 million registered. I think they have 2 million registered bidders now. That's insane. That's why they get $9 million for comic books. Roy Clark's Family Album. Maybe Collectco will get to that point one day. Imagine 2.1 million people watching this right now. It would be insane. The chat would be off the hook. Foggy Mountain Banjo, Flat and Scruggs, $6.99 for that. Everything in here so far in this section is $6.99, already discounted. And then we're going to bundle it, and then John Barry's going to step up to the plate. $6.99 for Tom Lear. Another Hall & Oates, that one's Pastimes Behind, $6.99. The Voice of Scott McKenzie. If you're going to San Francisco, that was the voice of Chad Williams. Sully on Roy Clark for $6.99. Thank you. Also $6.99 for Elton John Blue Moves, $6.99. And NRBQ Tiddlywinks. NRBQ is $6.99. I want to let y'all know also $8 shipping is a deal. If y'all don't already know that. So I did buy some stuff. A lot of my really rare posters, like Bond posters, I've searched for years. I buy them sometimes through Heritage. Now, you better get ready to open your wallets. And second thing, I bought some miscellaneous items the other day, some to keep and then some to resell. And I'm afraid to even show y'all the shipping costs because they charge handling, and they charge actual postage plus a percentage on top of that, and then they charge a major handling fee. So I bought some stuff to keep, and then in the same auction I bought some stuff to resell, and my shipping cost for a box about this size was $372. And that's about common. If you don't get something rolled in a tube or something pretty flat, if it has to go in a box, man, they only do like FedEx next day or UPS Air. They do like top expensive, and there's no. It's like you're agreeing. You can't say, hey, can we do this like ground or, the cheapest way? There's no, so I've always said our shipping charge, incredible. Because I know we were in the negative on it. Scott McKenzie, $6.99, and George Scherer on Uriah Heep. George Scherer on Uriah Heep, and that was back here for $9.99. I did buy some stuff to resell, yeah. Because sometimes I'm watching these poster and toy auctions waiting for Bond stuff to come up for an hour, and I see stuff like this. But after I paid shipping, there's just no way. I might break even on these. I got to go through them and get them ready, but look at these models. I've got the Nectar Cheater, the Meter Cheater, I got the Dragon Wagon. I've got the Beer Wagon. But I think after I've paid postage and handling, I've emailed and be like, gosh, I wish y'all could give me a heads up on this, but yeah, that's not a place to make any money. I can promise you that, or get a deal. I've never really got a deal on anything. Graham Parker is $6.99. Another gray area. Southside Johnny and the Asbury Duke, $6.99. Another thing, buyer's premium, 20% buyer's premium. Something might sell for $1. I've seen stuff sell for $1, but the minimum premium is $50. So if something sells for $1, you pay $51 plus postage. So the cheapest you can buy something on there is literally $51 plus postage. Squeeze is $6.99. Argy Bargy, all singing, all talking. VG Plus $6.99, but they are a good source for information. I go there to find out what posters are selling for, what rare comics are selling for. I mean, they archive all that. They're a good company. I talk to them quite often about stuff, but if anything, I'm going to send stuff there to sell it, not buy. We have Blues Magoo's Electric Comic Book, VG $6.99. Sully on Squeeze, or y'all can sell it to us and we'll pay cash now. I'll pay cash on the barrelhead for your rare signed memorabilia. Sully on Squeeze for $6.99. Eric Squindo on NRBQ. That's sold for $6.99. And we have Jim Capaldi, Fierce Heart for $6.99. And that's a new price point. So those are all $6.99, a bunch of them. The Warner Brothers comp. I will give you a sampling of some of the artists right now. All singing, all talking. Disc 1, moving around, we got Chip Taylor, Maria Muldaur, Strider, Bonnie Raitt, and then a Humphrey Bogart soundtrack. It looked like a GSD band, Three Army Band, Jethro Tull, James Dean, the Mothers of Invention, The Section, Robin Trower, the Marshall Tucker Band, Kathy Dalton, Uriah Heep, Martin Mull, and on the backside of this disc was Gene Parsons, the Doobie Brothers, Bedlam, Wendy Walbaum, Jesse Colin Young, Ingrid Bergam, and I may have read 75% of it. Okay, so the next price point here was three $14.99ers. Moby Grape, $14.99, and this is an uncensored cover, but it is a 1984 copy. So 1984 Moby Grape, $14.99 for Moby Grape. Leslie on the Warner Brothers for $6.99. Thank you. And then Elton John is $14.99. That's Tumbleweed Connection. That's an original Unipress, $14.99 on that. Wham! Make It Big was $14.99. And now we're into $9.99, which I had two. No. These last two are, hold on a second. These last two were, I'll do them for $6. Let's get them sold. Hank Williams Jr., 5-0, $6.99 for Hank Jr., and $6.99 for Chris Christopherson, me, and my Bobby McGee, $6.99 on those. And I'll do these just a quick read through one more time before I'm done. And then we'll try to bundle these, okay? I got a few to add to it. Lionheart, $9.99 for Lionheart. That is, that might have been 14. Well, it didn't sell for 14 here, so how about $9.99 for Lionheart? That would be half off. Mega Blast on Chris Christopherson. And then UK Squeeze. I'll do this one. Red Vinyl. This one was supposed to be $9.99. Red Vinyl UK Squeeze, $9.99 on that one. And then probably some $6.99 coming up. So let's knock these out. $6.99, Tom Robinson, Hope and Glory. $6.99 for Baxter Robinson, Mere Mortals. Same price here for Lionel Richie, Can't Slow Down, all night long. The Rescue was $6.99. And these are clean records, too. No condition notes until I say. The Jukes is $6.99. Renaissance Timeline, $6.99 for Renaissance. The Royal Court of China, $6.99. The Trio was $9.99. $9.99 on the Trio. Sully on Lionel Richie, all night long. So does Sully. Real Life Heartland. Real Life Heartland is just $6.99. Southside Johnny, Love is a Sacrifice is $6.99. The Siegel Shore Reunion Concert, $6.99. Shadowfax, Watercourse Way, $6.99. Same price for Kaja, Extra Play, that's $6.99. Nick Kershaw, The Riddle, $6.99. The Leroy Brothers is $6.99. LaRue, East Safe Place is $6.99. And $6.99 for Graham Parker, the Up Escalator. Graham Parker is $6.99. Nice. Okay, so I need to drink a Monster. I think I have this morning stuff too. Yeah, I have this morning's we can add to it. That will get all of the flip crate stuff shown and possibly done. Here is the ones left from this morning. We'll start first with Todd Rundgren Runt for $6.99. That was a VG Plus copy, Todd Rundgren. The Tootsie soundtrack, just $6.99. Same price for Justin Hayward and John Lodge. That's Blue Jays, $6.99. Carl Perkins' Greatest Hits, original label, a VG cover, a little wear. Bob Welch, French Kiss, Sentimental Lady. And then Stanley Jordan was $9.99, Magic Touch. And then Greg Allman was $14.99. An OG copy, really clean, really nice. And what the heck happened to the disc? Okay, there it is. Greg Allman, $14.99. I've got one more silver dollar. Okay, now I'm not going to spend a lot of time on these, but this is your final chance before they get bundled. That's all the flip crate stuff through the last, through today. So that's it. We'll start with new fresh stuff in the morning, and probably by Friday, I'll have the leftovers of those two crates. Okay, Chris Bryant on Greg Allman for $14.99. James Handy on French Kiss, $6.99 for that. And then Wayne Bartow on Todd Rundgren for $6.99. Okay, and then over here, we have the following. We have Wham for $14, Moby Grape for $14, Jerry Lee Lewis for $14, Elton John for $14. Those are $14. The nines, Hall & Oates, The Trio, Lionheart, UK Squeeze Red Vinyl, Stanley Jordan. And then the $6.99s were Paul Simon, Neil Young, Brian Ferry, Elton John, Peter Frampton, Sonny and Cher, Zager and Evans, Sandy Nelson. These are all $6.99. Rick Nelson, Conway Twitty, Flatt and Scruggs, Tom Lear, Hall & Oates, Elton John Blue Moves, Graham Parker, Southside Johnny, Blues Magoos, Jim Capaldi, Hank Williams Jr., Tom Robinson, Baxter Roberson, The Rescue, The Jukes, Renaissance, Royal Court of China, Heartland, Southside Johnny, Siegel Schwarl, Shadowfax, Kaja, Nix Kershaw, The Leroy Brothers, LaRoe, Graham Parker, Tootsie, Justin Hayward, John Lodge, and Carl Perkins. Saxon is a lighted sign, kind of like the Rolling Stones and the other ones we've had. It lights up and changes colors. It can be synced to music. It's USB powered. They are $59.99. That's the newest one that came in today. The Stones and Saxon. Pantera is up for pre-order. Pantera Light Box is up for pre-order. Okay. And then did I see Wakeman? I did show Rick Wakeman. That was the Myths and Legends of King Arthur and the Knights of the Round Table. It is a repress or reissue. It's not a gatefold. It's got a barcode on the back, so an early 80s press, $6.99, and then Real Life Heartland Soda Mega Blast. That was originally marked $19.99. Sell it for $6. Now, final chance, because I'm about to count these. I'm going to make these half off. I'm going to make those half off, and I'm going to make those 10 instead of 15. We're going to count them. We're going to get a pretty accurate price, and then we're going to bundle it all. So I'll give it about another 6 seconds in case anybody's checking their lag, or they get lagged, or they're checking their collection. Because when they count and get priced, they're probably going to sell. Otherwise, I might have to end the auction, go home, go to bed, and watch The Fugitive, eat popcorn, and try to eat a bunch of Oreos. Sometimes I go home and see how many Oreos I can eat in one night without puking. So far, my record is 2.5 packs, 1.5 gallons of milk. I got to keep the Trio at $9.99. It was originally marked $25, and I'm really surprised no one's bought it. So it's already more than half off. And Wakeman is, I've already pulled that for you. I showed John Monday morning, I showed him the leftovers for the last couple of days. And he was like, I was going through stuff. He went, no one bought the Trio for $24.99. I was like, no, it wasn't bought for $9.99. No, No. That was John's live reaction. Original inner sleeve. Yes. It looks like it was just pressed. What I'm looking at over here is $9.99 is pretty fair. Yeah. I don't think it's like that expensive of a record, but 668 people have in their want list. Yeah, it has the paper dolls on the inner sleeve. Your Dolly paper doll, your Linda Ronstadt paper doll, your Emmylou Harris. All right, that's sold to Leslie for $9.99. That's going to be the last one. Here we go. So the first part here, we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. All right, there's 36. All right. And then 5, 10, 15, 20. And then 10, 20, 30, 40. $195. Great selection too. Hand-picked exclusively for the flip crates. $195. That's taken half off of the $6.99 that was already discounted. Half off of the $9.99 that was already discounted. And then the $15 records down to $10. Come on, John Barry. Do, do, do. Come on, John Barry. Do, do, do. Come on, John Barry. Do, do, do. Ba, da, 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 da. Come on, John Barry. Do, do, do. His name's John Barry. He loves to bundle. He bundles big bundles all the time. Now I'm singing it like it's Santa Claus is coming to town. John Barry is coming to town. He sees the bundles when he's sleeping. He knows the bundles when he's awake. He's gonna buy all of the bundles. So bundle it for goodness sake. Hey, John Barry, buy this bundle. He's offered $145. These are sold to John Barry for $145. Sold! Move them on. Okay. If you need me, I'll be down at the Songwriters Hall of Fame down in Nashville, writing those hit country songs. Like Jacked Up Truck, something, something, something. Something about trucks and beer and women and the beach and more beer and more women. And somebody left me and I got ran over by a lawnmower. Okay, now we're going to we started with 6 crates of new vinyl, and we're going to recap them so fast your head's going to spin, and then we're going to figure out what we're going to do next, okay? So let's get started. AC/DC Live Unofficial. It's a 2 LP compilation, Bon Scott music. Bon Scott era, $34.99, AC/DC music, of course. Dio, Killing the Dragon, 20th anniversary, Red and Orange Swirl, $36. Overkill, Has to Be Master, Yellow Marble Vinyl, $29.99. AC/DC Live, that's an official. It originally came out in 1992. It's a 2 LP, $36.99. Another AC/DC Live, this is an unofficial. AC/DC Live, limited edition 500, San Francisco, 1977, $29.99. Nickelback, The Long Road. Nickelback is $29.99. And Train, My Private Nation. Train is $29.99. No bids. Stand by. I'll definitely read those. They need to be read. They need to be read. I'll do it. I'll do it. She thinks my tractor's sexy. We have Dio, Holy Diver, 2 LP, $46.99. Nirvana Unplugged, a 2 LP, $39.99. Nirvana Madrid, 1992, red vinyl, Nirvana, $39.99. We sold a bunch of these, and we still have them. Led Zeppelin, Vancouver, 1970, and unofficial. That was pretty sweet, $29.99. Got a bunch of those. Queen, live in Manheim, 86, $29 on that. Dream Theater, live, 1993, also $29. AC/DC Ball Breaker, $29. Amy Winehouse, The Oxygen Festival, $49.99 for Amy Winehouse. The Record Company Play Loud, indie exclusive sea glass colored vinyl with poster, $19. Crowbot, Rat Child was $19. New for this Friday, they've done Stevie Nicks' Rock a Little as a MoFi pressing, $79.99 for that. Doom Sessions Volume 4, that's Bongzilla and Tons, $19.99 colored vinyl. Stats, Other People's Lives, Stats is $19.99. And then The Toxic Avenger, that's soundtrack, music from the motion picture, green vinyl, $39. And then the new album that comes out this Friday from Mayhem, that is $34.99. And then Living Color, Time's Up, that's limited numbered music on vinyl, $39.99. Now, to keep the show going, we only need one person to buy one record out of there. There's 155 people still watching. Only need one person watching to buy one record out of this crate. That's all it takes. And then the show continues. If not, I might have to go home and watch The Fugitive with Harrison Ford and Tommy Lee Jones. Pop some popcorn, sit back and crack open an ice-cold Diet Coca-Cola, and we'll go from there. But first, we'll make sure somebody buys something out of this crate. We have Evanescence Fallen. Evanescence Fallen is a 2013 limited edition U.S. 10th anniversary. These are the no bids. Evanescence is purple vinyl, $75. Ornette Coleman, Body Meta. Ornette Coleman is a 1978 USOG sealed copy, $45 for Ornette Coleman. James Gang Miami was a white label. It's a test pressing. They're all white labels. A test pressing. James Gang Miami, $45 on that. This is Bobby Panetto, Panetto's Point, a 75 USOG VG Plus, just because of one mark that doesn't affect back play. $125 on Bobby Panetto. Otis Spann is $45, 61 US Deep Groove Mono. VG Plus 45, that's Otis Spann. Peter Criss is new. It's just been open to confirm poster. No poster, $29.99. Cheap Trick was sealed for $75. That's an original of Busted. And that's all of tonight's right there. Josh Brown on AC/DC Ball Buster. Or Ball Breaker. That's sold to Josh Brown. And that has officially continued to sell. Evanescence, $65. Sell that to Matthew Hendon. Okay, thank you, $65. It's never a bother to show unsold auctions, especially this time of night when I don't have any more to put up. Josh Brown just bought the ticket for the show to continue. Now, the next challenge. Get somebody to buy something out of the next crate. Let me go find it. What have I done with it? Is that it? Did I lay this tub on top of it? I did. All right. Here we go. She changed my tractor sexy. All right. So, here we go. Pink Floyd Pulse, the definite collection of Pink Floyd live from this era. 1995 is when it originally came out. It's a 4 LP, 52-page book, $114.99. Pantera, Cowboys from Hell, $33.99. Cowboys from Hell, Cemetery Gates, Domination. This is colored vinyl. Phil Anselmo, Rex, Vinnie Paul, and Diamond Darrell, $33.99. Also, Pink Floyd The Wall, that's a 2 LP remaster, $49.99 for Pink Floyd The Wall. There's another Dream Theater. I need to match up those two so we can keep them together. Let me do that right quick. And it needs to go there. Need to keep those extra things together like that. There we go. We did sell one tonight. Now there's two extras. Dream Theater Live 1983, $29.99. Pink Floyd. And then the Dio here. This is Dio Live Summerfest 1994, $29.99. Japan, 1986. That's Metallica. It's a 2 LP, $39.99. They came out to Battery. They left to Fight Fire with Fire, $39.99. Lenny Kravitz, MTV Unplugged, unofficial. I don't think that's ever been officially released on vinyl, $29. Pink Floyd Paris, 1970, that's also $29. And U2 is live in Tetro Tenda, 1985 FM broadcast, which is what most of these are. That's why my distributors sell them. Most of these are like originally radio broadcast, and that's kind of the loophole to be able to sell these unofficials. You won't ever see me have unofficials of like studio albums unless, it's something we got in a collection or something. We might get like an unofficial Tool in a collection, but these here are sold through my distributors, and I'm talking about like the couple biggest distributors in the country, so I go ahead and order them. They are still unofficials, but I think it's kind of a loophole because they're radio broadcasts. They're able to manufacture them and sell them without like getting sued. Lenny Kravitz is sold to Leslie Holt, thank you. And then we had Nirvana Live in Rome, 1991. That's $29.99. That was Nirvana. We have Motorhead, Birmingham Town Hall, 1977. Live Motorhead, 1977. That's $29.99. Oasis, that sound ringing. Oasis is live in Sweden, 1994. $29.99. Iron Maiden, No Prayer for the Dying. $36 for Iron Maiden. Pink Floyd, The Piper at the Gates of Dawn in mono. $33.99 for Floyd. White Zombie, Astro Creep 2000. $39 on that. Megadeth, Super Collider. $36.99 for Megadeth. The Cult, Electric. $34 on The Cult. Blows to Cult Spectres is $38.99. Dr. Dre 2001. Some classics on here. Still Dre. Forgot About Dre. The Next Episode. That's $39.99 a 2LP. Nickelback, All the Right Reasons. $29.99. Photograph, Saving Me, Far Away, If Everyone Cared, Rockstar. $29.99. That's just kind of popular. Megadeth, Peace Sells, But Who's Buying? $36.99. Echo and the Bunnymen, another live unofficial. Scotland, $33 on that one. Motorhead, this is an official, of course, 2LP compilation. The Ace of Spades. The Ace of Spades. Everything Louder Forever. Motorhead, $38.99. Megadeth, Holy Wars Live 2000. $39.99 for Megadeth. And The Cure, and this is live in Amsterdam. $33.99 for The Cure. And let me see if this is on colored. It comes in a baggie that's not sealed. Yeah, The Cure is on yellow vinyl. Most of these bootlegs that I just read off, almost all of them are in colored vinyl. I don't think I've read off too many that was not colored vinyl. I'm actually going to leave that out of the jacket so it doesn't split the seam or anything. All right, and thanks to Leslie, she bought something out of there. We don't have to even read those again. Megadeth Super Collider is sold to Josh Brown. But if anybody doesn't want anything in there, next time these will be read, I'll have to read through all those again like I just did as soon as the show's over tonight for the 6 a.m. video that's posted over on our group. For the late night viewers that might have found this feed and have no idea what you're watching, we sell over here every night, but also make sure you're in our private group. There is a group, and it is called Whole Lotta Records. And what I just showed, I show it last here before I get into maybe something different. And the next thing I do is post that in the morning. And it's automatically uploaded at 6 for those that like brand new stuff. And then there'll be videos to follow after that. Okay. So at this point of the night, I've went through 2 half-off crates, or I went through the discount and the half-off crate. I have went through... I guess what I could do is give you one more chance to see the stuff Laura marked tonight. And before it gets posted tomorrow, I can go ahead and, let me see. Where was the other stuff she marked? Right here. Yeah, because I want to try to get it into one crate. We can take offers on that stuff, okay? Some stuff she marked, and that might be the last crate of vinyl. I'm going to go through the stuff Laura marked tonight one more time and take offers. There were some people already trying to make offers earlier tonight, and I was like, not now, probably not even later, but I'm going to do it. That way we have one more crate of vinyl, and after that, I'm going to try to do some miscellaneous, but I don't plan on being live too much longer. But you probably want to see what she marked, and I'll try to condense the stuff from yesterday, too. That way it's all in one crate, and it's all officially best offer. So this is a second chance Laura crate, and I will take offers, and I'm going to condense the stuff from yesterday, too. Whatever's not sold, and keep in mind, I'm going to be pretty firm because these are probably already priced very fairly, in my opinion. And I'm going to post them, of course, and there's going to be a lot sell out of there when they're posted. So take advantage. Take advantage. Take advantage. Okay? Mm-hmm. Right. Okay, sorry. The records are tonight's no bids. Cheap Trick, Otis Spann, Bobby Pinetto, the James Gang promo, and Ornette Coleman. Those are tonight's no bids. All righty. Buy it now, best offer, last chance. The Pretenders extended play. EX condition, $12.99. Sweet Desolation Boulevard, an OG copy. We're talking about Ballroom Blitz and Fox on the Run. EX edition, $12.99. Sweet. It does have the original inner sleeve. I think the Pretenders came with one too. The Pretenders, I don't know. That could be the original, but it's not like a printed or company inner sleeve. Just a plastic generic on that one. All right. And then we had Twang Band King, Adrian Belew. That's a gold stamp promo, EX $22.99. Lou Reed, Sally Can't Dance. It does have a slight warp that does not affect play. VG copy, $14.99. Pat Benatar, Crimes of Passion. Shrink It Hype, EX $17.99 for Pat Benatar. Radio City, that's an album by Big Star. Big Star is a 2011 reissue. EX $22.99 on Big Star. Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers, You're Gonna Get It. That is on the Shelter label. That is VG Plus, $19.99 for Tom Petty. You're Gonna Get It. Also, The Stooges is a 2000s reissue. This is 180-gram vinyl. VG Plus, $19.99 on The Stooges. And Lou Reed, Rock and Roll Animal. Lou Reed is VG Plus, $17.99 for Lou Reed. And then Queen, News of the World. A 77 Canadian OG, EX $32.99. Matthew Hendon gets Big Star for $17. Sell that to Matthew Hendon. George Harrison, Living in the Material World. VG condition, $14.99 on that. Curtis Mayfield, Superfly, a 2009 reissue. VG Plus, $19.99. The Monkey Wrench, Tom Price, Mark Arms, Steve Turner, Tim Kerr, Martin Bland. A 1992 German OG, that's a blues rock grunge. VG, $19.99 on that. The Alan Parsons Project, Ammonia Avenue, Shrink and Hype, $19.99. Also, we have the Car, Shake It Up, in shrink wrap, a really nice copy with hop sticker, $29.99 for the Cars. Has the original inner sleeve. Cruiser, that's a cool song on that one. Matthew Hendon gets the Stooges for $15. That's sold to Matthew Hendon for $15. The Pretender self-titled, I've got Brass in pocket, $29.99 for the Pretenders. It does have the original inner sleeve. Eric Clapton, Journeyman. Eric Clapton's $29.99, really clean copy. Really cool song on here, The Pretender. Or what's that first one? Pretending. Yeah, The Pretenders, Jackson Brown. His friend Clapton, $29.99. What was the Blues Rocks Grunge? That was The Monkey Wrench. The Monkey Wrench. Seattle Sub Pop. The Monkey Wrench. Seattle Sub Pop. VG, $19.99. Also, Adrian Belew, Lone Rhino, Gold Stamp promo. $34.99 for Adrian Belew. Also, Circus of Power was sealed. Vices is a 1990 USOG sealed. $49.99 on Circus of Power. King Snake Roost, Ground into the Dirt. A 1990 USOG alternate rock. VG Plus, that's alternate rock, $17.99. Little Feet Hoy Hoy, EX $24.99 for Little Feet. And Haircut 100, Pelican West. That's in VG Plus condition. $14.99. Wings at the Speed of Sound. Wings is VG $14.99. And Chuck Berry is EX $22.99 for Chuck Berry. Little Feet sold to Sully for $18. You got it. Hypnotic Eye, Tom Petty, $29.99 for TP. That's Tom Petty. Also, Find El Degrado, I think. And that's Paul Weller. Paul Weller is $27.99. And the Raspberries, Pop Art Live. The Raspberries experience the power of their first live performance of the 2025 reunion. 3 LP, red vinyl, $34.99 for the Raspberries. Towns Van Zandt, At My Window, a sealed 2022 blue vinyl craft anniversary, mastered and lacquers cut by Kevin Gray. $29.99 for Old Towns, one of the greatest songwriters ever, really. Ramones is EX $27.99. That's their self-titled album, and that is a 2005. Hey ho. Let's go. Da 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 da. Shibidi ba da da da. Okay, and then here's the stuff from yesterday, and I'm going to go ahead and slide those in here as well, so it's all in one crate together, because whatever's left, I will be making a video for it. So let me add a few handfuls at a time, and these for the first time are also best offer. These are also for the first time best offer. So Michael Butler on Towns Van Zandt. Towns Van Zandt, that is sold to Michael Butler. And then the monkey wrench, I think, was VG, $19.99. We have End of Amnesia. This is M. Ward, the Him from She and Him. M. Ward, $19.99. McCartney 3 is $19.99. And then Creamed Israeli Gears. Creamed Israeli Gears, a 2008, $17.99 for Cream. This was a split. This is King Gizzard the Lizard Wizard and Tropical FUCK Storm, a 12-inch single, $24.99 on that one. Devo, Duty Now for the Future, a 2020 reissue on magenta vinyl, $17.99. And Coheed and Cambria, and this is Vaxxus 2. Let me get the title on this one right. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Vaxxus 2, A Window of the Waking Mind, and that's on teal-colored vinyl, $29.99. And J Neutra offered $15 for the monkey wrench. That would be right. What did I do with it? Right here. Sell that to J Neutra for $15. You got it. Let me add a few more things in here. It's going to be a pretty full crate. I was hoping we'd knock out a few so I could get it all in one, but we're working on it. Next thing is Monsters of Folk. That's $19.99 for Monsters of Folk. The Velvet Underground and Nico was $27.99. Also, the Mars Volta, that was $19.99. The Mars Volta, and this one's called, I don't know what that's called. Looks like it's in Polish. And then Paul Weller, 22 Dreams. Paul Weller is $17.99. 22 Dreams, Paul Weller. Okay? Next thing over here is this. David Crosby for free. David Crosby for free. That is on limited edition fruit punch colored vinyl. David Crosby is $17.99. Mark Bolan Zip Gun, a 2020, $24.99 on Mark Bolan. Balance and Composure is sealed for $19.99. My Chemical Romance, that was sealed for $24.99. And another Coheed and Cambria, sealed for $39.99. Michael Butler wants both Paul Wellers. All right, there's one Paul Weller, and the other one was right here. Thank you, Michael Butler, and thank you again, Michael Butler. Awesome. And the only thing that wasn't put in there, now that we have a little extra space, is Rush. And this is the 1989-1996 box set with Presto, Roll the Bones, Counterparts, and Test for Echo. That's $300. Rush is $299. I'll probably split that into 2 crates when I'm doing the video so we can show them better. For sure. But that just emptied another crate because now all 3 lower crates is now into one. And you might want to grab something in there if you got your eye on it before it gets exposed to a larger audience. Okay. Now, like I said, I got somebody starting here tomorrow that's going to be helping me with a couple things. New vinyl and taking care of listing a lot of other miscellaneous stuff here and there. Posters on our website, books on our website, possibly on eBay too, possibly cross-listing stuff. My first thing is let's get it on our website first. If it's something expensive, list it on both. And let me see what was left in this tub of miscellaneous before I say the show's over. I think these are newspapers related to John Lennon's assassination. Let's see, Mark never found a niche in his life. Yeah, that's about Mark David Chapman, the Lennon legacy. These are all newspapers related to John Lennon's assassination. Former Beatle was slain. Soviet bloc nations call up reserves. So headlines from December 9th and out of Atlanta. If anybody's interested, these are Atlanta newspapers, the Constitution and the Journal. The day after John Lennon, the day of and the day after John Lennon was killed. Those are just pieces of cardboard I use for stiffeners. Mark Bolan is sold to Michael Butler. Thank you again. There's those. If you want prices on anything, let me know. These are, let's see, I've got the Beauty and the Beast book. Beauty and the Beast, Little Golden Book from Disney, $6.99. These are press kits for, and Fred Goodwin had this stuff. Y'all remember this? I actually already had one. He had a multiple of The Spy Who Loved Me. So this is like press kit material. This is press kit material. And this is all press kit material for The Spy Who Loved Me. All press kit material. So it tells about the movie coming up. It's got final production notes, synopsis. There looks like a press picture that's been copied. The cast and credits, Bond facts and figures, world's largest film set, production designer information, shorts and fillers, Barbara Bach biography. It's a biography on Barbara Bach, biography on Kurt Jurgens, some of the other people in the movie. There's a biography on Richard Keel, 7'2", the giant Albert Broccoli, Roger Moore biography. So pretty cool Bond stuff there. $25 for all that. It's original press materials for one of the better Roger Moore movies, The Spy Who Loved Me. That's a good one. And then Metal Knight pictures. Let me get those uploaded over here. Laura has sent those to me. Let me upload those right now. Metal Knight, I got them right here. And hopefully Laura can walk through the maze I've created. She's still here, actually. And let me upload these over here to the Mac. So she sent me a gallery of 9x4 pictures. And, whoops, wrong phone. Nope. Mac Mini. And then I have a whole crate, of course, that's going to be a surprise until tomorrow because I just don't want to show them right now because, no, they're really good records, kind of like me. I got to make sure everybody's watching and everybody's paying attention. Let me just get my keyboard woke up. All right, now y'all should be able to see them. No, I got to get Jake to fix that. Dang it. Yeah, there's something up. I can't mirror this screen anymore. It doesn't mirror like it's supposed to. It's mirroring something else. Let me cancel. We're using OBS right now, right, Jake? So let me minimize this. Yeah, I don't know. Never mind. I'll show them on my phone. I like putting them up here where y'all can see them a lot better, but stand by. Yeah. Okay, let me just show them on my phone. I could have already showed them 10 times. Kind of harder to see them this way. Black Label Society, Bang Tango, White Snake, Twisted Sister, Blue Murder, Typo Negative, Queensryche Danzig, Lynch Mob, Loudness, Deathlock, Quiet Riot, LA Guns, Dangerous Toys, Rat, Queensryche, Deathlock, Steelheart, Wasp, Guns N' Roses, Iron Maiden, Faith No More, Faith No More, Faith No More, Guns N' Roses, Witchcraft, and Black Label Society. Tesla, Metallica, Wasted, Metallica, 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 Ozzy, Metallica, Ghost. Tesla, Metallica, Wasted, Metallica, 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 Ozzy, Metallica, Ghost. Wasp, Guns N' Roses, Iron Maiden, Faith No More, Faith No More, Faith No More, Witchcraft, Guns N' Roses, Black Label Society. Loudness, Deathlock, Quiet Riot, LA Guns, Dangerous Toys, Rat, Steelheart, Deathlock, Queensryche. Black Label Society, Bang Tango, Whitesnake, Twisted Sister, Blue Murder, Typo Negative, Queensryche, Danzig, and Lynch Mob. There you have it. Plus about 75 more not advertised, which could rustle some feathers. That could make some people go, ooh, Chad, what? Here's a giant Husker Du poster. Y'all have already seen that before. I remember this. It's ginormous. It's a ginormous Husker Du poster. I forgot I had this. This is a great stuff. This would be a great thing for Jeremiah to get out and photograph and put on our website. Gigantic Husker Du poster. There's that. There's a whole tub over here that says rare Randy Rhoads items, but I don't think there's anybody interested in that stuff, so we won't worry about it. Doubt there's any interest in that. Let's see what this is. This is a Gene Autry movie poster. That's pretty cool. Let's go to the top cam for this. This is an original half-sheet Gene Autry 1950 movie poster. Gene Autry and the Mounties. Really cool subject matter. You got Gene punching somebody. You got Gene riding on Champion. That was the name of his horse. It's got some damage down here. It will come ship folded. 1950 Gene Autry, 35 bucks on that. Half sheet size. Pretty cool. An original movie poster. 35 on that. I don't know what that is. We'll wait. Did I get everything out of the Kid Rock box? Let's see. Those are sleeves. Oh. Upcoming book night? Possibly. Or did somebody claim this? Yeah, Chris and Start. This sold to Chris and Start for $35. One of the 10,000 movie posters. If you wasn't here since the beginning from Fred Goodwin's collection and you collect posters, boy, did you miss out. Boy, did you miss out. Peter Criss is not a no bid, no. It's a buy it now for $29.99. $29.99. All right, that's sold to Chris and Start for $35. All right, there's nothing left in this tub except a bunch of Kid Rock cruise gear. And I don't think anybody's interested. And I have filtered through it all, so yeah, just making sure. That needs to go there. All right, that's all. Okay. Books. Well, there's books. I think those are all music related. That might be pretty interesting. What's on my table back here? So right now on the table, the Randy Rhoads. Oh gosh, yeah, the Randy Rhoads stuff. I don't bring it out, but like on Sundays at 4 a.m. It's rare to view that stuff. We charge money. No poster. That's the reason it was opened. The new pressings of Peter Criss no longer come with an inner sleeve and no longer come with a poster. The new pressings of Peter Criss no longer come with a poster nor an inner sleeve. That's why it was opened, and that's why it's discounted. It's discounted for two reasons. Mostly because it's opened, but the MSRP is $36.99. $36.99 is what that was new, but we had to open it, and so I had to. If you open a record, especially a brand new one, poof, you got to discount it. Unless I can convince somebody that they really need to buy it and help me out. All right, give me a second. Y'all don't know the situation I'm in over here, okay? The situation I'm in over here is quite complicated. It's not like I can just constantly be bringing stuff. It gets pretty bogged down over here, okay? So I'm kind of layered in stuff. I've got a Black Crow CD collection for $400. I got a Black Crow CD collection for $400. Rare bootlegs and lives. There they are. I still got them. That was the next thing over here on the shelf. If you've been waiting, here's your chance. I was offered $380 one time. Then it was retracted before I could even acknowledge it. Bah, what a dang diggy diggy, come on, but dump the song. Bop the boogie. Bah, the dong, dang. Hup. All right, got that out of my way. All right, here's another CD set. This was supposed to be shown the other night at auction, but I never did get to it. This is the 13.4 Elevators. It's a 2009 UKOG limited edition 10 CD box set. 0 for sale in the United States anywhere. $225 on that. $225 on the 13.4 Elevator CD box. Stranger Things, that is trash. I don't know what these are. Looks like a bunch of trash to me. It is. I'm going to go toss that in there. That's trash. Trash. What is this? The Complete Masters of the Hemisphere. The Complete Masters of the Hemisphere. Modern Country, number 34 of 100. I doubt this is on Discogs. It's not on eBay. What exactly is in here, though? Is this a VHS? No, it's cassettes. It might be on Discogs. It's cassettes. It looks like it's a VHS tape, but it's not. What exactly is this? Discogs. This is Limited edition cassette. 6 cassettes. None for sale, none ever sold. Jim B just wet his pants. Jim B just absolutely wet his pants over this one. All right, let me go to Terapeak on eBay. Anybody know anything about this band? There is nothing in 3 years that has sold on eBay under the name The Complete Masters of the Hemispheres. Nothing sold on eBay in the last 3 years, and none ever sold on Discogs, not even a hint of what it could be worth or what it demands. It's worth whatever somebody's willing to pay, right? It's worth whatever somebody's willing to pay. There's not even a comp to go by, though. The Complete Masters of the Hemispheres. It's a 2011. It's on Modern Country label. It is rock, power pop, indie rock. And it looks like it's in a 90s VHS holder. It's a 6 cassette set. None have ever sold. Nobody has it for sale. It's got 2 5-star ratings. 8 people have it and 6 people want it. Sounds like a perfect item for an eBay auction. That sounds like that's a prime subject for what we call an eBay auction. No reserve, $49.99. Let it roll. All right, I need to take these to John. What is this here? That's all trash. $2, $2, $2, $2, $2, $2. Take all that up front. Okay, what was next here? A CD. Guitar Rock, 1974, 1975. Guitar Rock, $6.99. Grand Funk, Foghat, BTO, Golden Earring, Nazareth, White Twiller, J. Galls, Alice Cooper, Allman Brothers, Rick Derringer, BTO, Brownsville Station, Leonard Skinner, Doobie Brothers, Bad Company, Grand Funk, Leonard Skinner. $6.99. What else is going to be over here? Ooh, Kiss. Ah, you wanted the best. You got it. The hottest band in the land. Kiss. Vroom. Get up. Get your grandma. This is the Kiss, the Farewell Tour book. It's got a little bit of damage up here. Damage. $15 on that. A live worldwide book, $96.97. $15 on that. And then these 3 Kiss calendars. Those 2 Kiss calendars, $10. 2 Kiss calendars, $10, $15 each on those. Get up and get your grandma out of here. And the deuce. 1, 2. Okay. Let's try this. That's all trash. Okay, clean off this shelf. That's how we accumulate a lot of stuff here. What did I just do with those other items? Okay, we'll put those over there. This is a whole box of hockey cards. I think I've processed this before. No, there's other stuff in here. No, there's some hockey. It's also got basketball and football. A couple vintage cards in here too. Jacques Plante from 1971, 72. Some kind of Russian guy. $75. I think is the last price I put for it. $75. It comes in a outdoor sport Skechers box. I have no idea. So yeah, those are Score hockey from about early 90s. These are basketball from, that's like early 90s as well. Mid 90s, that's 94, 95 season. Chris Webber, Patrick Ewing, Scottie Pippen. Clyde Drexler. Whole box of cards to dig through and sort. $75. That might be worth it for the entertainment factor. There's even a rubber band still in there that has some flexibility. Get up and get your grandma out of here. Da-da, da-da, da-da. That was the opening riff to Tool, Sober. We have John Bonham's drum set, just a little bit mini version of it. John Bonham from Axhaven. This is $79.99. Yeah, $79.99. It's a miniature drum set of John Bonham. Led Zeppelin, of course. $79.99 on that. All right. See if I can get this tub off the shelf so I can go through it easier. Get up and get your... You're better off on JSA if you're trying to get some authenticated is to catch them at their next event. So if you got to mail in to JSA, and you're not a dealer, you know, that does a lot like we do, you're better off waiting until you can catch them at an event and you can go just get it authenticated in person. And a basic cert is only like $35. But if you have an oversized item like a lobby card you want authenticated, then you got to pay postage. So let's say you're going to mail in a poster to JSA. Well, you got to pay postage there. You got to pay for the certification. And then they charge you, obviously, the return postage back. And when they do that, you're talking like 35 plus the fee. You're looking at like $100. That is John Bonham. Yes, we got drum kits from Axhaven as well. What the heck is this? I have John Bonham. I can go read you the other ones up front too. Our Universe Space Kit, National Geographic Society. Some kind of slides. Looks like it's some kind of slides. Our Universe Space Kit, National Geographic Society. $9.99. I don't really know what's going on here, but telescope kit. Maybe it's some kind of telescope kit. Yeah, telescope kit. No? Yeah, I think. I don't really know what this is. It looks like it's new, though. Well, I take that back. There is a flexi disc here, okay? There is a flexi disc, so this will play on a record player. Something will. There is vinyl in here at some point. There's also this. Cool stuff in here. Stars in your sky. I bet it's something you listen to while you're looking through a telescope and, you know, space. $9.99. Okay. I'll show that again tomorrow if no one buys it down. It did have a rubber band around it, which I'm going to put back on here. Yeah, Bonzo is $79.99. It's an orange. He did that. He didn't play that kit. There's pictures of him. He played it. He played it in some shows, but there's not like a lot of footage of him out there playing that one. I don't think, but it's pretty dang sweet. Boy, there's a lot of stuff in this tub. Holy moly. There's some cool looking stuff though. Oh yeah, I've heard people talk about this. I forgot. This is just a catalog. This is a catalog where Heritage had a Rolling Stones collection. All really cool Rolling Stone stuff. Probably a couple $1 million in Stones memorabilia. That's Mick Jagger, Keith Richards. They still sound like that. That was a lot of Stone stuff. Golly. What a collection somebody put together. The Ali Zahiri collection. Golly. Somebody had a lot of time and a lot of money. Whew. You put together a whole catalog of one artist that Heritage is wanting. That means you've spent millions of dollars on stuff. Possibly tens of millions. This is a very interesting box of stuff here. It's going to require a little bit additional time to process. Possibly time for tomorrow. And that was the last tub. Okay. Let me ask everybody watching, does anybody want to see anything again or have any last minute? This book cost $50. This book from Heritage last year, this was a $50 catalog, just by the way. This is a pretty good reference. There's a lot of stuff in here you probably won't ever see again for decades. Like Brian Jones's shirts and Mick Jagger's pants and rare acetates, contracts, tons of autographs, golly. Brian Jones's harmonica. I did have Keith, I had Ron Wood's pants. Yeah, I had Ron Wood's pants. Yep. I've owned a pair of pretty cool Stones memorabilia. They were authenticated, and now they're in a museum somewhere. I bought them from a guy here locally that was in management. Yeah, Sergeant Rock comics. Sergeant Rock's comics. Let me go see if I can find those. Bids records. Are you talking about no bids? I think there's 3 or 4 jazz records left. 3 or 4 jazz records left, but I'll show them to end the night. Sergeant Rock comics. Let me see if I can find them. Sergeant Rock Prost. There's a box here that actually says Sergeant Rock Prost. One is a lot of 70s, mostly 80s to 2023, 69 books, $129. Give me 1 second, I'll bring these back there. Yeah, and then there's this one. Let me bring the small one back first. Sergeant Rock bundles, late 70s, late 80s, 13 comics, $29.99. Sergeant Rock, late 70s, early 80s. That bundle's $29.99. And then there's a bigger one if you want to see that one. Evanescence already sold. Somebody already grabbed that one. Evanescence already sold. And then let me go get the large bundle. Let me go get the large bundle. Wake me up inside. Wake me up inside. It fills up a whole short box, though. These 2 bundles together fills up an entire short box. Bring me to life. This is Soda Jerry Torres. Chad, I've been wanting to ask you this when things quieted down. You better ask away, because I'm about to quiet down up here to fix me a sandwich and start ordering new vinyl for tomorrow and getting ready for our new employee that's coming in the morning so I can train him on how to list stuff. And then here's the other Sergeant Rock. This one's a monstrosity here. Golly. This is kind of hard to pick up. I'm not a fan of how they've done this. Not a fan at all. Okay. So this one is 70s. It's mostly 80s. $129.99. There's a bunch here. 69 of them. So 2 would be $140. So less than $2 a piece on these. Less than $2 a piece. $129.99. Let's see if I can lay these where you can see some of them. Yeah, those are mostly 80s titles. $130 on those, essentially. All boarded and bagged. The no bid pile, any rock. The only stuff left in the no bid pile, Cheap Trick is about it. Busted. A 1990 USOG sealed. $75. My favorite Bond movie. That's like picking a favorite Beatles song. Or a favorite Led Zeppelin song. Honestly, Casino Royale, Daniel Craig, Goldfinger, Sean Connery. And that's when we wanted them to. Casino Royale, Goldfinger, GoldenEye. This crate here. This is full of rock, yes. Coheed and Cambria, My Chemical Romance, Balance Composure, David Crosby, Mars Volta, Velvet Underground, The Monsters of Folk, Coheed and Cambria, Devo, Tropical, FUK Storm, Cream, McCartney, M. Ward, Ramones, Raspberries, Hypnotic Eye, Chuck Berry, Wings, Haircut 100, King Snake Roost, Circus of Power, Adrian Belew, Eric Clapton, Pretenders, The Cars, Alan Parsons, Curtis Mayfield, George Harrison, Queen, Lou Reed, Tom Petty, Pat Benatar, Lou Reed, Adrian Belew, Pretenders, Sweet, and Rush. The rest of them, Roger Moore, okay, I guess if I pick one per Bond, Connery era, probably You Only Live Twice, and then, or Goldfinger, You Only Live Twice. Of course, there's only one George Lazenby. Roger Moore era, probably Live and Let Die, or The Spy Who Loved Me, because of Jaws. And then Timothy Dalton, tied on both of those. Living Daylights, probably. License to Kill, Living Daylights. So tied on Timothy. I mean, he only had two. Kind of like picking George Lazenby. There's only one. And then after that was Pierce, of course. The first Pierce was GoldenEye. I think that was his best. Then it was kind of like a roller coaster. Possibly the worst movie ever was Moonraker, tied with Die Another Day. Even though Moonraker is kind of cool, but people regard it as one of the worst. And then with Daniel Craig, I think they're all amazing. Quantum of Solace being my least favorite, and then No Time to Die, because they killed James Bond in the end. Spoiler alert. I was at the theater watching an early preview, and when I realized they had killed James Bond, I was like, good gosh, they shouldn't have done that. I mean, I know they wanted to wrap up Daniel Craig's career, but James Bond isn't supposed to die. And, of course, Spectre, Skyfall, and Casino Royale are amazing movies. Skyfall, Casino Royale, and Spectre, those are incredible. I think Daniel Craig was hit, miss, hit, and then somewhat hit. Jaws, that's Richard Kiel. Richard Kiel. He's also, I believe that's Mr. Gilmore's jacket. And I'll see you in the parking lot. From Happy Gilmore. I believe that's Mr. Gilmore's jacket. Anybody else? Just chit-chatting here to wrap up the show. just some chit-chatting to wrap up the show. Bring me to life. Wake me up inside. All right, I'm about to end the feed. I gotta go figure out what I'm eating tonight, film these videos, get to the gym, and then probably go ahead and come back here and wait on Jeremiah and a shirt. Yes, I just don't. I want to do an Otis shirt, but we got to figure out how to make it. And you know me, I'm gonna be pretty picky about it. You know how picky I am about these shirts, Craig. Especially Otis, because then Tanner and Addison are going to be picky about it because it's their dog. And they've got to do, I told them they'd have to do the final approval since it's literally their dog. Her Majesty's. Yeah, honestly, I've only ever seen that like maybe 2 or 3 times. And probably only one time I was really paying attention. I haven't seen it. I've only seen No Time to Die one time. The newest Bond movie. I've only seen it one time. I've seen Her Majesty's Secret Service probably, like I said, maybe 2 or 3, and only one time really like intently with subtitles. The rest of them I've seen possibly dozens of times, especially Connery, Moore, you know, well, yeah, the rest of them I've seen all kinds of times. But that one always is kind of, I don't know, the Dalton and Lazenby movies, they just didn't seem right to me. They just always seemed a little off. They just didn't feel like a James Bond movie. But yeah, Craig, we'll figure out how to design it. Mega Blast throwing out that last minute rage bait. I love it when he tries to throw rage bait out there. Tries to get somebody stirred up. Trying to say Casino Royale's not one of the best movies ever made. Casino Royale is one of the best movies ever made. Golly, what a movie. The poker scene when they're playing poker, all that. Oh my gosh. With Lashif and the way the movie starts. Golly. Holy crap. Spectre. Oh. Skyfall. Amazing. I got to get me an Aston Martin. I think now that those have aged a little, you probably can get one of those Vanquish V12s for much less than what they cost new. They're probably pretty expensive still, though. V12. Wow. Perfect for getting a speeding ticket. Shaken, not stirred. That's right. All right, time to sign off. John Durden needs to go back to bed. He's had a little bit too much to drink tonight. Woke up from his nap, started hitting the Jack Daniels. Time to go back to La La Land, John, okay? You can go back to sleep now. You woke up, missed most of the show, had a little bit too much to drink. Now you got to go back to sleep so you're not late for work tomorrow. Don't be late for work. Don't drink too much more tonight. And lay off the weed. That's my best advice to you. Let me figure out where the button is because I've opened up so many windows over here. Where's my in stream? Okay. I'll see y'all back tomorrow at probably about 6 o'clock. Steve McQueen. I've never seen a Steve McQueen movie. Never seen a Steve McQueen movie. Not to my knowledge. I'll leave you on that.